Chapter 2773. The Big Dark Horse. No one had ever seen a team suppress everyone with the strength of a single person. That Zhan Rongguang from the Dark Court was powerful. Even with a Pinnacle Emperor artifact, he was still killed by the opponent. Even a Pinnacle Emperor artifact had fallen into the opponent's hands. Anyone could see the terrifying strength of Lin Fei. Monster. Monster. That was the only word they could use to describe him. Lin Fei suppressed the Saint Spirit Domain's geniuses with one move, forcing them to give up on the idea of getting first place. The rest was simple. Yes, very simple. Without Lin Fei needing to act, Han Shui and the others moved and cleared out the teams present. With their cooperation, the other teams left one after another. No one dared to stay. Do you think this Lin Fei was born and raised in the ancient wasteland domain? Han Shui asked. Not likely. And Ruxing said. One of them is at least at the 7th level of the Saint Soul Realm, and the other is a secret killing technique at the 8th level of the Saint Soul Realm. As someone from the same world, if he didn't come across a great opportunity, it would be impossible for him to successfully learn them. I even suspect that he might be the disciple of that exalted lord. Yes, I feel the same way too. Tianyan still had a lingering fear in his heart. The most frightening thing is that his Saint Spirit secret art seems to be a body transformation Saint Spirit secret art killing move. And its power increases imperceptibly. Zhan Rongguang, that unlucky bastard, lost his main body, and his vitality is greatly damaged. All his treasures are gone. The few of them felt lucky. If they had really fought, a few of them would definitely have been left behind. Even though they had doppelgangers, they needed time to cultivate just like the main body. They understood this in their hearts. The divine water of life was gone, but they were still alive. At least they were lucky. That monster is invincible in group battles. I'm afraid he is invincible in individual battles too. Han Shui said. I originally wanted to participate in the individual battles, but I think I should give up now. Meeting this monster, it's useless no matter who goes. In the vast thousand domains, he is probably invincible. I'm afraid only the Lord of the material domain can suppress him. One team after another was cleared out. Han Shui and the others tactfully left. In the end, Lin Fei was the only one left, and he naturally won first place in the 10,000 Realms group battle. Congratulations, you've won first place in the 10,000 Realms group battle, and a portion of Heavenly Water of Life. On the Starry Sky Stone platform, as he wished, Lin Fei obtained a portion of Divine Water of Life. The moment the Divine Water of Life appeared, Lin Fei felt a vast and boundless aura through the seal. His entire body shook violently. That was a body that needed to be refined. Good stuff, really good stuff. Lin Fei was fascinated. As long as I refine the Divine Life Water, I'll definitely step into the 6th Order Prideful Heavenly God Realm, and my physique might even advance to 4th Order Heavenly God Realm. At that time, not even the material world lord would be able to do anything to me. In the Great Thousand Worlds, the strongest existences were the material world lords. I should be able to easily pass through the path to heaven that Master left behind. Becoming an inner disciple is not a problem, or even a direct disciple. I just don't know if the Water Moon Divine Tree will be able to pass through. Thoughts flashed through Lin Fei's mind. If only I can get another portion of Divine Water of Life. Lin Fei had his eyes set on the individual battles. Outside the Myriad World's palace, in other words the Yan Huang world, a crazy piece of news spread. In the Battle of the 10,000 Realms, an invincible expert emerged from the ancient wasteland world, who came from a child world. He crushed his way through and even killed the experts from the Saint Spirit world and the Dark Court. He won first place and obtained the Divine Water of Life. When the news spread, everyone went crazy. Invincible expert? There wasn't a single person in the Great Thousand Worlds who didn't know the significance of these 4 words. In the Great Thousand Worlds, those who could truly be called invincible were the material world lords. They were invincible existences, and even a peak 3rd Order Emperor Realm expert was not a match for them. Everyone felt that the news was exaggerated. No matter how strong one was, how could he be called an invincible expert? More people were interested in the Divine Water of Life. That was a unique item in the world, and only the Myriad World's palace would have it. Senior Brother Sect Leader Lin Fei got first place. Chani ran in from outside, unable to conceal the excitement on his face. First place. Yingshan Tianshui and the others were dumbfounded. First place in the team? What kind of concept was that? The first place could obtain the divine water of life. It's true. The news has already spread. Lin Fei suppressed all the geniuses and obtained first place. I even heard that he killed an expert from the Dark Court, and he even had a peak emperor treasure. Chani was shocked when he heard the news. Yingshan Tianshui was in a daze. His power has actually reached such a level. Yingshan Tianshui had never thought that Lin Fei would obtain first place. How did he kill someone from the Dark Court? Yingshan Tianshui could not help but reveal a strand of worry. The Dark Court is from the Temporal Temple. They might come down. Lin Fei returned to the Yanhuang world continent. When he appeared again, Lin Fei was immediately recognized by others. Everyone looked at him in a different way. The news has probably spread. Lin Fei did not stop them from spreading the news. This matter could not be stopped. Lin Fei did not care. If it spread, then let it spread. As long as those material realm masters did not cause trouble, he had nothing to worry about. May I ask if you are Sir Lin Fei? The moment Lin Fei came out, someone immediately came to welcome him. My old ancestor wishes to invite Lin Fei to my humble home as a guest. The person who came was respectful without the slightest bit of arrogance. Your old ancestor? Yanhuang ancestor. The person said. An invitation from a material realm master. This caused everyone's eyes to turn red. Yanhuang ancestor was the strongest expert in the Yanhuang world continent, and an invincible expert in the Zhangdeqian world. He usually did not care about worldly affairs. To be invited by an invincible expert was a great honor. An invincible expert's invitation. Lin Fei did not reject it. I just returned from the 10,000 realm battlefield. Let me rest for a few days before I personally visit. I hope old ancestor can forgive me. Lin Fei said indifferently. The person who came didn't dare to say anything. This was the first place winner of the 10,000 realm group battle. He had a peak-level emperor treasure and a protective secret technique. Only an invincible expert could suppress him. Alright, I will pass the message. Oh, Yanhuang Palace. Under a pavilion. Old ancestor, that brat is too untactful. You are an invincible expert, and he actually wants to rest for a few days before coming. He really thinks too highly of himself. He really thinks that he is an invincible expert. A middle-aged man said with a sullen face. Sitting in the pavilion was a white-haired old man, leisurely drinking tea. Your mentality is not good. Yanhuang ancestor laughed. He was able to kill Zhan Rongguang, who had a peak-level emperor treasure, and even has a protective secret technique. He is not an invincible expert, but he is still an invincible existence. Do you think that invincible expert would put down his face to deal with a junior? It is normal for him to be a little arrogant. The middle-aged man was the patriarch of this generation, Yanhua. Hearing the old ancestor's words, Yanhua had to admit that the other party had a strength that surpassed everyone else. He knew that he could not kill an expert with a peak-level emperor treasure. The ancient wasteland world is really lucky. Yanhua was still slightly uncomfortable. Such a genius has appeared. The white-haired old man put down his cup and said indifferently, You still can't understand why the old ancestor would invite him over as a guest. Yanhua really did not understand. Old ancestor, please enlighten me. You have a small view. Yanhuang ancestor laughed. Lin Fei is only a step away from being an invincible ranker. If we old fellows don't make a move, not many people can compete with him. This is not the main point. You must know the ancient wasteland realm does not have a material realm master with his strength. Maybe in the near future, our boundless world will have another invincible ranker of the material realm master. Do you understand now? Yanhua did not think that far ahead. I was wrong. Lin Fei returned to the courtyard of the inn. Yingshan Tianshui brought people out. Dao friend Lin Fei. You have really put on a show for everyone. Yingshan Tianshui's emotions were complicated. The other party had already walked in front of him. Look. Lin Fei laughed. Yingshan Tianshui did not ask about the 10,000 world group battle. I have already arranged for a banquet. You are now a great contributor to the ancient wasteland world. Yingshan Tianshui said passionately. To be able to control the sacred martial sect, Yingshan Tianshui was clear that not long from now, perhaps in 10,000 years, the ancient wasteland world would have a material realm master. Lin Fei smiled and accepted Yingshan Tianshui's invitation. After eating and drinking, Yingshan Tianshui took the initiative to pour a cup of tea for Lin Fei. I thank you on behalf of the ancient wasteland world. Not long from now, our ancient wasteland world will also become a peak subworld within the Great Thousand Worlds. Lin Fei was very clear why the Yanhuang ancestor came to invite him. The ancient wasteland world would have a material realm master. This matter was not difficult for Lin Fei. No matter how difficult it was to go to that place, the fleshy body of a heavenly deity would naturally go there. Refining it was not difficult either, and becoming a material realm master was something that was set in stone. That year I wanted to take a step forward. What a pity after so many years. The three great emperors, including the generations of our sacred martial sect. But now, with your appearance, no one has ever become the master of a material realm. Now that you have appeared, the entire ancient wasteland world has seen hope. With a material realm master overseeing it, the ancient wasteland world is no longer a subworld. Yingshan Tianshui sighed. The pressure placed on me has lessened too. The sacred martial sect was still very useful in the ancient wasteland world. Great Emperor Guyan could sign a treaty with other great emperors because of the sacred martial sect. At that time, Great Emperor Guyan was extremely powerful, and they were evenly matched. If the sacred martial sect did not act, the other party would not lower their heads and agree. I have already killed Great Emperor Guyan, Lin Fei said. Good kill. That fellow relied on his identity as an ancient desolate beast to wreak havoc in the ancient wasteland world for such a long time. If he does not die now, there will be someone who will kill him in the future. Yingshan Tianshui clapped his hands in praise. The ancient wasteland world will be overseen by me in the future. Yingshan Tianshui was very satisfied. Chapter 2774. The individual competition of the Myriad Worlds Palace had yet to begin. A batch of super dark horses appeared before everyone's eyes. Newcomers comparable to undefeatable experts. This was a huge pressure for any genius who wanted to participate in the individual competition. Their opponents had protective secret techniques and pinnacle treasures. How could they fight? Many people guessed that once Lin Fei participated in the individual competition, he would take first place. No one would be able to stop him. Countless people felt as if a bucket of cold water had been poured over them. First place in the individual competition. Dark Horse. Yanhuang World Continent. In a courtyard, a few people looked at the news they had gathered, and their faces darkened. Now they were in big trouble. What do we do now? Number 68 frowned, his expression uncertain. How did that kid's strength skyrocket at such a crucial time? Number 68 had always placed great importance on matters related to himself, so he personally came to oversee things. Unexpectedly, the news was like a blow to his head. Lin Fei's strength had skyrocketed, and it would be easy for him to take first place. He would become the most dazzling existence in the Dark Shadow Palace. A tall tree attracts the wind. Pinnacle Emperor Treasure Dark Court. Number 68 sneered. Let's wait and see. Lin Fei stayed for a few days. During this period there was an endless stream of people who came to visit. They left a gift and left. Almost all the famous forces in the Yanhuang World Continent had come. It would be a waste not to visit and befriend such an expert with a bright future. Lin Fei could not be bothered with these things. He let others take care of these small matters while he busied himself. For example, he modified the Thousand Horizontal Emperor and Ghost Flame Emperor. After these two great emperor experts were modified, they became his most loyal servants. Lin Fei taught them the Myriad Worlds protection technique. He did not give them pinnacle emperor treasures for now. After transforming the two monarchs, Lin Fei went into seclusion. He used the limited time to refine the divine water of life in case something unexpected happened. A portion of heavenly water of life almost made Lin Fei explode. For a full 10 days, Lin Fei refined day and night before completely refining the heavenly water of life. Proud celestial body 6th layer was also completed. Compared to the first 5 levels, the 6th level was very different. The surface of the body had a gray energy revolving. similar to the myriad worlds barrier art. It was also a type of defense. Lin Fei's physical strength skyrocketed. His physical strength rose to 5th order heavenly god realm. This realm had completely exceeded Lin Fei's imagination. It was a level higher than what he had expected. This realm of the physical body could allow him to run amok in the Great Thousand World. Outyin is really amazing. His physique has the defensive strength of a 5th order heavenly god realm. Yet his aura didn't change in the slightest. This has saved us a big trouble. If Lin Fei exposed his 5th order heavenly god realm physique and strength, the whole Great Thousand World, perhaps even the Saint Spirit world, would be in an uproar. This rate of improvement was too fast. It was like riding a rocket. After the 6th layer of proud celestial body, Lin Fei was completely relieved. At this moment there really weren't many people in the vast thousand worlds that could be his match. An invincible expert of the material world master? Lin Fei could easily defeat the other party, but it was still difficult to kill the other party. The other party was already connected to the realm continent. Unless the entire realm continent was destroyed, no one could kill him. To be able to defeat the material world master and suppress the other party, Lin Fei felt that it was enough. Lin Fei did not believe that an invincible expert of the material world master would not be able to recover so easily once he was heavily injured. After coming out, Yingshan Tianshui told Lin Fei that the Yanhuang ancestors' people had come a few times. Material world master, invincible expert. It's time to pay a visit. Lin Fei was still very interested in the material world master. He was so sincere. If he did not make a trip, it would be too unkind. When Lin Fei went to visit the Yellow Flame Palace, the patriarch of the Yellow Flame Palace personally came out to welcome him, causing countless people to widen their eyes. Lin Fei's battle had shaken the Great Thousand World. The Flame Emperor would not casually come out to welcome anyone. This is treating Lin Fei like an invincible expert. Someone exclaimed. The Flame Emperor looked at the young man in front of him, who was the same age as his son, and his heart twitched. Brother Lin Fei, you really have a good method. You became famous in a single battle and the entire world knows about it. Countless geniuses have lowered their heads and lamented their inferiority. The Flame Emperor's tone was very enthusiastic. Lin Fei laughed. It's all right. The Flame Emperor flattered. Lin Fei was modest, as if they were old friends. This was the first time the disciples of the palace had seen the patriarch treat a young man like this. The ancestor is right in front. Lin Fei saw the invincible expert's material world master. The other party had a head of white hair and a rosy face. He sat under the pavilion and was slowly brewing tea. Want a cup? Yanhuang ancestor laughed. I'm just thirsty. Let's taste the ancestor's tea. I'll have a lot of face if I say it out loud. Yanhuang ancestor laughed. With just a few words, the Yanhuang ancestor was already to his liking. This kid is pretty good. The Yanhuang ancestor was an invincible ranker. Even though it was nothing in the Holy Spirit realm, it was not something that anyone would dare to offend. A material world master, unless it was a ranker of the High Lord, no one would be able to kill him. The only thing that would die would be a clone, and the enemy would fall into a nightmare. Ordinary people really wouldn't be able to talk and laugh in front of the Yanhuang ancestor. Lin Fei did it. In Lin Fei's eyes, the Yanhuang ancestor could not see any fear, only confidence on his face. Good tea, this is really good tea. After Lin Fei drank a cup, he said, the aftertaste is endless. Then let's have another cup. Lin Fei was not in a hurry either. You have a cup, I have a cup, and they chatted about everything. From time to time, laughter would come out, and it was impossible to tell that this was the first time the two experts had met. Brother Lin Fei, you've become famous in one battle, you have to be careful. When Lin Fei stood up and left, the Yanhuang ancestor said indifferently. Lin Fei squinted his eyes. Thank you for your reminder, ancestor. There are always some people in this world who are not afraid of death. I am not afraid of the heavens or the earth, but I have never killed an invincible ranker before. I don't know what it feels like to be beaten up, ha ha ha. With a laugh, Lin Fei left the Yanhuang palace. What, is it out of your expectations? The moment Lin Fei left, the Flame Emperor came in with suspicions and nodded. He really looks very ordinary. It's hard for people to associate him with that. The Yanhuang ancestor laughed. In a new era, there will naturally be a new look. That brat's strength is even stronger than this old man thought. I'm afraid those people are going to suffer a huge loss. I wonder if those old friends will vomit blood afterwards. This is impossible. The Flame Emperor frowned. Those are all invincible rancors. You'll know soon, the Yan Huang ancestor said with a mysterious expression. Lin Fei returned to the inn's courtyard. I really became famous in a single battle. The news has spread throughout the boundless world, and I've been noticed. From what Yan Huang said, someone should be making a move soon. I'm afraid that the people from the Dark Court have invited help. After going to the Yan Huang palace, Lin Fei did not gain anything. The Yan Huang ancestor revealed a lot of information. The boundless world, as a subworld of the Holy Spirit realm, is bound to have connections. The Dark Court controls a country, operates in all directions, and invites the invincible rancors of the subworld. It's not difficult at all. Lin Fei was really looking forward to the appearance of an invincible rancor. Plundering some life energy from their bodies would definitely be abnormally rich. He just didn't know which invincible rancor would make a move first. Lin Fei couldn't help but look forward to it. Yan Huang world land outside the starry sky. Are we going to kill our way in just like that? The Yan Huang ancestor will not stop us. Outside the starry sky, two people stood, one tall and one fat. They were dressed in black robes and did not have any aura fluctuations, as if they were ordinary people. In reality, these two mysterious black-robed men were both invincible rancors, the overlord of a subworld. That's true, let's work together and attack. Even if that brat has a protective technique, he might not be able to block our combined attacks. If the Yan Huang ancestor does not interfere, we will definitely be able to kill Lin Fei within 10 moves. Then let's make our move. If that brat hasn't refined the god's water of life, we'll split it in half. This deal is worth it. The two of them looked at each other and then disappeared. Yan Huang world land. It was nighttime. As the individual competition had not yet begun, the Yan Huang world land was also very lively at night, especially those big cities. Every single one of them was brightly lit, and it looked very lively. Yan Huang Palace under the pavilion. The Yan Huang ancestor opened her eyes with a complicated expression. In the end, he still made his move. Even an overlord can't defeat a single sentence from him. I wonder what kind of surprise that brat can bring. Oh. The two mysterious people, one tall and one fat, entered the Yan Huang world land. There was no need to search. The two of them arrived above Lin Fei's city. Do it. The tall mysterious man took out a treasure that emitted a terrifying peak aura. It was a peak emperor treasure, and it was a string of things that looked the same. Ding ding dang dang. This was a bracelet. Following the clanging sounds, a terrifying sound engulfed the entire city. No matter how strong an expert was under this sound, as soon as they reacted, they immediately fell into a deep sleep. The entire city became silent. In the courtyard of the inn, Yingshan Tianshui and the others also reacted. But this voice was extremely tyrannical. They did not have time to resist and fell into a deep sleep. Lin Fei, who was sitting cross-legged in the room, was immediately attacked by the sound. Endless darkness enveloped him, drowning him in circles, as though it wanted to pull him into a deep sleep. Brat die! A fat figure appeared in the room. When Lin Fei was resisting the attack of the deep sleep, the two of them were quite cooperative. The fat figure did not care about a fellow who rose up in the 10,000 Realms group war. To be able to make the two of them attack together, it could be said that they had given the brat enough face. Even the soul-suppressing bell can't block it. It really is an undeserved reputation. Unparalleled expert, humph, you are far too lacking. The fat figure slapped his palm onto Lin Fei's body. Hua hua hua. This palm was like flowing water, its power extraordinary, comparable to the power of the 7th level of the Holy Spirit realm. No matter how strong your fleshly body is, you can forget about blocking the power of this palm. If the other party had activated the protective secret technique, the fat figure might have been worried. But now that the other party had fallen into the sound of the soul-suppressing bell, he could deal with it with a single palm. And at this time, Lin Fei's eyes suddenly opened, and the corner of his mouth raised. Thunderclap. A purple light passed through the fat figure's body. Chapter 2775. A mocking voice rang out. You didn't fall for it. The fat figure retreated a few steps, and blood flowed from the corner of his mouth. The power of a Saint Spirit Level 8 secret technique, especially a sound wave attack, is indeed hard to defend against. Lin Fei shook his head. Unfortunately, this is useless against me. With a wave of his hand he punched out. Proud Heaven Level 6 erupted. Hua hua hua. The fat figure did not expect the other party's physical strength to be so strong. Like a monstrous wave, the fat figure was crushed into pieces. In terms of physical strength, no one in the Great Thousand Worlds could compete with him. If these two invincible experts were in their own world, their physical bodies would not have collapsed so quickly. But this was the Yan Huang world, and the one who came to kill Lin Fei was only a clone. This was already a great honor for Lin Fei. The fat figure reformed, and his face was filled with shock. How can he be so strong? He can destroy my physical body in one move. For an invincible expert like him, as long as he had life energy, he could hold on. But a casual attack from the other party had used up 20% of his life energy. This damage was too terrifying. The fat figure turned and ran. What a joke. He had used up 20% of his life energy in one move. If he did it a few more times, this clone would be wasted. You want to leave? Have you asked for my permission? Lin Fei waved his hand again, and with a loud rumble, he pressed forward. The fat figure collapsed again. If he was in someone else's territory, Lin Fei would not have the ability to do so. But in other world continents, Lin Fei had the ability to destroy heaven and earth with a wave of his hand. The moment the fat figure collapsed, Lin Fei plundered it wantonly. He was indeed strong. In the sky above the city, the tall man activated the soul calming bell. This pinnacle emperor treasure, combined with the tall man's strength, could release the requiem and kill the other party without a sound. In the Yan Huang world, they did not dare to act recklessly. No one was willing to offend an invincible expert, and at the same level at that. If they did, the world they were in would definitely be in chaos. The tall man only hypnotized them. He blocked it. The tall man's requiem was aimed at Lin Fei so that others could kill Lin Fei quietly. Let's go. The fat figure rushed out. He was in a sorry state and his face was pale. Leave. The tall man was startled. They were invincible experts. What was there to be afraid of? Could a mere Lin Fei eat them? Pung. As soon as he finished speaking, the fat figure exploded. What's going on? The tall man's heart skipped a beat. His eyes widened as a bad premonition arose in his mind. Could it be that the Yan Huang ancestor made a move? The tall man continued to activate the requiem. It can't be him. Yan Huang ancestor doesn't dare to offend them. Let me help you. The fat figure fled for his life, not caring about anyone else. Otherwise, this clone of his would definitely die. To a material world lord, losing a powerful clone was still an extremely heart-wrenching thing. Destroy. Another wave of terrifying power swept over and engulfed the fat figure once again. This time, the fat silhouette did not condense its body, and the remaining life energy was completely plundered. It's your turn. In the air, Lin Fei's figure walked out. You actually killed him. The tall man understood that this Lin Fei was even more terrifying than he had imagined. One of the invincible expert's clones was killed just like that, without any ability to resist. You dare. Why wouldn't I dare? Lin Fei shook his head. Hua hua hua. Endless power crushed over, passing through the tall man's body, causing him to sway. Thunderclap. Lin Fei passed through. The tall man's body collapsed. This is definitely not the physical strength of a third-order great emperor. It's impossible. The tall man cried out. Just as he was about to condense it, another wave of energy crushed over, causing it to collapse once again. After 5 times, the tall man's figure completely disappeared, leaving behind a pile of things on the ground. Not bad, another peak emperor treasure. Lin Fei waved his hand and kept all of them. The clones of invincible experts should all have the strength of a peak great emperor. On their own realm continent they should be able to continuously absorb energy, but on other people's realm continent they should be suppressed. The power of my prideful heaven stage 6 is not inferior to a powerful secret technique killing move. No wonder they can't block it. Lin Fei shook his head and turned to return to the inn's courtyard. Yan Huang Palace under the pavilion. Yan Huang ancestor sucked in a breath of cold air, her scalp going numb. After a long time she regained her senses. The clone of an invincible expert was killed just like that. His power is too strong, destroying his body in a single move, and at the same time there seems to be other secret techniques involved. The clone of two invincible experts were destroyed just like that. It's really hard to imagine. From the moment they met, Yan Huang ancestor had felt that Lin Fei was very dangerous. This was the intuition of an expert. The only thing he did not expect was that Lin Fei's strength was far beyond his imagination. He did not even need to make a move to cause the clones of the two invincible experts to suffer. They were probably going to vomit blood right now. Old friend, you guys have suffered a huge loss. Each of you has a clone and you have to spend a lot of resources to cultivate it. You even lost a peak emperor treasure, so they won't be able to kill Lin Fei in the future. Yan Huang ancestor could see it clearly. The clone of the invincible expert was no longer a match for Lin Fei. The main body made a move? He might not be able to kill Lin Fei. The divine water of life is indeed magical. The reason why Lin Fei has such a powerful physical body is probably because of the divine water of life. I really wonder what kind of body training technique he is cultivating. That night everything was calm. The exchange between the three of them was too fast. No one noticed the fall of the two invincible experts' clones. When Yingshan Tianshui woke up the next day, he thought about the surprise attack last night and broke out in a cold sweat. Only after checking did he feel completely at ease. Seeing the spirited Lin Fei, Yingshan Tianshui was relieved. Maybe he had been affected. Yingshan Tianshui thought like this, so he naturally did not ask Lin Fei. In the next few days, Lin Fei was not attacked again. Two invincible experts and two peak emperor treasures. Lin Fei's harvest was not small, but it was a pity that no one dared to come again. It was a pity that there were a few less peak emperor treasures. Those invincible experts did not come, but the people from the Yan Huang ancestor came and brought a piece of news. They want to redeem the peak emperor treasure. Lin Fei laughed. The two peak emperor treasures both had special uses. If an ordinary person were to use them, they would only be able to unleash 50% of their power, but in the hands of a true person, they would be able to unleash 100% of their power. Tell them to come and talk among themselves. Lin Fei sent them away. The peak emperor treasure was useless to Lin Fei. Now that his proud heaven had reached the 6th realm, his strength was astonishing, and any random attack was not any weaker than the peak emperor treasure. When the Yan Huang ancestors' men returned with a message, below the pavilion sat two people. One was tall, the other was fat, and their expressions were ugly. You guys, you've suffered quite a bit this time. Yan Huang ancestor laughed. I lost a clone for nothing. If word of this were to spread, the entire boundless world would be in an uproar. The Dark Court tricked me, Zhan Rongguang tricked me. The tall man was a middle-aged man called the Shanqian ancestor. He had originally thought that it was a small matter, but who would have thought that it would be a huge pit? At this time the Shanqian ancestor hated the Dark Court. The boundless world was a subworld. Cultivating a clone would consume countless resources, so it was fine. However, that soul-suppressing bell was something he had obtained from the Holy Spirit realm. He had paid a huge price and no matter what, he had to get it back. After all, it was very difficult to find a suitable peak emperor treasure. The fat figure beside him was a round fatty. He looked like a Maitreya Buddha and was called the Thunder Sound Ancestor. That brat sure has guts. Does he want us to go personally? The two of them were not happy with the Dark Court, and were also not happy with Lin Fei. Even if he was unhappy, he had no choice but to come to the Yan Huang ancestor's place, wanting the Yan Huang ancestor to be the middleman. The last time they attacked Lin Fei at night, the two of them had suffered heavy losses and had nowhere to cry to. Fortunately, the news did not spread, and if they were to go and ask for treasures again, they would not dare to go even if they had 100 guts. Lin Fei's power was too tyrannical. Their clones couldn't even withstand a few hits before they were finished. Right now, they could only look for the Yan Huang ancestor to be the middleman and try to persuade Lin Fei. Lin Fei is not a person who is easy to talk to. The Dark Court is such a big power, he killed them just like that. You guys are really something. Yan Huang ancestor shook her head. You guys have to make a trip there personally. However, don't worry. This old man will accompany you. That brat will still give me face. Yan Huang ancestor said with a serious expression on her face, but she was secretly laughing in her heart. These old friends of hers, all of them had their eyes on the top of their heads. This time they had finally tasted what pain was. Revenge? Their clones didn't have that ability at all. Unless that day, Lin Fei would go to their realm continent. At that time, relying on the power of his original body, the power of the realm continent would be able to defeat Lin Fei. It was difficult now. Thank you, fellow Taoist Yan Huang. The two of them cupped their hands in thanks. There's no time to lose, let's go over now. Yan Huang ancestor stood up. The three of them arrived at the inn's courtyard. Fellow Taoist Lin Fei, this old man is here. The three of them appeared in the courtyard and restrained their auras. Lin Fei's courtyard was very quiet. With Lin Fei's current status, no one would disturb such an expert. What kind of wind is this to have blown fellow Taoist Yan Huang here? Lin Fei came out with a smile, choosing to ignore the tall and fat duo. Yan Huang ancestor laughed bitterly. This old man is here to be the peacemaker. This is the Shun Qian ancestor, and this is the Lei Yin ancestor. Lin Fei laughed mischievously. The two of you are quite fast. If you were a little later, I would have brought those things to the Dark Shadow Palace to sell. I heard that the Peak Emperor treasure is quite popular. You dare? The Shun Qian ancestor shouted. You're threatening me. Come at me, do you believe that I won't let this clone of yours stay here? Lin Fei sneered, a cold light flashed. I don't believe that without this clone, you can still continue to create it. No matter how many resources you have, you won't be able to withstand this kind of consumption. Chapter 2776. The reason why the Yan Huang ancestor brought two invincible rankers here was to redeem the Peak Emperor treasure. If this thing was in the Dark Shadow Palace and they wanted to buy it, they would have to spend a lot of money. Especially now that they had lost one of their doppelgangers, it would be very costly to cultivate it again. If they were not careful, they would suffer great losses. The two of them suppressed their anger. In this place, they really did not dare to make a move against Lin Fei. As mentioned earlier, even if the two of them worked together, they would only be sending themselves to death. This was especially so since they had lost their Peak Emperor grade secret treasures. They would not be able to withstand more than a few attacks from Lin Fei. Let Yan Huang ancestor make a move? Whether or not he could suppress Lin Fei was still an unknown. Yan Huang ancestor might not agree to such a request. It's easy to get the Peak Emperor artifact back. I need something similar to the divine water of life that can strengthen one's physical body. Bring 10 portions to me each. I don't want to know the price, but I want every portion to be equal. As long as I'm satisfied, I can return the Peak Emperor artifact to you. Shun Qian Leizu and Sonic Thunder ancestors' expressions darkened. This was extortion in the form of eating fruits. Each of these rare treasures would definitely be worth more than 100 million heaven crystals. 10 of them would cost 1 billion heaven crystals, and that was just a small number. Yan Huang ancestor became a transparent person. You guys chat, I won't talk. In the battle that night, Yan Huang ancestor had clearly seen that within this seemingly ordinary body, there was a terrifying power. Think about it carefully. If you don't get it within a month, I'll put it up for sale in the Dark Shadow Palace. Yan Huang ancestor and the other two left the courtyard. Sigh. Looking at their departing figures, Yan Huang ancestor shook her head. This is not a small price to pay. Who asked you to not know what's good for you and lose a doppelganger? Serves you right. Yan Huang ancestor believed that the two of them would swallow it even if they broke their teeth. They could not afford to lose a Peak Emperor grade secret treasure. Just as the Yan Huang ancestor had thought, even though the two of them had a lot of resentment, in order to redeem the Peak Emperor treasure, they had no choice but to lower their heads. They were invincible experts of the material realm lord. And the doppelganger technique could only cultivate a clone. Now that he had lost a clone, he had to cultivate a new one and accumulate a large amount of resources. This time they really went for wool and came home shorn. The two of them had no choice but to collect rare treasures. They had no choice but to agree to Lin Fei's conditions. It was rare to see a Peak Emperor grade secret treasure. One had to pay a price to obtain one. The Peak Emperor grade secret treasures of the two unparalleled experts were very suitable for them. If they did not bring them back, their strength would be greatly affected. This was something they could not bear. Each person had 10 sets of rare and precious body tempering materials. Lin Fei believed that they would. If they did not come in a month, he did not mind sending them to Dark Shadow Palace. It would not be a problem for him to get 1 billion heaven crystals. Once they were in Dark Shadow Palace's hands, not everyone could buy them back. Sure enough, when the 1-month deadline was approaching, the two of them arrived. He had brought 10 sets of rare and precious body tempering materials. Lin Fei personally inspected them and returned the 2 Peak Emperor grade secret treasures. I don't mind if you guys come again. I'll be waiting for you at any time. Lin Fei said to the two, leaving with a smile. Bastard! The two of them almost fell down. One more time. Forget it. When they thought about Lin Fei's terrifying strength, they realized that their physical bodies weren't weak either. However, in front of his strength they were like ants. 1 year later, the Yanhuang world was still very lively. The day of the individual competition was approaching. Almost every individual competition would be a year after the 10,000 realm team battle. No one knew the exact date, but everyone knew that it was approaching. Daoist Lin Fei, this time, the first place of the individual competition is definitely yours. Number 130 came early. After Lin Fei made a name for himself in that battle, number 130 was all smiles. The Palace Master of the Dark Shadow Palace branch already knows your name. As long as you pass the test, you will immediately be a disciple of the Dark Shadow Palace. With this identity, no one will dare to touch you. To be able to single-handedly defeat countless teams in the last round and obtain first place, one's strength would make him an unparalleled expert in the vast thousand worlds, even if there was a gap. Number 130 now valued the individual competition more than anyone else. This was something he had unearthed himself. I heard that some geniuses from the Saint Spirit realm gave up on the individual competition after hearing that you killed Zhan Rongguang of the Dark Court. Number 130 said excitedly. In this individual competition, no one can pose a threat to you. The individual competition of the Myriad Worlds Palace begins today. The majestic voice instantly spread throughout the great thousand worlds. Everyone stopped what they were doing. They looked in the direction of the Yanhuang world. Who knew how long they had waited for this day? Even though many people had lost confidence in first place, they were still very motivated for the following rankings. They could not fight for first place, but they could fight for second, third, or even the top 10. The individual competition rewards were placed at the 50th place. This was also an opportunity. Beams of Jingguang shot out and landed on the Yanhuang world continent. All the cultivators participating in the individual competition were lured into the Myriad Worlds Palace. On a huge starry sky plaza. Those who were lured stood on the Starry Sky Plaza. Before long, the Starry Sky Plaza was filled with experts from the vast thousand worlds. Everyone was very vigilant, as though they would fight at the slightest sign of trouble. There are more than 10 times more people participating in the individual competition than the 10,000 worlds team battle. Lin Fei glanced around and had a rough idea of the number of people. With so many people here, I wonder how many can last till the end. I'm afraid many will be sent away in the first round. Lin Fei understood the individual competition. The first round was the elimination round, an assessment from the Myriad Worlds Palace. No matter how many people came after the first round, only 10,000 would be left. These 10,000 would be the elites of the vast thousand worlds, and they would have a chance to fight for first place in the individual competition. It's here. Not long after, a cold and familiar voice sounded. In the first round, the 10,000 who can last the longest will successfully enter the second round and begin the long challenge tournament. As the cold and emotionless voice fell, a Sanskrit sound was played. As soon as the Sanskrit sound came out, everyone on the Starry Sky Plaza changed their expressions. Those who used treasures began to resist the invasion of the Sanskrit sound. Waves of Sanskrit sound followed closely, and its power continued to increase. Hua hua hua! One by one the seats became empty. After falling down, they were teleported out, losing the chance to participate in the challenge tournament. This Sanskrit sound is really not simple. Its power is also increasing. I'm afraid it will eventually reach the Saint Soul level 9. Or even the Saint Soul level 10. The Sanskrit sound could not get close to Lin Fei, as it was shattered the moment it got close. Half a day later, more than half of the people were teleported out. For example, the area around Lin Fei had become empty. The power of the Sanskrit sound was also increasing, and now it had the power of the Saint Soul level 7. As long as one could not withstand it and fell down, they would be teleported out immediately. Lin Fei observed for a while. There were still many experts in the vast thousand worlds, and many of them could withstand the invasion of the Sanskrit sound without relying on treasures. The power of the Saint Soul level 8 secret technique is coming. Another wave of Sanskrit sound came. Oh, I can't lose. I can't take it anymore. I really can't take it anymore. Just a little more soon. Everyone tried their best to resist, but still could not withstand this wave of attack. Ha ha ha. I'm in the 10,000th place, ha ha ha. One person was teleported out. Just as he was unwilling to give up, he noticed that he was teleported to another space square. At the same time, his name appeared on a ranking list at the 10,000th place. Tears of joy rolled down his cheeks. The duration of this test would determine the fate of countless people. Lin Fei activated a protective barrier, so it wasn't too strenuous for him to withstand the attacks. After this wave, there are less than 2,000 people left. Lin Fei looked around, but it was not over yet. The next test came. The power of the Saint Soul level 9. After this wave, less than 30 people could endure. There were only 28 people left. Everyone's expression was solemn. Even though it was a test, they still gave it their all. Could it be that they want to take the first place? Maybe there's a reward? Lin Fei thought to himself, joy rising in his heart. If it's true, I'll gladly accept this first place. Proud Heaven was a fifth-order heavenly god realm cultivator. Even without a protective barrier, Lin Fei could endure it. However, he didn't want to expose himself, so he could only use a protective barrier to deceive them. This should be the last wave. The power of a Saint Soul level 10. Lin Fei faced it head-on. Circulating his physical strength, he shattered the Brahman hymn, but some of it still entered his mind, forming the silhouette of a towering figure. When the others encountered the Saint Soul level 10's Brahman hymn, they barely lasted a few breaths' time before they were teleported out. The top 28 names were announced. That's Lin Fei, right? Too strong. If he can endure a little longer, he'll be in the top 5. Last 2. He's in the first place. Lin Fei was paying close attention to the results. When the second person was teleported out, Lin Fei gave up resisting and was teleported out as well. First place, Lin Fei. On another public square, 10,000 people revealed joyful expressions because they had passed the first round and had a chance to obtain the rewards left behind by the Myriad Worlds Palace. Lin Fei appeared on the public square. More than a dozen powerful divine senses swept over him. These people were the ones who persisted till the end. They had already regarded Lin Fei as their strongest opponent. His fame had spread across the great thousand worlds. In the first round, no one doubted his ability to last till the end. The power of a Saint Soul level 10 expert wasn't easy to withstand. One of them had eyebrows as sharp as swords, one black and one white. His sword intent was overbearing as he stared fixedly at Lin Fei. Lin Fei, I'll defeat you. That person transmitted his voice. Lin Fei ignored him. That person's aura was powerful, but how could he compare to an unparalleled expert? Brother Flying Snow, what level do you think that brat's strength has reached? I don't think he has the combat strength of a heavenly god. Not far away, a white-robed middle-aged man transmitted. You have considerable attainments in the soul level. I never thought that he would be able to last longer than you. The young man with the overbearing sword intent was none other than Nangong Feishue. He was a sword cultivator who had grasped a powerful sword Tao Saint Spirit secret technique. His combat strength was second to none, and at the same time, he was quite outstanding in the Tao of Soul. He's just a little luckier than me. Nangong Feishue felt that he was just lacking by a little. The first round is nothing. The following arena competition is the most important. Nangong Feishue did not really care about not being first. Even though Lin Fei's fame was huge, and even Yan Huang ancestor had come to invite him, Nangong Feishue did not care. He was just an unparalleled expert, so what was that? He was just arrogant in this world. He was a disciple of Single Sword Paragon. Brother Flying Snow will definitely get first place. How can the fleshly body of a great emperor not withstand the might of your sword? That person continued transmitting. The individual competition of the Myriad Realms Palace was very fair. Nangong Feishua was not worried at all that a celestial god ranker would come in. The Great Thousand World would not allow a celestial god ranker to exist either. As long as Lin Fei met him, he would definitely use the sword in his hand to defeat a person who came from a small place. In the sky above the Starry Sky Plaza, many arenas appeared. There were a total of 5,000 arenas, one after another. Every single one of them had a defensive array. Lin Fei was still cursing in his heart. There's actually no reward for first place. How stingy. It's good to have a few drops of Origin Energy Divine Liquid. After cursing in his heart, Lin Fei looked at the arena above. This fellow who created the individual competition of the Myriad Realms is not a slow person either. He condensed 5,000 arenas in one go. Interesting, I like it. The corner of Lin Fei's mouth raised. He thought that he would waste time here. This time he was only here to get the first place God Water of Life. Streams of energy guided everyone onto the stage. No one knew how they matched up. Lin Fei's opponent was not a great emperor, but a physique cultivator with a rank 11 physique. Without Lin Fei making a move, his opponent left obediently. What a sharp sword technique. He killed his opponent with a single strike. How ruthless. Lin Fei noticed that the person in second place was called Nangong Feishua. Nangong Feishua killed his opponent with a single strike of sword chi. When Lin Fei looked over, Nangong Feishua also looked over. There weren't many battles like Lin Fei and Nangong Feishua that ended so quickly. Every time a battle ended, one could rest for a year. Such a battle would consume a lot of energy. Lin Fei calculated that it wouldn't take long for the individual competition to end. He wasn't too interested in it now. First place, Lin Fei second place, Nangong Feishua third place. Kongming one by one the rankings came out. Every time Lin Fei fought he was fast. One punch, one palm, all done. No one had forced him to use his defensive technique. Lin Fei maintained his position as number one. Nangong Feishua was in second place. He always killed with a single sword. No one could defend against his sword. It was extremely strange, but it was also extremely domineering. With a single slash it could destroy all life. It seemed to possess the aura of destruction and death. The third place didn't change. It was still Kong Ming. Chapter 2777. Myriad World Palace, Individual Competition. On the banner, Lin Fei was the leader. With a punch and a palm he swept away all the experts in the Great Thousand World. Among the 10 positions behind him, Nangong Feishua was always in second place. He only used one sword to kill people. Kong Ming was in third place. The 4th to 10th places were constantly changing. The following 100 names were also changing all the time. The highlight of this individual competition is Lin Fei, Nangong Feishua, and Kong Ming. Whoever loses a match will definitely lose their ranking. Yeah, I wonder who will last till the end. I'm really looking forward to it. I think it's most likely Lin Fei. Lin Fei became famous after one battle. A genius who defeated his opponent by luck. Everyone's attention was on the 3 of them. One move was enough to determine the winner. How powerful were they? They secretly prayed that they wouldn't meet the 3 of them. If they met them, they wouldn't have any chance of winning. If they met Lin Fei, they could still survive. If they met Nangong Feishua, they would really lose their lives. Lin Fei became the most benevolent person in the individual competition week. Although he lost his spot when he met Lin Fei, he could still survive. Although they didn't like Lin Fei, they still liked meeting Lin Fei. At the same time, they felt disgusted with the ruthless Nangong Feishua. The individual competition continued. Lin Fei was always in the lead and ranked first. During this period he met several people in the top 100. When he met Lin Fei, he used all his strength but was still defeated with one punch. The power in the arena was unstoppable. Time passed year by year. The number of people who could stay to participate decreased year by year. Everyone was getting closer and closer to the top 100. Everyone was persevering. Soon the 100th place appeared. I'm finally in the 100th place. That genius from the great thousand world cried tears of joy. At this point, even if he couldn't advance any further, he would still be able to obtain the divine yuan energy liquid as a reward. He left. If he continued, he would definitely die. The rankings came out one by one. Everyone was filled with joy. They finally made it to the top 100. Another round began. Lin Fei arrived at the arena. Over the years, no matter who Lin Fei faced, he would only attack once. There were even times when he didn't need to attack, as his opponent would take the initiative to admit defeat and give up. Lin Fei, you cannot defeat me. Before Lin Fei made a move, the opponent said arrogantly, I'm a candidate for the Dark Shadow Palace. If you let me go, I can give you a generous reward. Then you'd better leave. Lin Fei shook his head, and his power surged out. The opponent would be obliterated by the power. The Dark Shadow Palace's assessment disciple is really bold. His ranking had risen to 30. There was almost no change in the top 10. In the next round, he would meet a powerful opponent. One more round and he would be in the top 15. Lin Fei was the calmest person on the scene. Now that his strength had skyrocketed, there wasn't much to see in this individual competition. No one could stop him from taking first place and obtaining the divine water of life. A new round began. Lin Fei's opponent was very powerful. No matter how powerful his opponent was, he was defeated by Lin Fei's star-plucking moon. On the other side, Nangong Feishue also killed his opponent with a single sword strike. One by one, the contestants were eliminated. His ranking dropped all the way to 10th place. Lin Fei faced Kong Ming, who was ranked 3rd. I really want to know the gap between us. Kong Ming was very calm. Sure. Lin Fei used Thunderclap Leap and Kong Ming admitted defeat. I hope that the next time we meet in the Saint Spirit domain, you will be stronger than me. Kong Ming left, leaving behind these words. At this point, the winner of the final round had already been decided. Lin Fei versus Nangong Feishue, an expert from the Great Thousand Cosmos, a genius from the Saint Spirit domain, and a disciple of a supremacy, were finally facing each other. Nangong Feishue laughed. Originally, I thought that it wouldn't be difficult to take first place. I didn't expect you to be a dark horse. It's really surprising. Here's your chance. If you defeat me, you'll be first. Lin Fei laughed. If you lose, you'll really become a joke. I won't lose. Nangong Feishue's entire body was like a sharp long sword. Buzz! The long sword was unsheathed. The entire arena was filled with layers of sword shadows. Myriad World Protection Technique. Nangong Feishue's attacks were all blocked by a faint layer of flowing light. It's indeed very powerful. You're still lacking if you want to break through my Myriad World's Protection Technique. Lin Fei had to admit that the sword technique of this disciple of his High Lord was very powerful. It was no wonder that he could defeat his opponent with a single sword strike. Myriad World Protection Technique. Nangong Feishue's expression changed. You're really lucky to have obtained a protective secret technique. Sword Light Drill. Another sword stab came, forming a revolving force. It was like a sharp awl, smashing into the flowing light, continuously shattering the protective flowing light and opening up a hole. This fellow actually grasped a sword technique at the 9th level of the Divine Soul. It's rather destructive and terrifying. Lin Fei had the Myriad World's protection art on the surface, but in reality, his physical body was the strongest. Lin Fei, you won't be able to block this move. Nangong Feishue revealed a look of joy. The defense of Nangong Feishue's Myriad World Protection Technique wasn't very strong. How could it block a killing move at the 9th level of the Divine Soul? Is that so? The sword light drill broke through the surface of the flowing light, but its power did not diminish. At this moment, Lin Fei extended his hand and made an ordinary grabbing motion. The sword light drill exploded with terrifying power and continued to produce destructive power. However, Lin Fei's palm was as hard as a boulder. The surface of his body was not damaged and he easily blocked Nangong Feishue's strongest killing move. Lin Fei casually threw a punch and his arm expanded. Nangong Feishue's heart skipped a beat. He unsheathed his sword and slashed at Nangong Feishue's arm. The flowing light on the surface of his body blocked the attack. Nangong Feishue attacked dozens of times but was still unable to block the attack. Boom! His fist landed on Nangong Feishua's body. You have a protective technique, but so do I. Nangong Feishua's body also produced a flowing light that formed a defensive barrier. Nangong Feishua revealed a proud look. You're not the only one in this world with a protective technique. But your protective technique isn't good enough. As soon as he finished speaking, Nangong Feishua's protective technique was broken with a single punch. The punch landed on Nangong Feishua's body and destroyed his entire body. All the life energy stored in his flesh and cells was also plundered by Lin Fei. My strength isn't something that you can contend against. Do you really think that you can defeat me with just a protective technique and a secret skill at the 9th level of the Saint Soul level? Chapter 2778. Yanhuang World. Everyone was paying attention to the latest news. The last round, Lin Fei versus Nangong Feishua. I wonder who will win. After the appearance of the dark horse Lin Fei, everyone was certain of one thing. Lin Fei had a high chance of taking first place in the individual competition. The power displayed by a physique cultivator was rather terrifying. Especially this physique cultivator who had a pinnacle emperor treasure and a defensive skill. With the perfect combination, who could be a match for him? Nangong Feishua isn't out. Lin Fei doesn't seem to be out either. Congratulations, you've won the individual competition. After defeating Nangong Feishua, Lin Fei heard the voice as he wished. First place. A surge of power pulled Lin Fei away. Lin Fei was used to it and gave up resisting. Under the guidance of the power, he came to a palace. Kid, you're not bad. You've won first place this time. Before Lin Fei could stand still, an unfamiliar voice sounded in his ear. Who are you? Lin Fei looked around. Under the system's scan, he could not find any trace of the other party. It was as if he did not exist. Who I am is not important. The voice was calm. You are the most talented person in the great 1,000 worlds in the past 1,000,000 years. Every talented champion will come to the Myriad Worlds Palace. Lin Fei was on guard and secretly looked around. The palace door was empty. Soon Lin Fei saw something different. On the left and right sides of the palace, there were statues of different shapes. However, they all had one thing in common. They were all majestic and domineering. The statues here are the previous Myriad Worlds Palace Masters. The voice said. As for why they're here one day in the future, perhaps you will be qualified to know. Hua! Lin Fei was sent out of the Myriad Worlds Palace and appeared in the starry sky. Heavenly Water of Life. Along with it, a portion of Heavenly Water of Life appeared. Your talent isn't bad. One portion of Divine Water of Life and one portion of Origin Silver Sand. Lin Fei waved his hand and put away the gifts. The extra gift surprised him. Was this gift given to him because he had a good impression of him? Doubts flashed through Lin Fei's mind. After Lin Fei came out, the huge golden palace disappeared from everyone's sight. No one knew where the Myriad Worlds Palace went. There were even people who specifically locked onto the Myriad Worlds Palace. But at this moment all connections were lost. Yes, all of them disappeared. The Myriad Worlds Palace had completely disappeared. Lin Fei won. In the Yanhuang world, countless gazes fell on Lin Fei in the starry sky. At this moment Lin Fei became the most dazzling existence. In the courtyard of the inn, Yingshan Tianshui was very happy. Our ancient wasteland world has finally produced an amazing genius. The champion of the Myriad Worlds Palace. Lin Fei is going to be a hot commodity soon. No one knew better than him that to be able to obtain first place in both the group battle and the individual battle was something that had never happened before. The Myriad Worlds Palace had never had such a champion before. Any faction would take a liking to such a body transformation powerhouse, and they would definitely try to recruit Lin Fei. In the future, he would definitely become a top-tier powerhouse, and it was quite possible that he would become a Supreme Lord powerhouse. That's great. Double champion in the Myriad Worlds Palace. Number 130 was extremely excited. It was unimaginable that such a talent had appeared in his hands. Number 130 had never thought that such a good thing would happen to him. Double champion in the Myriad Worlds Palace for 1,000,000 years. What an honor that was. After being happy for a while, number 130's face suddenly tensed up. I have to inform the Palace Lords of the Myriad Realms Palace immediately. Since the Myriad Realms Palace is ranked first twice, Lin Fei's contract has been broken. Those forces from the Saint Spirit domain are probably eyeing Lin Fei now. Number 130 immediately took out his communication device. Palace Master Lin Fei, who I am in charge of, has obtained first place in the team competition and first place in the individual competition in the Myriad Worlds Palace. The Myriad Worlds Palace disappeared, but everyone's eyes were on Lin Fei. This time the most monstrous existence in the Myriad Worlds Palace. All the geniuses from the Saint Spirit world had been killed. Lin Fei's name once again spread throughout the boundless world. It was simply unimaginable for a single person to obtain 2 portions of God's water of life. One portion was extremely precious, and now it had become 2 portions. After the Yan Huang ancestor disappeared from the Myriad Worlds Palace, she held a grand banquet for Lin Fei, the newcomer, to celebrate the appearance of an extraordinary genius in the boundless world. Lin Fei did not refuse. Since the Yan Huang ancestor had released her good intentions, Lin Fei naturally gave her face as well. During this period of time, several invincible rankers patriarchs came. Everyone chatted happily and countless people went crazy. Lin Fei was now in the same position as the invincible rankers. After the banquet ended, when Lin Fei returned to the ancient wasteland realm, the Yan Huang ancestor personally came to send him off, giving him enough face. After returning to the ancient wasteland realm, Yingshan Tianshui invited Lin Fei to stay in the sacred martial school for a short period of time. Lin Fei tactfully rejected and returned to the Emperor's Peak. Congratulations, you are now famous in the boundless world. Returning to the Emperor's Peak, Lin Fei saw Qin Lan. The current Qin Lan was a very popular person in the Demon God Empire. As Lin Fei's position continued to rise, even an ordinary great emperor like the Demon God Emperor had to flatter Qin Lan. Your man is the strongest. A mere double first place is nothing. Lin Fei hugged Qin Lan. Dark Shadow Palace. Number 130 was also summoned back at the first possible moment. Inside the Dark Palace, the Palace Master's expression was solemn. He really wanted to slap number 130 to death. You clearly know that Lin Fei has potential. Why didn't you report it in advance? Why did you have to tell me after he displayed his divine might? Palace Master Luo Xian was extremely unhappy. The news that a powerful genius had appeared in the Myriad World Palace began to spread throughout the Saint Spirit world and entered the ears of the big sections. Especially since he was a body refinement expert. 2 portions of God's water of life could completely create a heavenly God stage expert, if the potential was a little better. In the Dark Shadow Palace, experts were as common as the clouds, but they were all experts in the aspect of Emperor intent. The number of body refinement experts on the side was indeed not many. A body refinement expert like Lin Fei would be liked by any sect. If he grew up, his killing power would be extremely shocking. Everyone was clear about this point. Now their Dark Shadow Palace branch had missed an opportunity. Palace Master Luo Xian didn't know what to say. The higher-ups would definitely blame him, and he really couldn't say anything. Number 130 lowered his head and trembled. Palace Master, I really didn't do it on purpose. I didn't expect it either. Palace Master Luo Xian snorted coldly. Remember this first. If Lin Fei is snatched away by other sects, you will be punished by the higher-ups. Now tell me about Lin Fei. I want to know everything. Chapter 2779. Ancient Wasteland Emperor's Peak. Ever since returning from the Yan Huang world, Lin Fei had been staying on Emperor's Peak. During this time Lin Fei had refined the godly water of life, and successfully raised his Prideful Heaven 6th layer to Prideful Heaven 7th layer. Just his physical defense alone had reached the 6th order heavenly god realm. Other than refining the godly water of life, Lin Fei had also studied the special reward, the godly Yuan Force Sand. Back at the Dark Shadow Palace, he had scanned through all the books. This was a very special resource in the universe. Other than the top sects, it was not popular outside. The one in the Myriad Worlds Palace was definitely a top existence in the Saint Spirit world. The greatest use of this thing was to temper one's physique. Lin Fei did not use the godly Yuan Force Sand. This thing was too precious. It was by far the most precious thing he had. Now that his physical body was strong, he did not need to refine it. Not long after refining the godly water of life, number 130 arrived. Fellow Taoist Lin Fei, this is our Dark Shadow Palace's Hall Master Luo Xian. After exchanging greetings, number 130 went straight to the point. Greetings, Hall Master Luo Xian. Lin Fei cupped his fists. Hall Master Luo Xian smiled. Fellow Taoist Lin Fei, you are really young and promising. You won first place in the Myriad Worlds Palace twice. You are the strongest generation in the Great Thousand World. You are too kind. Lin Fei chuckled. Hall Master Luo Xian had personally met Lin Fei, and he was envious. He was too young. A peak Third Order Emperor realm physique, a defensive secret skill, and a pinnacle Emperor artifact. Any one of them was worthy of envy. Such a person must be pulled into the Dark Shadow Palace. Hall Master Luo Xian secretly sized up Lin Fan. A physique cultivator has limitless potential. It should not be difficult for him to become a core disciple in the future. Hall Master Luo Xian could not bear to give up such a beautiful piece of jade. Fellow Taoist Lin Fei, let's cut to the chase. Hall Master Luo Xian did not delay any further. I would like to invite you to join the Dark Shadow Palace. With your talent and potential, as well as the heritage of our Dark Shadow Palace, there is a high chance that you will become a supremacy of the body tempering sect in the future. The other sects do not have that many body tempering sect techniques. Lin Fei was not in a hurry and listened slowly. Palace Master Luo Xian didn't think that Lin Fei would agree with just a few words. He continued, as long as you join the Dark Shadow Palace, the Dark Shadow Palace will give you a Stage 2 Heavenly Divine Weapon. At the same time, you will be allowed to choose 3 Saint Soul Level 9 secret skills, all of which are body tempering Saint Soul secret skills, as well as the Dark Shadow Palace's 10 Great Divine Physique Cultivation Techniques. Number 130 also took a deep breath. This treatment was really good. Secret techniques of the 8th layer were easy to obtain, but killing techniques of the 9th layer weren't so easy to obtain. Rewarding 3 secret techniques of the 9th layer at once was truly rich and overbearing. A Stage 2 Heavenly Divine Weapon was also relatively valuable, surpassing a pinnacle Emperor treasure. Most importantly, he could learn the Dark Shadow Palace's 10 Great Divine Physique Cultivation Techniques. This was the most important thing. Lin Fei did not reject, nor did he agree. He directly said that he needed to think about it. Palace Master Luo Xian relaxed and left his contact details before leaving. Palace Master, they're here too. They had just left Emperor Peak. Another group of people had arrived. Spacetime Court. Palace Master Luo Xian narrowed his eyes. The Spacetime Court is most proficient in the Spacetime Dao. They aren't proficient in the body tempering sect. Even if they offered better treatment, they might not be able to recruit Lin Fei. Palace Master Luo Xian was very assured about this. Brother Luo Xian, how have you been? The person who came also knew Palace Master Luo Xian. Brother Misery C, I didn't expect you to come. Misery C Palace Master was also the Palace Master closest to the ancient wasteland domain. His status was the same as Luo Xian's, and they had some interactions, but they weren't particularly familiar with each other. Haha, that's for sure. Lin Fei displayed his prowess in the Myriad World Palace and obtained first place twice. Furthermore, he did so as a body tempering sect master. Even the Saint Spirit domain knows about this. Such a good seedling must definitely be recruited. From the looks of it, Brother Luo Xian, it doesn't seem to be going too well. That's a pity. Misery C Palace Master said with a look of pity, but he was laughing in his heart. If not for the Dark Shadow Palace's branch, they wouldn't have gotten such an advantage. Palace Master Luo Xian's face darkened. He could naturally hear the sarcasm in the other party's words. This time it was indeed the Dark Shadow Palace's fault. They had lost a good seedling. The only thing that allowed Palace Master Luo Xian to remain calm was that Lin Fei wasn't recruited that easily. Lin Fei is a good seedling, but who can guarantee that we will succeed in recruiting him? Palace Master Luo Xian snorted. Perhaps it's you, perhaps it's me. Who knows? Alright, I still have matters to attend to. I'll make a move first. I won't disturb you in recruiting Lin Fei. Misery C Palace Master looked at Luo Xian's departing figure and snorted. If he's recruited by the Spacetime Court, your Dark Shadow Palace will be humiliated. Your position as palace master will probably come to an end. The Dark Shadow Palace had arrived. The Spacetime Court had arrived. The Massacre Court had arrived. The Saint Spirit Domain's top 3 factions were all interested. Apart from that, the Saint Spirit Domain's top sects had also arranged for people to come. The conditions they offered varied, but they weren't as daring as the top 3 factions. Lin Fei directly eliminated all the factions that weren't the top 3 factions. From Lin Fei's point of view, if he wanted to join, he should join the best faction. The top 3 factions were the best choice. The benefits they offered were also relatively generous. Actually, joining any one of them wouldn't be a huge loss to Lin Fei. His proud heaven had formed his own lineage, and Lin Fei wasn't too interested in the heaven divine physique cultivation technique they mentioned. The Spacetime Court likes geniuses who specialize in the Spacetime Tao. My physique cultivator might not be popular there. Under the bright moon, Lin Fei sat in the courtyard and allowed the breeze to blow past him. He narrowed his eyes and pondered. The Massacre Court is indeed very suitable for me. I'll constantly go on expeditions and walk out from the midst of massacres. Lin Fei narrowed his eyes. My plunder technique allows me to constantly plunder. The expeditions on the battlefield will also improve my physical body very quickly. Lin Fei was very tempted, but he held back in the end. The Dark Shadow Palace is rather chaotic internally. They recruit all sorts of experts. Lin Fei recalled the Dark Shadow Palace's records. Among the top 3 factions, the one that values me the most is the Dark Shadow Palace. It's not impossible for me to choose the Dark Shadow Palace. The Dark Shadow Palace was very influential. The most obvious thing was that when they came to invite him, Hall Master Luo Xian was very sincere. The other 2 factions' attitudes were average. They just thought that he was a good seedling and was dispensable. Of course, there was no guarantee that they didn't want to use him to mock the Dark Shadow Palace. Chapter 2780. In the ancient wasteland world, as more and more forces came to visit Lin Fei's influence reached its peak, surpassing the 3 Emperor Realm experts. Especially the 3 top forces, any one of them was a colossus. The branch hall masters coming personally was giving Lin Fei enough face. Everyone was guessing which power Lin Fei would join. Regardless of which power it was, he would be able to reach the heavens in a single step, his future limitless. At this time, Lin Fei silently snuck into the ground. Hua hua hua. Now that Lin Fei had the ability to refine the ancient wasteland world, if he wanted the Dark Shadow Palace to value him more, he had to give them another generous gift. Even though Lin Fei's performance was outstanding, he wasn't that important in the Dark Shadow Palace's eyes. If he became the lord of the physical world, it would be a different story. His trump cards would be even better. Ancient wasteland world, the heart of the world. This was the strangest thing in the world. In the depths of the earth, one couldn't get close to the heart of the world even with treasures in hand. With Lin Fei's current 6th order heavenly god realm physique, he was confident he could get close enough to refine the heart of the world. Master, the heart of the world is 1,000,000 li below you. The little devil locked onto the heart of the world. As Lin Fei got closer and closer, the pressure increased. He activated his protective art and advanced several 100,000 li. Even the myriad worlds barrier art couldn't withstand it. Proud heaven. Light flowed on the surface of Lin Fei's body. There was pressure, but it was much lighter. According to his calculations, the remaining 1,000,000 li would take at least 10 days to half a month. This was a test. At the same time, in a vast world, there were many countries. The Dark Nation was one of them. As the Dark Kingdom established by the Dark Court, it was considered a very powerful country in this world. It also had the support of 3 top forces. The 3 top forces are trying to recruit Lin Fei. Once he joins them, killing him will be as difficult as ascending to the heavens. Zhan Rongguang had lost his main body in the 10,000 World Group battle, so his hatred for Lin Fei was immense. Before he makes a decision, I have to kill that brat no matter what. I have to vent this anger. The 10,000 Realm Group battle wasn't a dangerous place. Zhan Rongguang had never believed that he would be killed. He never imagined that he would actually be killed by a junior. Right now, Zhan Rongguang had become a big joke in the Zhan family. A dignified person from the upper realm was killed by a person from the lower realm. How humiliating was that? Zhan Rongguang would never forget this. The enemy of my enemy is my friend. If I want to kill that brat Lin Fei, I have to ally with someone. World Heart. Deep underground. The lava was boiling and the flames were raging. The raging flames here were not inferior to the power of the 9th layer of the Saint Spirit realm, and were infinitely close to the power of the 10th layer. Lin Fei moved forward very slowly. Come down from above. It took a total of 13 days. Every day was a painful ordeal. Lin Fei finally understood why no one could persevere to the end. It was difficult. If it was an Emperor Intent expert, no matter how strong his Emperor Intent was, unless he stepped into the Heavenly God realm, he wouldn't be able to withstand the continuous attacks. Lin Fei's great success Emperor physique was also strenuous. That was a restriction of the heaven and earth. As long as one was in this heaven and earth, everyone had to follow this rule. At this moment, Lin Fei saw that violet crystal. That was the World Heart. Ancient desolate world, the most unique existence. Everyone wanted to refine the World Heart. Experts from the outside world tried to refine it with treasures, but the moment they entered the underground, they would be mercilessly killed by the heaven and earth energy. As time passed, no one dared to risk their lives. It wasn't difficult for local experts to refine the World Heart, but it was truly difficult to persevere for 13 days. Unless there was a heavenly prodigy, not in the Heavenly God realm but with Heavenly God combat power. This vague concept was extremely difficult. It was unknown how many people were stuck at this step, unable to advance. Lin Fei withstood the attacks of the raging flames, getting closer and closer to the World Heart. At this distance, the World Heart erupted with terrifying power, causing towering flames to press down. Madness! This was the World Heart's final counterattack. Lin Fei grabbed out with a single hand. His figure expanded explosively and grabbed the World Heart. Hua hua hua! A powerful force slammed into the World Heart. Lin Fei bellowed, "Open for me!" A 6th order Heavenly God realm's powerful defense was activated to the limit. No matter how hard the World Heart tried to resist, it couldn't break free from Lin Fei's grasp. Although Lin Fei had the World Heart in his grasp, he had to constantly block the World Heart's counterattack. Let's fight for time. Who's afraid of who? Dark Shadow Palace Branch. Hall Master Luoxian had been waiting for Lin Fei's reply. Half a month had passed, but there was still no response from Lin Fei. Did he agree to join the Space-Time Court and Slaughter Court? Hall Master Luoxian was slightly worried. In his opinion, the forces that could make Lin Fei join were the Saint Spirit World's top 3 forces. Hall Master, bad news. Number 130 rushed in. Recently, his days had improved, but he was still on tenterhooks. As long as Lin Fei did not agree, he dared not relax. What happened? Did Lin Fei agree to join the other forces? Hall Master Luoxian frowned. No. Number 130 shook his head. Just now, there was news from above that a heavenly god is coming to the ancient wasteland world, seemingly to deal with Lin Fei. What? Hall Master Luoxian stood up, his expression uncertain. Give it to me. Number 130 took out the information from above. Hall Master Luoxian's eyes narrowed. What a Dark Court, what a Zhangqiu, what a Nangong Feishue. Are they trying to destroy Lin Fei? Hall Master Luoxian felt a headache coming on. The Dark Shadow Palace's intelligence network was spread all over the world. Even the slightest movement from the Dark Court would be immediately known. These people are not to be trifled with. After reading, Hall Master Luoxian did not know what to say. The Dark Court alone had the backing of the 3 top forces. In addition, Zhangqiu was a disciple of Limitless Supremacy, and Nangong Feishue was a disciple of Supremacy One Sword. These were all people with great backgrounds. If Lin Fei was from the Dark Shadow Palace, they naturally would not dare to do so, at least not so openly. No one dared to not give face to the Dark Shadow Palace. Hall Master, is there a problem? Number 130 asked cautiously. Indeed, there is trouble. Hall Master Luoxian could not think of a solution. A heavenly god expert is coming to the ancient wasteland world to kill Lin Fei, and not just 1 but 3. Even if their strength is suppressed, their physical bodies are still heavenly god bodies. If the 3 of them attack together, Lin Fei will definitely not be able to block them. It is a pity that the ancient wasteland world does not have a material domain master. Hall Master, you must help Lin Fei. Hall Master Luoxian shook his head. It will be difficult. Lin Fei is not from our dark shadow palace, no one will help him. We must give face to the two supremacies and the dark court. Send a message to Lin Fei and inform him in advance. A Material Domain Master. Chapter 2781. Ancient Desolate World. On this day, 6 figures appeared stealthily in the ancient desolate world. As they descended, the world energy pressed down on them. The 6 of them sank, but they soon stabilized themselves. This is indeed a material world. It has an innate suppressive ability. No matter how strong one is, it can be suppressed to below the Great Emperor realm. Only the third order Great Emperor fleshy body is better. The one who spoke was a burly man. His eyes were brimming with vigor. He stretched his body, and a fierce glint flashed in his eyes. This was the heavenly god invited by Zhang Rongguang and the others. The material world can suppress one's strength. Even so, the fleshy body is still strong. That Lin Fei might have obtained the life god water, but refining it is as difficult as ascending to the heavens. Who knows, he might still be refining it. If the 3 of us act together, that person will definitely die. Killing intent flashed across the 3 people's eyes. The 3 of them praised the 3 people in front of them. They could not afford to offend any one of the 3 people. Lin Fei is on the Emperor Peak. Find him and kill him. There are no material world masters in the ancient desolate world, so no one will act against you. Zhang Rongguang chuckled. We can only say that that fellow is too foolish. He wants to raise the price. What wishful thinking. If Lin Fei joined any of the factions, Zhang Rongguang would have a headache. At that time they would not dare to act recklessly. Fortunately, Lin Fei did not join any of the factions. Through acquaintances, he knew that Lin Fei was still considering. At that time Zhang Rongguang knew that his chance had come. This time, no matter what, that fellow will die. Zhang Qiu chuckled. After killing Lin Fei, we can destroy the sacred martial sect too. Zhang Qiu always remembered the sacred martial sect. Lin Fei deserved to die. So did Shan Tianshui of the sacred martial sect. Ha ha, we just have to watch. Nangong Feishua was very calm. After they appeared in the ancient desolate world, the representatives of the 3 superpowers knew about it. They chose to remain silent about this matter. In their opinion, Lin Fei was quite talented. It was not an exaggeration to say that he was the strongest generation in the Great Thousand World. As long as he did not choose to join their superpowers, they would not act. They had always understood this rule. If 3 heavenly gods descended, even if they were suppressed by the material world, they would still be able to easily kill heavenly emperors. If it was a material world lord, it would be a different story. This time Lin Fei was really doomed. The 3 divine realm experts descended above the capital institute. That's the Emperor Peak. One of the heavenly gods snickered coldly and struck out with his palm. There was a loud rumbling sound. The academy's formation was broken, and the monarch peak erupted with a devastating light, but it still could not withstand the might of the heaven god experts' palm strike. Their mission this time was to kill Lin Fei. Other than the material realm master, no one else was worth fearing. One palm. The monarch peak was torn apart, and dust was flying everywhere. No one's here. One of the heavenly gods frowned. Search. Even if we have to turn the entire ancient wasteland world upside down, we have to find him. It's highly likely that he went to refine the divine water of life. The 3 of them immediately took action. Ancient wasteland world deep underground. The realm heart floated in front of Lin Fei. Ever since that day, Lin Fei had been refining the realm heart. Even though he had a certain level of understanding, the realm heart was much more difficult than he had imagined. At the start, it constantly exploded with terrifying energy waves, destroying his physical body. Lin Fei did not dare to be distracted. Soon. The difficulty of refining the realm heart was really beyond imagination. Lin Fei could only focus on refining the realm heart. Compared to the start, the resistance of the realm heart was much weaker now. According to his estimation, it would take at most half a year to completely refine it. Ancient wasteland world. With the arrival of the 3 heavenly gods, all the forces, big and small, lowered their heads. One by one, the forces were subdued. They were all sent to search for traces of Lin Fei. Everyone in ancient wasteland world was searching for one person. At the start, these people were not happy. After the three heavenly gods attacked and killed a few heavenly emperors, they completely gave up. The three of them were like demons. If one day is not enough, then 1 year. Ancient wasteland world is only so big. He will show up sooner or later. A world continent without a physical realm lord. Zhan Rongguang was not worried at all. He thought he could easily find Lin Fei, but he had disappeared. After destroying a few forces, he still could not find his exact whereabouts. Search, we must create him. 1 month. 2 months. 3 months. Lin Fei seemed to have really disappeared. If we can't find Lin Fei, then we will force him out. I don't believe he can hide forever. Zhan Rongguang was a little anxious. The god water of life was no joke. If Lin Fei refined a portion, his strength would increase greatly. The three heavenly gods might not be able to suppress Lin Fei. This was Zhan Rongguang's biggest worry. I heard that the demon god empire Saintess Qinlan is Lin Fei's woman. Capture her first. And the expedition empire's princess too. And sacred martial sect Shan Tianshui. He seems to have a good relationship with Lin Fei. Capture her too. The ancient wasteland world was under the despotic power of the three heavenly gods. Especially after knowing that the three of them came from the saint spirit world, all of them lost their temper. The entire ancient wasteland world was not a match for them even if all of them worked together. They could only follow the three heavenly gods' orders and search for Lin Fei's whereabouts. The three top forces and some of the first-rate sects were just there to watch the show. A dark court and 2 supremacies. They had to give face to anyone. They could only say that Lin Fei was unlucky. His performance in the 10,000 Realms team battle was too outstanding. A tall tree attracts the wind. Anyone would have the thought of obtaining 2 portions of God Water of Life. Things are not looking good. Dark Shadow Palace branch. Hall Master Luo Xian became curious. The Demon God Empire's woman, the Expedition Empire's woman, and Sacred Martial Sect Shan Tianshui have all been captured by them. Will Lin Fei continue enduring? Recently, the biggest commotion was the 3 heavenly gods attacking the Sacred Martial Sect. The Sacred Martial Sects had always been mysterious. Almost no one knew about them. The 3 heavenly gods killed their way in, and both parties engaged in a huge battle. Afterwards, Shan Tianshui was defeated, and the Sacred Martial Sect was activated. The moment the Sacred Martial Sect was activated, it killed the 3 heavenly gods with a single sword, heavily injuring them. Finally, Shan Tianshui was captured alive by the 3 heavenly gods. The secret killing technique of the Sacred Martial Sects had shocked the spectating superpowers. If not for its power being suppressed, the 3 heavenly gods would have died for sure. Hall Master, do you think he went to refine the realm heart? Number 130 said carefully. Material Realm Master? Chapter 2782. Half a year passed. Lin Fei never appeared again. After the 3 heavenly gods suffered a huge loss at the Sacred Martial Sect, they hated Lin Fei even more. Every day they would torture the great emperors of the Sacred Martial Sect, especially Shan Tianshui. In a prosperous area of the ancient desolate world, the 3 heavenly gods would torture the people from the Sacred Martial Sect, until they were hovering between life and death. But even so, that Lin Fei still did not appear. Some even suspected that Lin Fei had left the ancient desolate world. If he did not receive the news beforehand, why would he not be in the ancient desolate world? In half a year, the ancient desolate world had risen by 3 feet, yet they could not find Lin Fei. Zhan Rongguang and the others began to feel anxious. Lin Fei must have gone to refine the life god water. Other than this explanation, there was no other explanation. Since he is refining the life god water, we will force him out. Zhang Qiu had an idea. We will use the execution of Shan Tianshui, Qinlan, and the others to force Lin Fei out. Half a year passed. Lin Fei had been fighting against the realm heart. As time passed, the scales of victory started tilting towards Lin Fei's side. Success! Half a year later, Lin Fei laughed out loud. He refined the realm heart in one fell swoop. After refining the realm heart, Lin Fei seemed to have connected with the entire ancient desolate world. The realm heart had also entered his body as if it was born with him. Lin Fei's thoughts covered the entire ancient desolate world. At this moment, the ancient desolate world had become his body. It was no longer affected. This is the master of a material world. It was impossible to cover the entire ancient desolate world with a thought in the past. But now he did it. It was effortless. No one could sense that Lin Fei's thoughts covered the entire ancient desolate world. Yingshan Tianshui. As his thoughts covered the world, a large amount of information entered his mind. Lin Fei blocked the information within. Soon he noticed something causing his expression to sink. Such guts! Lin Fei's eyes turned cold and a chill flashed past. Even though Lin Fei had just taken control of the ancient wasteland world, he could use the power of the physical realm master. Before he became the physical realm master, Lin Fei felt that the entire world was under his control. No one's power could exceed the control of the ancient wasteland domain. South Cloud Continent, South Cloud City. Ever since the three heavenly god powerhouses appeared, everyone in the South Cloud Continent had been struggling at death's door. To the three heavenly god powerhouses, if there was any slight dissatisfaction, they would take it out on the South Cloud Continent's forces. The entire South Cloud Continent would suffer countless casualties. Today was the last day. Ever since half a month ago, when the three heavenly deities released the news that they would execute Yingshan Tianshui and the others a month later, there would be people coming to torture the people from the sacred martial sect every single day. The three heavenly gods even forced the people of the Southern Cloud Continent to come and watch. His intention was very obvious. He wanted everyone to spread the news and let everyone know that if Lin Fei didn't appear, then these people would be executed. In the eyes of the three heavenly gods, those who were not convinced would have to die. If Lin Fei dared to be a coward, then someone would have to pay the price until Lin Fei himself appeared. And today was the last day. The three heavenly gods sat on the high platform. Yingshan Tianshui, you are also a great emperor expert. As long as you tell us where Lin Fei is hiding, I can leave your corpse intact. Seated in the middle, the heavenly god Gutian said with a cold voice. For the sake of a little fellow, they had stayed in the ancient wasteland domain for half a year, enduring the suppression of the ancient wasteland domain every single day. This feeling was extremely unpleasant. It's the same for all of you too. Qinlan, I heard that when Lin Fei returned, you went to the Emperor Peak. As long as you are willing to tell us where Lin Fei is, seeing that you are a beauty, I can spare your life. Furthermore, I can return your freedom. South Cloud City on the public square. On many wooden frames, special chains were pierced through everyone's shoulder blades. Their strength was sealed, and they had to endure the torture every single day. Among them, Qinlan and Fanluyu were slightly better off as they did not suffer much. You can forget about it. If you are capable, kill us. My man will take revenge for me. Qinlan's black hair was messy, and there was no sign of compromise on her face. My man is the most formidable. All of you can only act while he is not around. The moment my man comes, the three of you will be killed even if you work together. Fanluyu scolded. Well scolded. Yingshan Tianshui was covered in wounds. The moment Dao friend Lin Fei returns, all of you will definitely die. What a pity. The true body that you cultivated with so much difficulty is going to land here. Oh right, maybe you don't even know the avatar technique. You might really die here. The expressions of the three heavenly gods sunk. Beat him up ruthlessly. Even at death's door, he still dares to spout such arrogant words. Gutian sneered. Just like what he said, even though the three of them were heavenly gods in a place like the Saint Spirit world, they were not considered much. Avatar technique? Such a powerful secret technique was not something they could learn. Yingshan Tianshui cursed them to die here. Naturally, he had hit their soft spot. This time they readily agreed. Dealing with the little fellow was also a way to curry favor with the three great masters. As long as they could rely on them, they were willing to wipe out the entire ancient desolate world. A world continent without a material world master was not something anyone would care about. Even if those above knew about it, they would not say anything. There were at least 400 to 500 similar world continents in the Great Thousand Worlds. These world continents would never have a material world master if no accidents happened. Wanting to become a material world master was as difficult as ascending the heavens. They did not believe that Lin Fei could become a material world master and control the ancient desolate world. Even though Lin Fei's fleshy body was very strong, and could even be close to a first-order heavenly god, but this was far from enough. They were waiting for Lin Fei to appear. Today was the final day. Lin Fei would definitely come out. Time passed second by second. Qin Lan, do you think big brother Lin will come? Fan Luoyu turned and asked Qin Lan. Qin Lan looked at the sky. He will. He will definitely come. Their nightmare is about to appear. Nobody can save them. They are indeed despicable. They even injured my father. Fan Luoyu was furious. They will definitely die a horrible death. Over at Yingshan Tianshui's side, someone was continuously whipping him. Losing the protection of his energy, Yingshan Tianshui gritted his teeth and endured the torture. It was not just on his flesh but on his soul too. Gu Tianyin, you will regret it soon. Did I hurt you? Even if you are experts, as long as Lin Fei comes you will definitely die. Ha ha ha. The three heavenly gods were resisting the urge to slap the other party to death. If Lin Fei really comes, it will be us who will kill him. Gu Tianyin's voice was cold to the extreme. Didn't you want to find me? Now I am here. A black stream of light appeared in the horizon. Gu Tianyin looked up. Chapter 2783. Ancient Wasteland World, South Cloud Continent, Public Square. During the days when the three heaven gods were in the South Cloud Continent, the entire South Cloud Continent had changed greatly. Forces that disobeyed orders were all annihilated. Those who were acquainted with Lin Fei but could not tell Lin Fei's whereabouts were all annihilated. You're finally here. The black flowing light condensed into a figure in the distance. Gu Tianyin and the other two stood up too. The three of them were not afraid of Lin Fei, but they were worried that Lin Fei would leave the ancient wasteland world. The world was vast, and if he really wanted to hide, it would not be so easy to find him. The three people who had been in the void all this time also revealed smiles. He's dead for sure this time. All three of them came from factions with powerful backgrounds. One of them was from the Dark Court, while the other two were under the High Lords. Hiring people to kill Lin Fei was already very shameless. If they swaggered out like this, they might become a laughingstock if word of this got out. The three of them were enough. It's his true body. Nangong Feishua laughed. It's impossible for Lin Fei to grasp a Saint Spirit's secret technique like the Avatar technique. He only has one true body. If he dies, he's dead. He can't come back to life. What we want is for his true body to come. The entire South Cloud Continent still remembered Lin Fei's domineering battle in the past. Nobody dared to forget Lin Fei's savagery. In the ancient wasteland world, more than 10 great emperors died in the hands of Lin Fei. Big brother Lin, hurry up and leave. They are heaven gods from above, and they're here to deal with you. Qin Lan and Fan Luoyu shouted. Heaven gods were people they would never have the chance to see in their entire lives. Even if their strength was suppressed, they were still heaven gods, and they could sweep across those of the same realm. Dao friend Lin Fei, you shouldn't have come. Yingshan Tianshui laughed bitterly. They are invincible even after suppressing their strength. The foundation of the sacred martial sect could not withstand the attacks of three heaven gods. Lin Fei, if you surrender now, they will suffer less. Gu Tianyin pointed at the person on the wooden frame. Now that their strength has been sealed, they won't be able to take more than a few hits. You better think this through. Gu Tianyin was unbridled in the ancient wasteland domain. It would be best if he could make the other party surrender easily. Who knew if he had completely refined the divine water of life? Gu Tianyin and the other two were arrogant and unbridled, but that didn't mean that they were brainless. Having hostages in their hands was also a form of insurance. If things went wrong, they might be able to force Lin Fei to not dare to make a move. The three of you are really shameless. Lin Fei floated in the air. Using hostages to threaten me, you are too timid. This doesn't match your statuses. You guys are celestial deity powerhouses at any rate. Could it be that you're still scared of a nobody like me? Bastard. A heavenly deity beside Gu Tianyin snorted. Do you really think you're amazing? You still dare to be so impudent here? Let me kill you first. The heavenly deity charged forward, using his palm as a blade, slashing down. Everyone says that you're very powerful, then let me see for myself. How powerful exactly are you? You're just someone from a small world. What right do you have to be so impudent? The people from the three top forces were also paying close attention. When there was no one around, they didn't mind being gossipers. If Lin Fei won, then everything would be fine. It was enough to prove his potential, and they would definitely bring him back, even if they had to pay a higher price. On the other hand, if Lin Fei was killed by them, they wouldn't mind taking action and splitting the divine water of life. Everyone who saw it would get a share. Such a good thing didn't happen often. Qianqi, second order heavenly god realm, has grasped a 9th level Saint Soul realm killing technique. On top of that, he cultivates the thick earth technique specialized in defense. Using him to deal with Lin Fei is the best choice. Hall Master Luo Xian looked at the South Cloud Continent square from afar. Looking at Lin Fei's appearance, there isn't much change in his aura, so he probably hasn't refined the world heart yet. That's right. Not everyone can refine a world heart. Once an outsider enters, the world heart's power will be able to kill them. Even native experts have to go through layers of tests, then Lin Fei is in big trouble. A heavenly god whose strength was suppressed could still suppress Lin Fei by relying on a terrifying physique. Qianqi used a wide black blade, and with a swing of the blade it tore through the void. I heard that your body is very strong, but I don't know if you can withstand my deity blade. Qianqi laughed heartily as he unleashed his blade technique. Every blade attack was aimed at Lin Fei's vital parts. Hua hua hua! Blade light streaked across the sky. Lin Fei started to retreat. His opponent's speed was very fast. As the blade swept past him, it left white marks on his body. Heavenly God Blade specialized in breaking emperor physiques. Enjoy! Qianqi's attacks became faster, slash after slash. The entire world was covered in blade light. The terrifying sharp aura caused everyone in the South Cloud Continent to tremble. Is this the might of a heavenly god? Any expert felt a sense of helplessness. Just one blade light was enough to kill him. There was no need for many, just one blade light was enough. Zhan Rongguang and the other two laughed. A single heavenly god blade was enough to make Lin Fei flustered and lose his rhythm. Qianqi killing him will be as easy as flipping his palm. Zhan Rongguang laughed. We also have to make preparations. When Lin Fei dies, we have to snatch the storage ring at the first possible moment. It's the heavenly water of life. We have to get the heavenly water of life. With our background and status, they should turn a blind eye. At most, we'll just give them a portion of the heavenly water of life. We won't lose out. Zhang Qiu laughed. Whoever dares to take my portion, don't blame my sword for being merciless. Nangong Feishue said coldly. The three of them were unwilling to give up on the heavenly water of life. Even if they could obtain a third of the heavenly water of life, it would still be worth it. On the surface, Lin Fei retreated. In truth, he was experiencing the strength of a heavenly god. The heavenly god blade looks sharp enough to cut through an emperor's physique, but it has no effect on a 5th order heavenly god realm and above. It's far from being able to break through my proud heaven. Lin Fei was a little disappointed. A heavenly god's strength wasn't that great. Lin Fei, do you only know how to dodge? Qianqi felt powerless. Even with the heavenly god blade in his hand, he was unable to leave a single wound on Lin Fei's body. Then I don't mind landing my next attack on your friends. I don't believe they can withstand a single strike from the heavenly god blade. Heavenly god Qianqi had learned his lesson. Lin Fei stopped. Actually, I feel that it's about time. A heavenly god doesn't seem like much. Since you want me to make a move, you better prepare yourself, lest you say that I didn't give you a chance to prepare. Chapter 2784. Gu Tiannin's expression was uncertain. Qianqi, what's he doing? Why can't he take down Lin Fei? Even if Qianqi's strength was suppressed, with the help of the divine weapons in his hands, no matter how strong Lin Fei's physical body was, he would still be able to defeat Qianqi. They were divine realm experts after all. In the ancient wasteland world, where there was no physical master, they were invincible. Bullying a little guy like Lin Fei was just a matter of a thought. Brother Gu, Lin Fei's the archbody is indeed extraordinary. It can withstand the sky god blade's sharpness. No wonder he can be so fearless. Beside him, Empyrean Godlung said. He's not slow either. Once he fights with brother Qianqi head-on, he'll be at a disadvantage. Even though it looked like he had no advantage now, everyone saw Empyrean God Qianqi using the Sky God Blade to suppress Lin Fei. Lin Fei has been tricked. He's fighting head-on. On the battlefield, the situation began to change. Even the Blade of Heaven has come out. It's a Divine Soul Level 9 killer move. Emperor God Qianqi used a Divine Soul Level 9 killer move. Even though its power was greatly reduced, it was still invincible when used with the Sky God Blade. This blade was strange and unpredictable. It merged with heaven and earth, making it the most difficult to defend against. With this blade, Emperor God had killed a Divine Realm expert who was one level higher than him. Ordinary Divine Realm experts of the same level did not dare to fight him, for they could not withstand the attack of this blade. Whoosh! The Blade of Heaven slashed out. It was indeed mysterious and unpredictable. Somehow this blade also contained the power of heaven and earth, causing one to be dazed for a moment. Their minds went blank. The Blade of Heaven attacked head-on. It looked like Lin Fei was about to be hit. Everyone's hearts were in their throats. Qin Lan and Fan Luyu both cried. Using the power of heaven and earth to affect a person, followed by a sudden blade attack. What a good idea! Lin Fei shook his head slightly. He calmly reached out a hand and lightly swiped at the blade. The terrifying power of the blade was silently erased by Lin Fei. The entire world regained its peaceful aura. Ha ha ha, that's great, he blocked it. Qin Lan was overjoyed. Empyrean God Arcanum's heart sank. The other party easily resolved the crisis. This seemed too inconceivable. Empyrean God Mystic Oddity hadn't sensed any energy fluctuations. In other words, Lin Fei hadn't used any power in his attack just then. So how had he blocked it? Furthermore, he had easily nullified the Blade of Heaven's attack? Originally, I was planning to find a few heavenly gods to hold the fort. Since you're here, you can stay here and be my guardian imperial weapons. Heavenly God Qianqi was enraged. You're too arrogant. Lin Fei walked toward Heavenly God Qianqi, one step at a time. Watch how I cut you down. Heavenly God Qianqi was just about to strike with his saber when an invisible special force pressed down on him, rendering him immobile. No matter how much force he exerted, he was unable to move. Brother Gu, save me. There's something wrong with him. Gu Tianyin and Empyrean God Coldwinter both realized that something was wrong. The two of them attacked at once and two 9th level Saint Spirit killing techniques shot out. Lin Fei waved his hand, and all the attacks dissipated. If I want you to be my imperial weapon, no one can stop me. Lin Fei's finger pierced through Heavenly God Qianqi's forehead, instantly destroying everything. He left behind a complete body, which he put away with a wave of his hand. This scene was simply too unexpected. A heavenly god expert's consciousness was wiped away just like that, leaving behind an empty body. I really want to feel the power of heaven and earth. It seems like only the power of heaven and earth can nullify attacks so casually. Could it be? The three supreme factions shuddered, and a terrifying thought flashed through their minds. Qianqi, Gu Tianyin and Empyrean God Coldwinter realized that they were in big trouble. Nullifying their own attacks with a wave of his hand was extremely normal in the Saint Spirit world. However, this was a subworld, and there was only one possibility for him to be able to nullify two 9th level Saint Spirit attacks. The master of the material world. You guys can go and accompany them now. Lin Fei casually struck out two gusts of wind, condensing two finger seals. Senior Lin Fei, we're convinced. Don't kill us. The moment the finger seals appeared, they discovered that they could not move at all. They were truly suppressed by the power of heaven and earth. The two of them instantly turned pale. If they could move, they would definitely kneel down and beg for mercy. Even if they were beaten to death, they would never come to the ancient desolate world. Material Realm Lord. An unparalleled existence that controlled the power of the world. Whoever came would die. Zhan Rongguang, you guys tricked us. The finger seals pierced through the forehead of the two heavenly gods, leaving behind only their fleshly bodies. The changes happened too quickly. Yingshan Tianshui and the others were all shocked as they watched. In the blink of an eye, three heavenly gods had fallen. Even if their bodies remained, they had lost their consciousness and were completely useless. Material Realm Lord. Hall Master Luoxian could no longer remain calm. How is this possible? He grasped the realm heart so quickly, controlled the power of the world, and became the Material Realm Lord. Hall Master Luoxian had seen many geniuses before. Among them, Lin Fei's performance was very stunning. But compared to those geniuses from the Saint Spirit world, he was still slightly lacking. He was not as sharp as them. After the Dark Shadow Palace branch knew of Zhang Rongguang's plan, they did not stop them. The two supremacies were from the same country, and they had to give them some face. But now that Lin Fei had grasped the realm heart and become the material realm lord, he became stunning. Unless it was a peak expert like a hierarch, basically no one could kill Lin Fei. Unless the ancient desolate world itself was destroyed. As long as the ancient desolate world existed, Lin Fei could not be killed. No one would bully the weak to deal with a little fellow. I've really misjudged him. Temporal Temple Massacre God Court. These two people in charge had their mouths wide open. They were completely shocked. Material Realm Lord. To be able to dissolve it so easily, formless and colorless, only a material world lord could do it. From today onwards, the ancient desolate world finally had a material realm lord. Lin Fei has become a material realm lord. Yingshan Tianshui cried tears of joy after being dazed for a moment. Material realm lord. Yingshan Tianshui's voice spread out. Everyone's breathing quickened as they looked at Lin Fei, who had defeated 3 heaven god experts. Material realm lord. It was such an unattainable thing, but it would one day appear before everyone's eyes. This was an invincible material realm lord. The power of heaven god experts could be sealed, and he could be killed with a flick of his hand. This was a true material realm lord, able to defeat strong enemies with one hand. Come out. Lin Fei waved his hand, and the power of heaven and earth surged out. After grasping the realm heart, Lin Fei could continuously control the power of heaven and earth of the ancient desolate world. Zhang Rongguang, Zhang Qiu, and Nangong Feishue were forced out by the power of heaven and earth. At this moment the 3 of them had extremely ugly expressions. Chapter 2785. The ancient wasteland domain had a physical realm master. The young man whom everyone thought would never become a physical realm master in such a short period of time, had secretly controlled the power of the realm continent, and became an invincible expert in the vast 1,000 domains. Zhang Rongguang and the other 2 were imprisoned by the power of heaven and earth. Anyone in the ancient wasteland domain would be imprisoned by the power of the physical realm master. You actually became a physical realm master. Zhang Rongguang's eyes widened. In front of the invincible power of the realm continent, they had no ability to struggle. This was something they did not expect. Even if Lin Fei had the god water of life, they did not think that he would succeed. Refining the god water of life required time, not to mention 2 portions. Lin Fei was far stronger than they had imagined, and his movements were fast. He easily refined the realm heart and became an invincible and indestructible existence. Unless the ancient wasteland domain reached its end one day. You did not expect this, right? Lin Fei smiled. I have to thank you for sending 3 sets of good materials for refining imperial weapons. The 3 of them sank. I am Supremacy 1 Swordsman. If you dare to touch me, my senior brothers will definitely not let you off. Nangong Feishue said while suppressing her fear. You cannot kill me. I am Supremacy Limitless Man. Zhang Qiu also brought out his backing. If you touch me, you will become Supremacy Limitless Enemy. Lin Fei listened and looked up at Zhang Rongguang. What about you? Zhang Rongguang felt very uncomfortable. He did not expect to suffer such a huge setback in the ancient wasteland domain. Physical realm master. Even in the Saint Spirit domain he was a famous figure. A physical realm master who cultivated the doppelganger technique was almost unkillable. He could continuously cultivate doppelgangers and cause great trouble for anyone. No one could bear such a loss. Why are you not saying anything? Bring out the dark court. Lin Fei clapped his hands lightly. You dare to cause trouble here and cause great harm to the ancient wasteland domain. The 3 of you will not escape death. No. Lin Fei raised his hand and slapped the 3 of them. The 3 of them disappeared on the spot. Lin Fei didn't have to worry about the 3 of them. No matter which one it was, they wouldn't act against him for the sake of a puny material world overlord. That would be too easy for others to mock him. Material Realm Lord Mighty. Master of the material realm, show your might. In the southern cloud continent, everyone prostrated themselves on the ground, expressing their utmost sincerity. From today onwards, The entire ancient wasteland world would no longer have to worry about being defeated by an expert descending upon them. This was because the physical realm master was their strongest backer. The entire South Cloud continent echoed with the words Material Realm Lord. Lin Fei lightly waved his hand, and the people whose powers had been sealed regained their freedom. Boundless life energy poured into their bodies, and their injuries instantly healed, making them as good as new. Thank you for your hard work. Yingshan Tianshui was full of smiles. Ha ha ha, who would have thought that in my lifetime I would finally see the physical realm lord. The ancient wasteland world is finally back on the stage. I'm so happy. So what if I suffer a little? Big brother Lin, we can't let them escape. They are all traitors, helping a heavenly god to commit crimes. Qin Lan pointed at the people fleeing in the distance, filled with hatred. The days of offending you women are really not easy. Lin Fei guffawed. With a wave of his hand, the world energy was unleashed. Those escaping experts, some of which were great emperors, melted in the hands of Lin Fei. They were completely annihilated. The ancient wasteland world had produced a physical realm lord. This news rapidly spread across the Great Thousand Worlds. After everyone knew it was that Lin Fei, the top forces of the Great Thousand Worlds all had their mouths agape. They did not dare believe it was true. This was too fast. Just when everyone was doubting the reliability of the news, even the physical realm lords of the Great Thousand Worlds went to congratulate him. Only then did everyone realize that the news was true. That strongest generation expert of the ancient wasteland world had successfully become the physical realm lord. After the top forces confirmed it, they all brought generous gifts to visit Lin Fei. Everyone knew that the Great Thousand Worlds had one more unparalleled expert, and the situation would definitely change. Congratulations! Young and promising. One by one, the physical realm lords came to visit him. Such a young physical realm lord would not need a long time to become a heavenly god and head to the Saint Spirit world to train. Moreover, Lin Fei was the target of recruitment by the three top forces. Lin Fei's future was boundless. If they did not visit him now, it would be a huge loss in the future if they became familiar with him. The two physical realm lords that once acted against Lin Fei in the Yanhuang world personally came to apologize with their true bodies. At the same time, they sent generous gifts. They regretted it. Lin Fei received the visiting physical realm lords one by one. As for the rest, he left them to his subordinates, Thousand Horizontal Emperor and Ghost Flame Emperor, to handle. He spent half a month working on it. After Lin Fei settled everything, Hall Master Luo Xian came and sent a generous gift. Congratulations, Dao friend Lin Fei. The Great Thousand Worlds has another unparalleled expert. Hall Master Luo Xian did not expect that Lin Fei would become the physical realm lord. He had been in the ancient wasteland world for so long and had seen countless geniuses, but none had successfully grasped the power of the realm heart. Hall Master Luo Xian did not think that Lin Fei could become the physical realm lord. If he wanted to become the physical realm lord, Hall Master Luo Xian felt that Lin Fei had a chance of becoming the physical realm lord. The possibility was not very high, at most 20 to 30%. Hall Master Luo Xian regretted it and wanted to slap himself. The price he had to pay was even greater. Sit. Lin Fei greeted. When Hall Master Luo Xian saw Lin Fei again, his emotions were extremely complicated. Before this, he still felt that Lin Fei was a fellow with limitless potential. But now that Lin Fei had become the physical realm lord, Lin Fei's status was not lower than his. We sincerely invite Dao friend Lin Fei to join our Dark Shadow Palace. Hall Master Luo Xian said. The higher-ups have decided that if you are willing to join our Dark Shadow Palace, you will directly become a personal disciple of our Dark Shadow Palace. You will be able to learn the power of a killing technique at the 10th level of the Saint Spirit realm. You will also be able to learn one of the 3 supreme cultivation techniques of our Dark Shadow Palace, the Darkness Clone. This is a top-notch life-saving technique of our Dark Shadow Palace. Our Dark Shadow Palace is absolutely sincere. Lin Fei listened quietly. From senior brother Long Yu, Lin Fei learned about the situation of the Dark Shadow Palace. Moreover, it was a rather detailed one, which allowed Lin Fei to have a very detailed understanding of the Dark Shadow Palace and was no longer confused. The status of a personal disciple is not bad. Senior brother Long Yu said that the Dark Shadow Palace has a very strict hierarchy. First are the outer disciples, then the inner disciples, and then personal disciples. Other than the elders and deacons, personal disciples have a high status in the Dark Shadow Palace. Lin Fei continued to recall Senior Brother Long Yu's words. Senior Brother Long Yu said that the Dark Shadow Palace has 3 supreme cultivation techniques. One of them is the Darkness Clone. This is a top-notch life-saving technique. Once it is executed, no one can break it. Dark Shadow Palace disciples must be a personal disciple in order to learn it. At the same time, it requires 1 million contribution points. Chapter 2786. After a while, Lin Fei spoke. Actually, I have a good impression of the Dark Shadow Palace, and joining them is not a problem. However, I need 50 kilograms of God Elemental Force Sand. Hallmaster Luo Xian revealed a serious expression. 50 kilograms of God Elemental Force Sand. Hallmaster Luo Xian said. Do you know the importance of this item? It is not an ordinary item, and only supremacies can excavate it. I know. Lin Fei nodded. As long as I can satisfy this condition, I will join the Dark Shadow Palace. I need to report this. Hallmaster Luo Xian could not decide, so he turned and left. This matter required the approval of the higher-ups. After Hallmaster Luo Xian came, the Massacre God Court and the Temporal Temple also came. The benefits they offered were much more than the previous time. After all, the identity of a material world lord was very important. When they heard that Lin Fei wanted 50 kilograms of God Elemental Force Sand, they could not agree on the spot, and could only return to report the situation. I really did not expect that I, prideful heaven god, will need supplementary materials from the 7th level. I wonder who is willing to offer 50 kilograms of God Elemental Force Sand. This item was priceless. Although Lin Fei had obtained a portion from the Myriad World Palace, it was not enough. This time Lin Fei directly asked for this item, and whoever offered would join that side. It was good to have a strong backing. He understood. The Temporal Temple did not move. The Massacre God Court did not move either. Lin Fei knew that they were not willing to take out such a resource for him. The price was too high. Lin Fei felt that there should be people who would agree to his conditions. If the Dark Shadow Palace does not move in the end, can I count on those first-rate sects in the Saint Spirit world? Lin Fei frowned. If no one is willing to offer, I can only slowly accumulate. Lin Fei did not know that prideful heaven god would need supplementary materials again. This was really a scam. Lin Fei was very anxious. If he missed this opportunity, he didn't know when he would get it again. He had heard from Senior Brother Long Yu that there were huge merchant associations in the Saint Spirit domain. If he wanted to get it, he would have to pay a huge price. What's more, there might not even be one. Fellow cultivator Lin Fei, the Dark Shadow Palace agrees to your conditions. When Hallmaster Luo Xian came again, he brought a piece of good news. A portion of 50 kilograms of Origin Energy Godsand was not a small sum. In the Dark Shadow Palace, one had to have a high status to exchange for it. 1 million contribution points was not easy to obtain. In an impossible situation, the higher-ups actually agreed. Palace Lord Luo Xian could only say that Lin Fei's luck was simply too good. The upper echelons viewed Lin Fei with extraordinary importance. But when he thought about it, the Dark Shadow Palace truly didn't have many material world overlords. As for those as outstanding as Lin Fei, it was even rarer. From now on, we are brothers of the same sect. Hallmaster Luo Xian smiled. When are you free? Make a trip to the Dark Shadow Palace's headquarters. The things you want are all there. In 3 years, Lin Fei said. I still have some small matters to settle. All right, in 3 years. I'll wait for you at the Dark Shadow Palace branch. After Hallmaster Luo Xian left, he released the news. Lin Fei had joined the Dark Shadow Palace. Once the news was out, it immediately spread throughout the vast 1,000 domains. This is a meteoric rise. The Dark Shadow Palace is one of the 3 top forces. In the future, who would dare to offend this realm Lord Lin Fei? No one in the Ancient Wasteland domain would dare to offend him. Everyone was envious of the Ancient Wasteland domain. In the vast 1,000 domains there were many material world overlords. However, there were not many who were qualified to join a top sect. Entering the Dark Shadow Palace would mean a bright future. Your luck is not bad. The Dark Shadow Palace will agree to your conditions. In the Aquamoon Grotto Heaven, Long Yu was all smiles. The Dark Shadow Palace has put in a lot of effort. It should be because they lack a strong general. You obtained first place in the Myriad Realms Palace, a double first place, and even cultivated a powerful emperor body. With a little nurturing, you will become a powerful sky god. If you become a supremacy, you will have a great advantage. Lin Fei thought about it and felt that this reason was very likely. Junior brother has become a material world lord. Senior brother can also leave with peace of mind. Long Yu laughed. As one of the 3 top forces in the Saint Spirit domain, the Dark Shadow Palace each has a hierarch expert. The internal competition is very intense. If you want to establish yourself from below, you have to be more outstanding than them. As long as you continue to suppress them, you will obtain more resources. Lin Fei was startled. Senior brother, you're leaving. Yes, this is all thanks to junior brother. The Aquamoon Grotto Heaven is suppressed by the power of the realm continent. Junior brother is a material world lord, so everything is simple. After so many years, it's time for me to go out and take a look. Long Yu said. The Aquamoon Grotto Heaven will be handed over to you in the future. Now that you are strong enough, you can try. Master has left behind many good things. Lin Fei sent senior brother off personally. Let's meet in the Saint Spirit domain. I hope that by then you will already be an overlord. Long Yu walked into the passageway and easily left the Aquamoon Grotto Heaven, heading for the Saint Spirit domain. Another one left. Lin Fei shook his head. He could understand senior brother's feelings. Under the pressure of the material world, living in the same place all the time, it was good enough that his mind did not collapse. Now that senior brother has left, I am in charge of the Aquamoon Grotto Heaven. In the future, I can cultivate in the Aquamoon Grotto Heaven. There was no safer place in the entire ancient wasteland Grotto Heaven. Path to Heaven. Lin Fei was now an outer sect disciple. He needed to constantly take tests to raise his status. Coming to the path to heaven again, there was no pressure at all. Lin Fei passed the test easily, passing the inner disciple assessment, passing on his master's voice, and receiving a series of rewards. After becoming an inner disciple, Lin Fei once again ascended the path to heaven. This time the difficulty was slightly higher. He encountered a heavenly god realm master, and was defeated in 2 or 3 moves. Lin Fei's identity changed from an outer sect disciple to a personal disciple. 5th Order Heavenly God Realm Weapon. 5th Order Heavenly God Realm Armor. The personal disciple's rewards were much more generous. 2 5th Order Heavenly God Realm artifacts were at least good life-saving items. There's also a Grade 9 Saint Spirit Realm killing technique. For a personal disciple to obtain such good things, it could be considered reaching the heavens in a single step. Lin Fei planned to leave them for his subordinates. Even if they couldn't display the full power of a heavenly god, they were still more powerful than a peak emperor artifact. After passing through the path to heaven, Lin Fei arrived at the deepest part of the Aquamoon Grotto Heaven. The enormous water moon divine tree once again appeared in front of Lin Fei. This time you won't be able to stop me. Lin Fei flew toward the water moon divine tree. Compared to the last time, Lin Fei's physique was more than 10 times stronger. The pressure from the water moon divine tree no longer had any effect on him. Lin Fei easily passed through. Chapter 2787. Standing under the water moon divine tree, the power from the tree fell on his body. Lin Fei's feet were slightly apart, as though he was rooted to the ground. He was as steady as a rock, and the light on his body constantly blocked the tree's terrifying invading power. Divine tree, you can't stop me this time. Lin Fei smiled as he sized it up. This was the first time Lin Fei had stood under the divine tree, and the pressure was immense. Lin Fei felt refreshed, and all his worries disappeared. Soon, a pool appeared in front of Lin Fei. The last time he stood outside, Lin Fei did not see it clearly. The space seemed to be folded, and so he did not see it. Water Moon Spirit Pearl. Lin Fei's eyes lit up. Even though the effect of the Water Moon Spirit Pearl is not as good as the Heavenly Water of Life, the Heavenly Water of Life is not everywhere. Having the Water Moon Spirit Pearl is already good enough. Lin Fei tried it himself and quickly realized something. The Water Moon Divine Tree has other uses. If I use the Water Moon Spirit Pearl here, The effect of refining will increase. It's even better than I imagined. Lin Fei laughed. This was truly a pleasant surprise. Good stuff, really good stuff. Lin Fei began to refine the Water Moon Spirit Pearl under the Water Moon Divine Tree. 3 years passed in a flash. The status of the ancient wasteland world had changed greatly. Everyone could feel the benefits of being the master of the physical world. When Lin Fei was in seclusion in the Water Moon Cave, the ancient wasteland world was left to Qin Lan and Fan Liu to handle. The entire ancient wasteland world was well managed. Lin Fei returned to the abandoned land and brought his wives over. With the treasures that Lin Fei had left behind, the Lin family developed very quickly. After a good reunion, Lin Fei began to refine the Water Moon Spirit Pearl. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Under the Water Moon tree, Lin Fei's body was flowing with light, and he looked extremely divine. Success! Light flowed around Lin Fei's body, and a lofty heavenly deity's aura burst forth from him. He looked down on the world with disdain, his domineering aura towering into the sky. He has the heaven divine body. If the people from the Dark Shadow Palace knew about it, they would be dumbfounded again. In these 3 years, Lin Fei had been refining the Water Moon spiritual bead, and when he was done, he took some time to advance his Third Order Emperor Realm physique to First Order Heavenly God Realm. Lin Fei's every move exuded the might of a heavenly god. Now that I can use my First Order Heavenly God Realm physical strength in broad daylight, it won't look so out of place. Once I reach the Dark Shadow Palace, I can continue breaking through, and everything will become natural. Lin Fei smiled happily. Dark Shadow Palace branch. When Lin Fei arrived at the entrance of the Dark Shadow Palace's branch in the form of a streak of light, Hall Master Luo Xian personally came out to welcome him. The moment he saw Lin Fei, his eyes narrowed. He has broken through from the Emperor physique to the Heavenly God physique. He has the might of a heavenly god. The gap between the Emperor physique and the Heavenly God physique was not a small one. After breaking through, the sky would be the sea. If he couldn't, he would be stuck at this for the rest of his life. Many people were stuck at this step. Hall Master Luo Xian had thought that it would take at least 1,000 years for Lin Fei to break through to the Heavenly God physique, and that was the fastest. What a monster! You can't treat him like an ordinary person. Hall Master Luo Xian was slightly surprised, but he quickly came up to greet. Congratulations, junior brother Lin Fei. You have achieved the Heavenly God physique. Your physique has officially stepped onto the stage. Amazing. The people of the Dark Shadow Palace sucked in a breath of cold air when they heard that. This speed was really fast. There were many Heavenly God Realm cultivators in the Saint Spirit world, but those who cultivated the physique cultivation path to the Heavenly God Realm were not that common, and it required a huge amount of resources. Someone like Lin Fei who reached First Order Heavenly God Realm in such a short time was rare. First Order Heavenly God Realm. Lin Fei nodded. I know that reaching First Order Heavenly God Realm is just the beginning of the physique cultivation path. Hall Master Luo Xian had a deep understanding of this. The physique cultivation path is a powerful path. In our Saint Spirit world, the number of physique cultivators who reach 9th Order Heavenly God Realm, even perfection 10th Order Heavenly God Realm, can be counted on one hand. The most powerful one is none other than Godslaughter Godhead, the strongest physique cultivation path. It is said that one person can fight against 2 godheads. Junior brother Lin Fei, your potential is limitless. There is a chance you can reach that level in the future. In Lin Fei's eyes, a 10th Order Heavenly God Realm physique cultivation was not that far away. In 3 years, Lin Fei had refined all the Water Moon spirit beads. Currently, his proud heaven physique was stuck at the 7th Order Heavenly God Realm. As long as he could get his hands on the Divine Essence Sand, he would be able to break through to the 8th Order Heavenly God Realm. At that time, even a venerable lord would not be able to kill him. This was Lin Fei's greatest source of confidence. I will. Then let's go. Hall Master Luo Xian said. Thanks to you, I can finally leave the ancient wasteland world. The higher-ups said that I have made a great contribution, so when I return to the Dark Shadow Palace, I can enter the Elder Board. Lin Fei cupped his fists. Congratulations. The position of the Dark Shadow Palace's Elder Board was above everyone else. According to the ranking system, it belonged to the 2nd level, while a personal disciple like Lin Fei belonged to the 3rd level. Hall Master Luo Xian's face was full of smiles. The competition within the Elder Board is fierce. It seems like the leisurely days in the ancient wasteland world are gone forever. Even though Hallmaster Luo Xian said so, he did not feel any pressure. Lin Fei and Hallmaster Luo Xian went straight to the temporal temple. From the ancient wasteland world to the Saint Spirit world, other than going through the temporal temple, there was no other way. It really isn't cheap. To go to the Saint Spirit world, it would take a month. At the same time, one would have to pay a considerable amount of money, a total of 1 billion heaven crystals. Using Hallmaster Luo Xian's words, it was just 1 billion heaven crystals. However, coming down from the Saint Spirit domain was not something that could be done with just 1 billion heaven crystals. Tens of billions of heaven crystals were needed at every turn, and not many people could afford it. Normally, no one would be willing to come to the vast thousand domains. Not only would their strength be suppressed, they would also have to pay a few billion heaven crystals. The temporal temple really earns money. They are a scammer. No matter who it is, they have to be honest and fork out the money. Hallmaster Luo Xian said humorously. Scammer, that's a good name. It suits them too well. Lin Fei almost clapped and cheered. A month later, Lin Fei stepped into the Saint Spirit world for the first time. Hua hua hua. Although he had learned about the Saint Spirit world from Senior Long Yu and the records left behind by the Aquamoon Heavenly Cave, when he really stepped into the Saint Spirit world, Lin Fei felt very small. How is it? Isn't it very shocking? Lin Fei sensed the boundless spiritual energy of heaven and earth. It's indeed huge. In the Saint Spirit world, it's best if you don't release your divine sense to check. You don't know when you will offend those heavenly gods. Most heavenly gods are fine, but they are afraid of offending some veteran heavenly gods. There are also some fellows with bad tempers who kill according to their whims. Lin Fei's potential was limitless. Hallmaster Luo Xian did not mind reminding him to leave a good impression. If one day Lin Fei became an 8th order heavenly god, he would be a high lord. Moreover, he would be a high lord who walked the path of body cultivation. Let's go, they should be waiting for us outside. They came out of the temporal temple. A golden war chariot appeared in front of them in a streak of light. The beast pulling the chariot was actually a heavenly god beast that exuded the aura of a heavenly god. Get on the chariot. This is my man. Chapter 2788. The Saint Spirit world was huge. Lin Fei stood on the war chariot, admiring the scenery for the first time. Just as Hallmaster Luo Xian had said, the Saint Spirit world was filled with heavenly divine beasts. He had lost count of how many they had encountered along the way. Heavenly divine beasts were very fast, especially the 5th order heavenly god realm heavenly divine beast on the war chariot. Speed was its forte, passing through one world after another like the wind. The worlds below are all mortal worlds. Although they are called mortal worlds, their strength is not something the great thousand worlds can compare to. They are all ruled by countries. Everything you see belongs to the Dark Shadow Palace. The Dark Shadow Palace rules over more than 1,000 countries, and each country is overseen by an expert from the Dark Shadow Palace. Each expert is an elder of the Dark Shadow Palace, and they have to be at least 5th order heavenly god realm. Lin Fei listened quietly. He had a very clear impression of the Dark Shadow Palace in his heart. Every country he passed through was bigger than the ancient wasteland. The Dark Shadow Palace was really full of talented people. It was all thanks to his outstanding performance. Senior brother Long Yu is right. In a place like the Dark Shadow Palace, the more outstanding you are, the more they will value you. After passing through several hundred countries, an enormous floating city appeared in Lin Fei's sight. Majestic. This was Lin Fei's first impression. That's the City of Shadows. Hallmaster Luo Xian said. Don't be fooled by its size. You will only know how big this city is when you are inside. The entire City of Shadows was shrouded in white fog. Lin Fei tried to look, but his vision was blocked by the white fog. He could barely see a part of the buildings below. There's no need to look. That was specially arranged by the Dark Shadow Palace. Unless you are a Reverend Lord expert, you won't be able to see it clearly. Hallmaster Luo Xian smiled. Lin Fei laughed dryly. Although Hallmaster Luo Xian was an elder, he was here to take up his new post. He had yet to receive an elder's token. He could only enter through the city gates. As a disciple of the Dark Shadow Palace, he could enter faster than others. After entering the City of Shadows, Lin Fei saw towering buildings that stretched as far as the eye could see. On the streets, heavenly god experts could be seen everywhere. There were also a few great emperor experts. This was a place where emperor realm experts could be found everywhere. Even heavenly god realm masters were too common here. Although most of the people here were first order to third order heavenly god realm, they were all heavenly god realm masters. Let's go to the headquarters. Dark Shadow Palace headquarters. It turned out that it was in the inner city of the City of Shadows. The City of Shadows was divided into the outer city and the inner city. Most people could go to the outer city. However, they could not enter the inner city. They had to be from the Dark Shadow Palace. Anyone who entered would be killed without mercy. Hallmaster Luo Xian and Lin Fei finally entered the inner city after going through all sorts of checks. What a tight security! Lin Fei's heart palpitated when he was examining the patient just now. A 7th or 8th order heavenly god realm master's gaze swept over him. If a heavenly god realm master had killed someone, that would only limit their strength. But when these heavenly god realm masters attacked, their power was truly astonishing. The power of an 8th and 9th order Saint Spirit realm master was absolutely terrifying. Brother Luo Xian, congratulations on your promotion. Just as they entered the inner city, a chubby man came up to greet them. He had a wide smile on his face, giving off a friendly feeling. I haven't seen you for 300 years, but your way of talking is still so lousy. Heavenly God Luo Xian said as he disembarked from the war chariot. The chubby heavenly god laughed. Your words are really disgusting. If I had known this would happen, I wouldn't have come. You must be joking. Heavenly god Luo Xian introduced to Lin Fei. This is heavenly god Yang Zhan, also an elder of the Dark Shadow Palace. He will bring you in to register. Junior Lin Fei greets Elder Yang. Lin Fei cupped his fists in greeting. Good heavens, he ran into a 7th order heavenly god realm master the moment he arrived. Heavenly god Yang Zhan looked at Lin Fei with a wide grin on his face. That pair of smiling eyes seemed to see through Lin Fei's body, causing his smile to become even brighter. Not bad, not bad. At such a young age, not only did you become a material world lord, your physique has also reached first order heavenly god realm. Among this batch of personal disciples, you should be able to enter the top 10. Heavenly god Yang Zhan was very satisfied. Heavenly god Luo Xian's face was also brighter than before. Hearing that Lin Fei would only be able to enter the top 10, he was a little unhappy. Fatty Yang, Lin Fei's potential is limitless. You actually dare to say that he can enter the top 10? I think entering the top 5 shouldn't be a problem. Lin Fei was bewildered listening to this. What are they talking about? Heavenly god Yang Zhan shook his head. Top 5? It's difficult. Do you know, maybe it's our Dark Shadow Palace's good luck this time, but there are quite a few geniuses appearing in our territory. For example, a genius disciple of the First Elder has condensed an emperor's heart at such a young age, and has even grasped a Saint Soul Stage 9th stage secret arts power. Heavenly god Luo Xian's expression flickered. They're really lucky, there are so many geniuses this year. The competition is a little fierce. Heavenly god Luo Xian and Heavenly god Yang Zhan chatted for a while. We're going in, do your best. Heavenly god Luo Xian patted Lin Fei's shoulder, sending Lin Fei off with his eyes. Heavenly god Yang Zhan led Lin Fei into the Dark Shadow Palace's headquarters. It was an enormous building that towered into the clouds, shrouded in white mist, obscuring its appearance. Elder Yang, you brought another newcomer. Heavenly god Yang Zhan led Lin Fei to a certain place within the palace. Lin Fei, personal disciple of the ancient wasteland realm's material realm master. This person had originally thought that Lin Fei was an ordinary disciple, but upon hearing that Lin Fei was a personal disciple, he couldn't help but be shocked. This was a very prestigious status. He hurriedly took out a storage ring with the name Lin Fei on it and took out a series of items. This is your proof of identity. As long as you drip your blood on it, you'll be able to refine it successfully. Heavenly god Yang Zhan said. In a place like the inner city without proof of identity, you'll die without a doubt. Don't lose it, and don't let anyone else take it. Also, the things you want are in there as well. Check them yourself. Lin Fei dripped his blood and refined the token, and the name Lin Fei appeared on it. Inside the storage ring, 50 kilograms of Origin Energy God Sand was lying quietly. As for the cultivation technique you want, all you need is proof of identity, and you can go to the library to make a copy. Heavenly God Yangzhan led Lin Fei to a mountain peak in the inner city. This is where personal disciples cultivate. You can choose any mountain you want. No one will disturb you here. Only now did Lin Fei realize something. The inner city was a completely different world. There were many mountain peaks, and the heaven and earth spiritual qi was exceptionally dense. I'll take that one. Lin Fei casually chose a mountain peak. Heavenly God Yangzhan waved his hand, and a powerful force opened up the mountain peak. The two of them instantly arrived at the mountain peak. Later, 100 servants will be responsible for your daily life. Chapter 2789. After entering the mountain peak, Lin Fei officially became a personal disciple of the Dark Shadow Palace. Yangzhan Shun left after giving his instructions. Before he left behind a Dark Shadow Palace handbook, instructing him to understand the rules of the Dark Shadow Palace. The servants arrived very quickly. They were all mortals from the Dark Shadow Palace, and they were all strong and healthy. Without Lin Fei's instructions, they managed the mountain peak properly. Having just arrived, Lin Fei was not in a hurry to do anything. The sacred spirit domain was not a place like the ancient wasteland world. Although he had heard some things from senior brother Long Yu, he only knew how powerful the sacred spirit domain was after experiencing it for himself. For the rest of the time, Lin Fei stayed on his mountain peak and flipped through the Dark Shadow Palace handbook. The Dark Shadow Palace handbook recorded the various rules of the Dark Shadow Palace in detail. Compared to the ancient wasteland world, there were more rules here, and the hierarchy was more obvious. It formed a very three-dimensional triangular pyramid, and anyone who violated these rules would be severely punished. Lin Fei had to admit that the Dark Shadow Palace's rules were very good. The level of one's strength determined one's position in this pyramid. If one was strong, they could naturally be high and mighty. If one was not strong enough, they could only cultivate quietly. Personal disciple, I really have to deal with the Dark Shadow Palace assessment that happens once every 100 years. In the Dark Shadow Palace handbook, Lin Fei quickly saw the Dark Shadow Palace disciple assessment every 100 years. Regardless of whether one was an inner sect disciple or a personal disciple, everyone had to undergo an assessment. The first assessment was very important, especially for personal disciples, as it concerned the opportunity to become a disciple of the Divine Realm Elder. I'm new here, so I can't avoid the assessment. The next assessment will be in 10 years. According to the handbook, personal disciples can become a disciple of the Divine Realm Elder of the Dark Shadow Palace. If they're lucky, they can even become a disciple of a supremacy. It's not just me, but those who came in with me are also rubbing their palms together, wanting to show off. The status of a personal disciple in the Dark Shadow Palace was very high. Any personal disciple was qualified to become a disciple of a Divine Realm Elder. Even more personal disciples were proud to become a disciple of a supremacy. High Lords and Heavenly Gods. That was an 8th Order Heavenly God Realm Master that had mastered a 10th level Saint Spirit Realm secret technique, whereas the Great Sovereign Lord had mastered an 11th level Saint Spirit Realm secret technique, not to mention that he had a peak level Heavenly Divine Weapon. Lin Fei actually did not have too many requirements to become a disciple of that Heavenly God Elder. Even if it was a top-notch technique, the heaven-defying 12 layers tyrant body that he cultivated would be too far off. There seemed to be 12 supremacies in the Dark Shadow Palace, and they're all taking different paths. There isn't a single supremacy who is a body-tempering cultivator. In the Saint Spirit domain, once a body-tempering cultivator becomes a supremacy or a heaven god, he's quite popular. Lin Fei continued to read the Shadow Palace's handbook. 10 years later, during the Dark Shadow Palace's disciple assessment, my physique will advance to 2nd Order Heavenly God Realm. This kind of cultivation speed isn't slow. Lin Fei began to plan. My heaven-defying 12 layers should be a top-notch Heavenly God Realm body-tempering cultivator cultivation technique. I think I should hide this technique and learn another body-tempering cultivation technique to conceal it. That way no one will suspect me. Although Lin Fei wasn't afraid of others robbing him, the Saint Spirit world was different from the ancient wasteland world. It was better to be safe than sorry. The Dark Shadow Palace's library should be very big. I can scan through the Dark Shadow Palace's cultivation techniques. At that time, I'll know what level my heaven-defying 12 layers tyrant body is at. When Lin Fei arrived, he had already made up his mind. In a place like the Dark Shadow Palace, the more dazzling one's performance was, the more attention one would receive. Lin Fei did not forget Heavenly God Yangzhan's words. It seemed that in this batch of personal disciples, each of them had a powerful background, and there were even a few with shocking talents. The competition would be fierce. Before going to the library, I should refine the God Origin Sand and push heaven-defying 12 layers tyrant body to the 7th layer. Lin Fei took out the God Origin Sand. This was a type of purplish gold sand, and each grain was as heavy as 1,000 caddies. Only a body-tempering expert like Lin Fei could easily hold it in his hands. If it was a heaven god expert, they would have long been exhausted. Refine. Lin Fei opened his mouth and swallowed. The purplish gold God Origin Sand turned into liquid and merged with his flesh and blood. He originally thought that the God Origin Sand would be easy to refine, but Lin Fei underestimated its power. It took a full 5 years to completely refine 100 kilograms of God Origin Sand. At the moment when it was completely refined, Lin Fei's body entered the 7th layer of heaven-defying 12 layers tyrant body. The heavy aura on Lin Fei's body surged. Heaven-defying 12 layers tyrant body has finally entered the 7th layer. When he was in the Aquamoon Heavenly Palace, Lin Fei's heaven-defying 12 layers tyrant body could already break through to the 7th layer. He just lacked the necessary materials. I am now in the 7th layer of heaven-defying 12 layers tyrant body. When the time comes, I will choose a heaven god body tempering technique in the library and smoothly enter the 2nd layer of the heaven god realm. No one will doubt me. Lin Fei could feel the strength of the 7th layer of heaven-defying 12 layers tyrant body. Every single cell in his body was ridiculously strong. At the same time, he also had powerful regenerative abilities. 5 years later, Lin Fei came out of seclusion. Ever since Lin Fei took up residence in the mountain, he rarely left the mountain. As such, he became the one with the lowest influence among this batch of personal disciples. Almost no one knew of Lin Fei's name, unlike the other personal disciples who displayed their prowess and performed dazzlingly. After leaving the mountain, Lin Fei headed straight for the library of the Dark Shadow Palace. The library of the Dark Shadow Palace was located on a mountain peak. The top and bottom of the mountain peak were shrouded by a large formation. Lin Fei took out his identity token and the token opened up a shield, protecting Lin Fei as he entered the mountain peak. No wonder Elder Yangzhan said that it's impossible to enter the City of Shadows without an identity token. Outsiders who enter the formation will die without a doubt. Walking inside the formation, Lin Fei felt the danger of death. This was the first time he felt the threat of death from the formation. This unknown formation can easily kill cultivators below 8th order heavenly god realm. Lin Fei sucked in a breath of cold air. This was indeed a terrifying danger. After successfully upgrading his physique, Lin Fei's physical strength was roughly equivalent to an 8th order heavenly god realm. To be able to make Lin Fei feel the aura of death, this formation was truly extraordinary. The library was located halfway up the mountain peak. At the entrance, Lin Fei saw an old man lying lazily on a chair. Right at this time, the old man's eyes snapped open, his sharp gaze sweeping over Lin Fei. Goosebumps rose all over Lin Fei's body, as if he was being stared at by a fierce beast. High Lord, this is a High Lord Master. Lin Fei's heart skipped a beat. He didn't expect to run into a High Lord Master on his first visit. The Dark Shadow Palace's inner city was truly filled with experts. Dark Shadow Palace personal disciple Lin Fei, here to pick a cultivation technique. This is my identity token. Lin Fei took a deep breath and said, "Oh." The old man retracted his gaze. "So you're that Lin Fei? This disciple is indeed Lin Fei." Lin Fei answered, "You may enter now." The old man waved his hand. According to the rules, you can pick a 9th stage Saint Spirit Realm killing technique, a complete shadow clone, and a heavenly god body tempering school cultivation technique. This disciple understands. Chapter 2790. Lin Fei was inwardly shocked by the Dark Shadow Palace's strength. An 8th order heavenly god realm venerable lord was really generous. Coupled with the array outside, not many people dared to sneak into the Dark Shadow Palace's library. Little devil, will I be discovered when I scan the cultivation techniques here? Lin Fei contacted the little devil. With a venerable lord guarding outside, Lin Fei had no choice but to be careful. The Dark Shadow Palace's cultivation techniques could perfect his prideful Heaven 12th layer super physique. Lin Fei was not willing to miss such a good opportunity. The next time he came to the library, he would need contribution points. Without contribution points, his personal disciple identity was useless. Master, don't worry. That person outside is very strong, but the system is not to be trifled with. Master only needs to pretend to pick out the cultivation techniques. Leave the rest to me. The little devil said nonchalantly. Lin Fei trusted the little devil. The Dark Shadow Palace's library was huge. Every cultivation technique was sealed by a restriction. Looking at the huge library, Lin Fei sucked in a breath of cold air. This was the real library. Lin Fei took a deep breath. If the little devil could copy all the cultivation techniques, his prideful Heaven 12th layer super physique would become even more perfect. Since the little devil said it was fine, Lin Fei did not disturb him. 9th level Saint Soul Stage secret technique. I'll choose one with a stronger attack. This was something Lin Fei had already thought of. 9th level Saint Soul Stage secret technique, he would choose one with a stronger attack. As for life-saving methods, the Darkness Doppelganger was undoubtedly the best method to protect one's life. Could he learn it? That was simple. The library's classification of cultivation techniques was very clear. Following the instructions, Lin Fei found the corresponding secret technique. So young, but his heart is quite big. Finding a powerful secret technique, whether he can master it or not, is another matter. If he doesn't master it, he might end up empty-handed. The old man shook his head, not saying another word. He was biting off more than he could chew. Although he could learn the 9th level Sacred Spirit secret technique, it was uncertain when he would be able to learn it. The Dark Shadow Palace's Sacred Soul Level 9 secret technique killing moves were numerous. 90% of them were related to Emperor intent. It was rare to see a secret technique killing move that matched Lin Fei's body tempering style. After all, most of the Heaven God experts in the Saint Spirit domain cultivated the Emperor intent. They had the most secret arts and killing moves in this area, and there were relatively few in the body tempering style. Lin Fei was very disappointed as he watched. Many of the killer moves were not as powerful as his own. Lin Fei guessed that most of these secret killing techniques of the body transformation school were found on the bodies of enemies, and finally placed in the library for disciples to practice. This could also explain why there was such a huge difference in power. The potential of a body tempering cultivator is limitless. If you want to reach that day, this path is much more difficult than that of an ordinary person. Lin Fei could not help but sigh. He still had to choose his body tempering Saint Spirit secret art killer move. Lin Fei didn't believe that he would be able to find a suitable one for himself. It didn't matter if it wasn't powerful enough. In any case, he wasn't counting on it to kill enemies. This seems to be suitable for me. In a corner of the library, Lin Fei really found a body tempering style killer move. Seemed to be quite powerful. Sealing Soul Severing Palm. A Sacred Soul Level 9 body tempering style killer move. This move was similar to Lin Fei's, picking the stars and moon. The only difference was that the power of this Sacred Soul Level 9 body tempering style killer move required a strong physical body to perform. Once it was performed, its power was extraordinary. It could seal space and involved a deeper level of use of the body tempering style's power. Lin Fei was very interested. The greatest limitation of this Sacred Soul Level 9 body tempering secret art is the physical body. Given my physical body, I can easily learn it without any problems. Lin Fei decided to choose this Sacred Soul Level 9 body tempering secret art killer move. Foolish guy, overestimating himself too much. Sealing Soul Severing Palm is not an ordinary Sacred Soul Level 9 body tempering secret art. There are 3 stages in total. The first stage requires a 3rd order Heavenly God Realm physique, the second stage requires a 6th order Heavenly God Realm physique, and the 3rd stage requires a 9th order Heavenly God Realm physique. So far, only one person from the Dark Shadow Palace has reached the 3rd stage. The rest are stuck at the 1st stage. The old man harumphed. It's indeed powerful, but not everyone can learn it. For a body-tempering style cultivator, it was difficult to advance each stage. Little did Lin Fei know that in the old man's eyes, he had become a fool who overestimated himself. With a Sacred Soul Level 9 body-tempering secret art, Lin Fei began to choose a body-tempering style cultivation technique. Only 6th Order Heavenly God Realm, no. 7th Order Heavenly God Realm, no. 8th Order Heavenly God Realm, no. Top 9th Order Heavenly God Realm, not bad. One after another, Lin Fei gave up on the body-tempering style cultivation techniques. Lin Fei was even more disappointed when it came to the body-tempering style cultivation techniques. No matter how hard he tried, there were only 5 techniques that could help him reach 9th Order Heavenly God Realm, and none of them were top grade. Lin Fei reluctantly chose a Heavenly God Realm physique cultivation technique, called the Sacred Cloud Dragon Traversing Physique. It could help him reach 9th Order Heavenly God Realm as a disguise. The last one is the Shadow Doppelganger. This was what Lin Fei really wanted. It was the Dark Shadow Palace's top cultivation technique. Even though it was only the first 5 stages, Lin Fei was already satisfied. According to rumors, the Dark Shadow Palace's disciples and elders needed a large amount of contribution points to exchange for this Shadow Doppelganger. Obtaining the first 5 stages of the Shadow Palace's cultivation technique in one go was definitely a good deal for Lin Fei. Unfortunately, this kind of top-grade cultivation technique could not be taught to outsiders. When copying it, one would have to make a vow that only one person could learn it. Young man, don't be so magnanimous. When Lin Fei walked out of the library, he heard the old man's words, and he couldn't help but grin inwardly. I knew that Great Lord would keep an eye on me. Luckily, I didn't do anything out of line. I wonder if the little devil managed to copy it. Lin Fei said seriously. Disciple understands. The old man fell silent. In his eyes, this Lin Fei's achievements were limited. Back at his own mountain peak, Lin Fei set up a formation to conceal everything. Little devil, did you succeed? The little devil said proudly. Of course I succeeded. It's just that I didn't manage to copy the Dark Shadow Palace's top-grade cultivation technique. There's a hierarch's will on them, so I can't touch them. As for the rest, I copied them all, a total of 1,000,000 copies. Lin Fei sucked in a breath of cold air. So many. Lin Fei had thought that it would be around a few 100,000 copies, but it was far more than what he had imagined. That's great. Proud Heaven 12th layer will be even more perfect. Lin Fei couldn't help but reveal a look of joy. Although I didn't get a powerful cultivation technique, 1,000,000 copies will definitely make the Proud Heaven 12th layer Overlord body reborn. That's for sure. The little devil smiled. Lin Fei prepared a lot of Emperor Will crystals and gave them to the system to calculate and analyze. There are still 5 years left before the Dark Shadow Palace's disciple assessment. I can also start cultivating. There were less than 5 years left. Lin Fei began to move. First, he cultivated the Sacred Cloud Dragon Traversing Body Tempering Cultivation Technique. According to the records, this cultivation technique came from a certain country in the Saint Spirit domain. The cultivation of the divine body is indeed complicated. Lin Fei was a little helpless. It actually requires all kinds of materials. This is a bit big. If one didn't have a certain amount of wealth, they could only watch helplessly. Chapter 2791. The Sacred Cloud Dragon Traversing Physique was divided into 9 stages, each representing a realm. Using Aotion to simulate the Sacred Cloud Dragon Traversing Physique, Lin Fei was very satisfied. It was exactly the same, and there was a faint dragon might around him. Lin Fei had simulated the 3rd stage, a 3rd Order Heavenly God Realm Physique. In Lin Fei's opinion, the materials needed for the first 3 stages weren't that hard to buy. Lin Fei went out a few times. No one would pay attention to a personal disciple, especially when Lin Fei was the most inconspicuous one. Cultivating a physical body cultivation technique was easy. Lin Fei had also grasped the Soul Severing Seal, a 9th level Saint Soul Killing technique. I was worried that using the 9th level Saint Soul Killing technique at this realm would be a little scary. Luckily, this is a physical body cultivation technique, so everyone won't be too surprised. After all, this is only the first stage. In truth, Lin Fei had already grasped the first 2 stages of the Soul Severing Seal. The hardest to cultivate was the shadow clone, the top cultivation technique of the Dark Shadow Palace. There were a total of 10 stages to the doppelganger of Dark Shadow Palace, and each stage could produce a doppelganger. The doppelganger of Dark Shadow Palace was similar to the doppelganger art. One had to be cultivated by oneself, while the other could be cultivated directly. The aura of the doppelganger would be exactly the same, making it hard to distinguish the real from the fake. Other than that, the doppelganger of Dark Shadow could travel in the dark world, catching people off guard. The difficulty of each stage wasn't low. So far, the only one who could cultivate the doppelganger of Dark Shadow to the 10th stage was Hierarch Dark Shadow. 10 doppelgangers, combined with the main body, had terrifying battle power. Lin Fei could cultivate the first 5 stages, which meant that he could produce 5 doppelgangers. In these 5 years, other than a small amount of time spent on cultivation and secret techniques, Lin Fei spent most of his time comprehending the doppelganger of Dark Shadow. Even with the help of the system, it shortened the time. So far, Lin Fei had only cultivated 1 doppelganger of Dark Shadow Palace. He had cultivated a darkness clone in less than 5 years. If news of this spread in the Dark Shadow Palace, it would definitely be explosive. Normally, it would take 1,000 years to cultivate a dark doppelganger, and this was already the fastest. In 5 years, the dark clone's growth could no longer be described as monstrous. Lin Fei did not intend to reveal the dark doppelganger. That was a killing move. Come to the Dark Shadow Palace, direct disciples. A loud and clear voice rang in Lin Fei's ears while he was still meditating. Lin Fei stopped his meditation. 10 years really flies by. It's time for the direct disciple assessment again. Lin Fei stood up and left the mountain peak. He saw people continuously appearing on the various peaks, flying towards the Dark Shadow Palace. Dark Shadow Palace. Elder Su, you've come. Why didn't such a good thing come? It happens once in 100 years. I heard that among the direct disciples this time, there are many talented fellows. Our Dark Shadow Palace has another batch of fresh blood. Each generation is stronger than the last. I wonder who will be able to become the Supremacy's disciple this time. One by one, the Heavenly God Elders arrived at the Dark Shadow Palace. If there was nothing important, the Heavenly God Elders rarely appeared together. The Heavenly God Elders had always been very enthusiastic about the direct disciple assessment that happened once every 100 years. Every time the Heavenly God Elders encountered a satisfactory direct disciple, they would fight to snatch the disciple they wanted to inherit their lifetime's knowledge. The status of a direct disciple in the Dark Shadow Palace was still very high. Especially after they had a master, it was equivalent to having a huge backer. Fatty Yang, I heard that one of your disciples killed a demon recently, and became famous in the Saint Spirit domain. Heavenly God Yang Zhan appeared with a smile. Some Heavenly God Elders came to flatter him. Recently, one of Heavenly God Yang Zhan's disciples had killed a demon in the Saint Spirit domain. He was very proud. Brother Luoxian, you're quite lucky. You've actually been assigned to oversee a nation. Heavenly God Yang Zhan said with a smile the moment Luoxian arrived. Luoxian was all smiles. It's all right. The Heavenly God Elders of the Dark Shadow Palace loved to go to the thousands of nations that the Dark Shadow Palace controlled. You're not the same. That disciple of yours killed a demon. Heavenly God Luoxian said respectfully. Ha ha ha. The two laughed. How has that Lin Fei been lately? Do you know? It was all thanks to Lin Fei that Heavenly God Luoxian was able to oversee a nation in one go. Since this was his first time out, he didn't have time to pay attention to Lin Fei. Heavenly God Yang Zhan said, that fellow Taoist Lin Fei of yours is really interesting. In the past 10 years he hasn't gone out much. His group doesn't even know who Lin Fei is. He's so low-key. Ah, Luoxian was startled. The other personal disciples have been going around and visiting their senior apprentice brothers. Their performances have been quite dazzling. That Lin Fei is simply too low-key. If I hadn't personally brought him in, I probably would have forgotten about him. Heavenly God Yang Zhan shook his head. The personal disciple trial is about to begin. If he works hard during the next 10 years, he might be accepted by a decent Empyrean god. But if Luoxian understood what he meant, 10 years was the most important thing for a personal disciple. If they could use their connections to get word to an Empyrean God Elder or even an Exalt, they might have a good impression of them. If they performed well in the future, they might even be able to catch their eye, allowing them to ascend to the heavens. A good master was extremely important. Perhaps he's training hard. Luo Xian didn't know what to say. They're here. Someone suddenly said. A streak of golden light appeared off in the distance. It was like a blazing sun, and it was the first to appear in the dark shadow palace. So it's him. Elder Alcade's eldest son, Empyrean God Cold Thrust. The Jingguang dissipated, and a handsome young man appeared. He was fair and clean, but he was already an Empyrean God. Behind him stood an Empyrean God Elder. Another one has arrived. He's known as Skyless. He's very powerful, and he's extremely domineering. One personal disciple after another appeared. During the past 10 years they had done their best to display their strength. As soon as they appeared, quite a few Empyrean God Elders recognized them. This was exactly what they needed. If they could leave a good impression in the eyes of the Empyrean Gods, they might even be able to catch their eye. Another one has arrived. A boundlessly powerful aura charged in from outside. A black wind howled, and ghostly wails could be heard as a muscular figure appeared within the palace. Quite a few personal disciples were unable to dodge in time, and were sent flying by the black wind. Their faces were filled with rage. This person is so domineering. Chapter 2792. Dark Shadow Great Hall. The Personal Disciple Assessment and the Heavenly God Realm Elders Disciple Selection together was a major event in the Dark Shadow Palace. This Hegemon King's personal disciple is really not bad. A third-order Heavenly God Realm physical body, cultivating the Emperor's heart energy at the same time. His future is limitless. A Heavenly God Realm Elder laughed, full of admiration. The moment this Heavenly God Realm Elder spoke, the other Heavenly God Realm Elders also began to flatter him. The fifth Elder has spoken, that brat has a chance. I heard it has been a long time since the fifth Elder personally praised a personal disciple. Being able to enter the fifth Elder's tutelage is also a blessing. Within the Dark Shadow Palace, the Heavenly God Realm Elders were divided into upper and lower ranks. An elder like Luo Xian was at the bottom of the hierarchy. Unless he had endured for hundreds of millions of years, no one would take him seriously, or he had broken through to 7th Order Heavenly God Realm and above. Then there were the elders who had cultivated for hundreds of millions of years. They had enough influence to accept disciples every time. Although they might not be the best personal disciple, they were still personal disciples. The last type of elders were the 10 Heavenly God Realm Elders. These 10 Heavenly God Realm Elders held great authority. Other than the High Lord, the Dark Shadow Palace was ruled by these 10 Heavenly God Realm Elders. Among the Heavenly God Realm Elders, the highest was the 1st Elder, and the lowest was the 10th Elder. What an honor it was for the 5th Elder to speak up. Entering the 5th Elder's tutelage meant that one's status was higher than the other Heavenly God Realm Elders. A 3rd Order Heavenly God Realm Hegemon King's personal disciple exuded a domineering aura, causing some Heavenly God Realm Elders' eyes to light up. Following the 5th Elder's words, all of them shut their mouths. Every time a Heavenly God Realm Elder selected a disciple, if there was no elder with a high status, no one would compete with you. However, once someone did, you basically had no chance at all. The 5th Elder's chances of recruiting the Hegemon King as his personal disciple were higher than anyone else. Hegemon King, you've got guts, you dare to touch my people. Outside the palace, holy light suddenly shone resplendently, and a pure and holy aura surged over. A great sun appeared in the distance, and holy light shone all the way into the palace. Before the person arrived, his voice reached the hall. Under the great sun stood a silver-armored young man. His entire body is pure and holy as jade. This is the Holy Son of the Great Sun Nation, the Holy Son of Heaven, a Heavenly God Elder said. It is rumored that his strength can enter the top 10 of the personal disciples. As soon as the Son of Heaven arrived, his holy aura shone. Among the direct disciples, those who were slightly weaker all seemed to be enchanted. Their bodies leaned forward slightly as if they were about to prostrate on the ground. This kid is not bad. The 6th Elder spoke. He was a very amiable-looking middle-aged man. It's not easy to cultivate a light-type cultivation technique to this level. In the future, it might not be difficult to cultivate Vairocana Mahavairakana. When that time comes, a single phrase from the Buddha will be the merciful arc of salvation. When the heavenly God Elder heard this, he sucked in a breath of cold air. To be praised by the sixth elder, this Elysian son of heaven's future was limitless. Vairocana was a move created by a great supremacy in the Saint Spirit domain a long time ago. It was known as the Saint Spirit Mystic Killer move that was the hardest to block in the world. Under the power of this Vairocana Mahavairakana, everyone would submit to it. They would wholeheartedly do good and forcefully change themselves. Even the heavenly God elders did not dare to underestimate such a future expert. Heavenly God Yongzhan sucked in a breath of cold air. This time, many geniuses have appeared in the countries controlled by our Dark Shadow Palace. Even some of the more remote countries have some geniuses. At first, I thought that Lin Fei would be able to enter the top 10. But it looks like it'll be a little difficult. Heavenly God Yongzhan shook his head. As the person who had recommended Lin Fei, Heavenly God Luoxian couldn't help but frown when he saw the personal disciples. Each and every one of them had limitless potential. The fifth order Heavenly God Realm Luoxian didn't even think that he could suppress these people. This is indeed a little troublesome. Heavenly God Luoxian naturally hoped that Lin Fei could obtain a good result. At that time, he would be able to enter the tutelage of a powerful Heavenly God Elder. In the Dark Shadow Palace, a powerful master could provide a lot of benefits. With enough resources, no matter who it was, they would be able to cultivate extremely quickly. They aren't the strongest yet. Heavenly God Yongzhan suddenly said. I heard that this time there's a personal disciple who is truly a dazzling talent. His name is Duguijian, and he has cultivated the heart of the sword. He chose one of the Dark Shadow Palace's top cultivation techniques, the Sword Codex. Within 10 years, he will reach the entry stage of the Sword Codex. Heavenly God Luoxian sucked in a breath of cold air. No way, right? He's almost at the entry stage of the Sword Codex? I heard that it's one of the few powerful cultivation techniques in the Dark Shadow Palace, but it's too difficult to reach the entry stage. One needs to cultivate the heart of the sword. There's even a rumor that once one reaches the entry stage of the Sword Codex and comprehend the supreme Tao of the sword, the power of each sword strike will be no weaker than a 7th layer Saint Spirit Realm secret art. Everyone's publicly acknowledged number one among the personal disciples this time. Wang. The Elysian children and the hegemon stared at each other, their eyes blazing with fire. However, with a soft Wang sound, the two of them quickly looked outside the palace, and fear appeared on their faces. Duguijian. The other direct disciples present also subconsciously revealed fearful expressions. Whoosh! Wind blew in from outside. What a sharp-cutting aura! The sword chi is intimidating. The heavenly god elders were all astonished. This sword chi merged with the wind, and its power was extraordinary, not to mention that it was a personal attack. Our Dark Shadow Palace has taken in an impressive personal disciple this time. The sixth elder laughed. Just this move alone is enough for him to reach the next level. Ha ha ha. He's the number one among the personal disciples. I heard that Lord Supremacy is very interested in this Duguijian. I'm afraid he's going to take him as his disciple. I also heard that Heavenly Sword Supremacy has come out of seclusion. He's the number one in the Sword Dao of our Dark Shadow Palace. It's rare to have a prodigy in the Sword Dao, and no one can compete with Heavenly Sword Supremacy. The fifth elder said with a smile. None of the 5 great supremacies are here this year? The third elder asked. I don't think so. A white-haired old man, the first elder, shook his head. At their level, they won't be disturbed by such trivial matters. In their eyes, great supremacies were the Saint Spirit World's top masters, appearing and disappearing unpredictably. Very few people knew of their whereabouts. These elders, if they did not have a certain fortuitous encounter, they would never be able to reach 9th order Heavenly God realm in their lifetime. Being able to enter the Supremacy realm, they were quite satisfied. Chapter 2793. Duguijian's arrival stole everyone's limelight. Just by standing there casually, no one dared to stand there. Sharp sword intent cut through the void. If this was any other world continent, the void would have been torn apart long ago. The Saint Spirit world was a higher level world. Its void was especially sturdy. No matter how the sword intent cut through the void, the other personal disciples were unable to withstand it. The personal disciples that appeared after him all showed off their abilities, but before Duguijian's sword intent, all of them paled in comparison. Lin Fei was considered one of the late arrivals. Lin Fei had never had much interest in being in the limelight. What a sharp sword intent, even though he's gone, there's still a sharp sword intent left in the air. Lin Fei's flying speed was not fast. The sharp sword intent was blocked by the light barrier around his body. This person is probably the strongest among the personal disciples. That sword intent's cutting power is so sharp. After 10,000 years, when his sword intent reaches major completion, just this sword intent alone is enough to kill. Lin Fei fell into contemplation. Lin Fei stepped into the great shadow hall. Powerful auras soared to the sky, akin to ancient heavenly pillars, standing tall between heaven and earth. These should be the heavenly god realm elders. Lin Fei took a look around. Most of them were around 7th order heavenly god realm. He did not see any 8th order heavenly god realm honorable lord masters. Who knows who this is? When Lin Fei entered, everyone was unfamiliar with him. The personal disciples all shook their heads as well, unable to recognize who this personal disciple was. He was extremely unfamiliar to them. I know who he is. He's a material world lord from the Great Thousand World. I think his name is Lin Fei. He was probably brought up here by the newly promoted elder Luo Xian. One of the heavenly god realm elders recalled. Material world lord? He has some ability, ah. The words material world lord caused quite a commotion. Even in the saint spirit domain, the physical domain's master would still make people's eyes light up. He couldn't be killed, and this was a huge advantage. He was 100 times better than those personal disciples who cultivated cloning techniques. Such a material realm master would have a very good advantage in the saint spirit domain. Even if he died, there was no need to worry. At most, he could continue to come here. Formidable martial artists with the doppelganger art were different. Once their true bodies perished, the repercussions would be huge. If they encountered a formidable supremacy martial artist with a powerful sacred spirit level mystic killing move, it was common for them to instantly kill all the doppelgangers in the sacred spirit domain. Material realm masters were different. A supremacy's ultimate move might not be effective against a material realm lord. Elder Luoxian, you're quite lucky. I can't believe I met such a talent. I heard that he's a body tempering master. The elders beside Elder Luoxian expressed their goodwill to him. Becoming an elder in the Dark Shadow Palace required a certain amount of luck and a certain backing. The position of an elder was very popular. Many people were jealous of Luoxian's position. When Lin Fei arrived at the Dark Shadow Great Hall, he paid attention to someone. What a powerful sword intent. I'm currently simulating a 3rd order heavenly god realm physical body, but under this sharp sword intent, I actually feel a slight pain. In other words, just the sword intent that he's releasing can pass through my defenses and land on my body. Using Proud Heaven to simulate the sacred cloud dragon's traversing physique, his physical defense was much weaker. Lin Fei was slightly surprised. This time he had really met his match. Among the heavenly god elders, Lin Fei saw Elder Luoxian and Elder Yang Zhan. Both of them nodded at him. Lin Fei randomly found a place to stand. Now that he was standing there, he was not far from Dugu's sword. Lin Fei blocked it very easily, which made the eyes of many heavenly god elders light up. To be able to block the sword intent from Dugu's sword, he had some ability. Soon, all the personal disciples had arrived. This time, there were a total of 53 personal disciples present. Among them, the most outstanding were Duguijian, Elysian Sun, Overlord, and a few others. Lord High Lord is here. The first elder's gaze suddenly turned respectful. Above them, in a higher position, 6 figures condensed. All of them were the High Lord's avatars. The moment they appeared, their powerful auras were like a storm, suffocating everyone present. This aura was not released on purpose, but it was released automatically by their powerful bodies. This time, 6 High Lords had come for the personal disciple test, which exceeded the heavenly god elders' expectations. According to the past, the number of High Lords that came each time varied. Sometimes 5 or 6 would come and sometimes 2 or 3 would come. It all depended on whether the High Lords had the time or not. To them, accepting a personal disciple was something that did not matter. If the High Lord did not come, then the heavenly god elders would be the ones to divide the personal disciples. This time there were 6 High Lords. Everyone knew that they valued talent and placed great importance on this assessment. 6 High Lords. Elder Yongzhan was shocked. It's going to be lively this time. Elder Luoxian rarely had the chance to meet a High Lord, and it was even rarer for 6 of them to come at once. Who are they? Elder Luoxian asked. This was Elder Luoxian's first time participating in such a grand event. As for accepting a personal disciple, it would be 10,000 years later. Whether or not he could accept one would depend on his luck. Elder Yongzhan had been an elder for 100,000 years, so he was considered to be very knowledgeable. In the center, the one wearing a scarlet cloak is Zenith High Lord. On his left is the High Lord with 3 eyes. He's called Giant Eyes High Lord, and he's from a foreign race. Don't underestimate his 3rd eye. That eye can release an innate magical power. It's rumored that it has the power of a 10th stage sacred soul and is unstoppable. Elder Yongzhan whispered. On the right of Zenith High Lord, the one who looks similar to him is Heaven Heart High Lord. Both of them are blood-related and have a telepathic connection. Furthermore, they cultivate a secret technique of the Dark Shadow Palace. Anyone who faces one of them will have to face 2 of them at the same time. It's very difficult to deal with them. In addition, there's the purple-robed female High Lord called Ziluo High Lord. There's also the one-eyed High Lord who was injured by a great High Lord. He hasn't recovered, so he still has one eye. He's called Demon High Lord Mental Demon. He's good at creating illusions and is also a powerful High Lord. The last High Lord with skin like stone is also from a foreign race. He's called Vajra High Lord, and he's best at defense. After Elder Luoxian heard this, his horizons widened. He finally matched the information in his memory. The Dark Shadow Palace was huge, and there were many experts. Many people had heard of their names in their entire lives, but they had never seen them. The identity of a High Lord was not something they could meet. The appearance of the 6 High Lords caused a huge commotion that far exceeded the previous few times. Chapter 2794. When the 6 supremacies arrived, the heavenly god elders looked at one of the supremacies, Supremacy Firmament. Zenith Supremacy had the most seniority. He had been a High Lord for tens of millions of years. It was rumored that this supremacy had a chance of becoming a great supremacy. Perhaps it would happen in 10 million years, and the Dark Shadow Palace would have another great supremacy. 53 personal disciples, you've done well. Zenith Supremacy's voice was loud and clear. Since everyone is here, let's start the Legacy Disciple Assessment. I'm sure they're all anxious. Understood. A heavenly god elder took out a black medallion. After activating it, the massive Dark Shadow Palace began to fold up, revealing a black arena in the center of the Dark Shadow Palace. As the new batch of direct disciples, you are all geniuses from various countries. Some of you are even geniuses from the Great Thousand Domains. Next, you will face a devil battle. The Divine Elder introduced with a smile. Perhaps some people already know the meaning of the Demon War, but there are also some who don't. In that case, this elder will explain to you all what the Demon War is. As the name suggests, the Demon War is a huge battle between you and the demons of the Saint Spirit Domain. As you all know, the Saint Spirit Domain is huge. In the vast Saint Spirit Domain, there are the infamous 6 great demon empires. In the Devil Country there were big and small devils. They waged war and plundered the lives of billions of living beings to cultivate their techniques. Next, you need to kill the demons. Their strength will be completely unleashed. Your goal is to kill them. Remember, you can't kill them. They will kill you and gain their freedom. Elder Tianxian's words were very serious. There were many countries in the Saint Spirit Domain. Among them, there were 6 demon kingdoms in total. Every demon kingdom would give birth to big and small demons. No one knew where they came from, but every demon's goal was to destroy. Once they conquered a kingdom, they would destroy and enslave it. In the Saint Spirit Domain, the impact was very bad. However, no one could destroy the Devil Ancestors' 6 kingdoms because they had a godly venerable rank powerhouse guarding them. At the same time, they had a large number of demon generals under their command. He continued to wreak havoc on the Saint Spirit Domain. Hence, The Saint Spirit Domain's heaven god martial artists would join forces to kill the devils once they discovered that the devils from the Devil Empire had appeared in the outside world and were harming the lives of mortals. There were also some sects that would seal the devil's powers after capturing them and use them as a form of training for their disciples. It was the same for the Dark Shadow Palace. The test for personal disciples was to kill demons. Demon. Lin Fei immediately searched for information about the demon. There were millions of cultivation technique manuals in the library pavilion. Some of them were diaries about the Saint Spirit Domain, which recorded all sorts of things. Coincidentally, this was related to the demon motherland. According to the records, there were a total of 6 devil motherlands, and each of them controlled one of the Saint Spirit world's 5 great continents, which was the most remote one. Each devil motherland had a great sovereign lord guarding it, but this was not the scariest part. The scariest part was that there was a 10th order heavenly god realm hierarch guarding it. This hierarch of the devil motherland had used some unknown method to cultivate a lost cultivation technique of the devil motherland. He had connected himself with the great continent and formed a unique existence. As long as this hierarch of the devil motherland could not leave the great continent, his strength would plummet and he would die without a doubt. This was also the devil motherland's biggest backer. Lin Fei's interest was aroused. He had never seen a demon before. Whoosh! A golden shield appeared on the stage. A brawny man with a curved horn on his head was teleported to the stage. He was the demon that everyone in the Saint Spirit Domain feared. The moment this demon appeared, his ferocious eyes shot out a murderous glint. The demonic flames behind him surged into the sky and continuously attacked the golden shield. Then, the flames turned into a black cloak on the brawny man's back. *stars from the Dark Shadow Palace, I'll kill all of you one day. The strong man with the curved horn roared, causing ripples to form on the golden shield. A heavenly god realm elder stepped forward. This demon is a famous demon from the devil motherland, the Black Horn Demon. Your next test is to persevere. Whoever can last the longest against him will be the most outstanding. Whoever can kill the Black Horn Demon will receive 200,000 contribution points. Many heavenly god realm elders were slightly stunned when they heard this. This time's test was different from the previous ones. It sounded easy, but the difficulty was much higher. It was a test of everyone's combat ability. So it's the Black Horn Demon. He's quite famous. Rumor has it that he massacred an entire country, with billions of people, just to refine an evil Holy Spirit's secret art. The Black Horn Demon has the strength of a 5th order heavenly god realm, stronger than all the personal disciples present. This is also good. This can test the personal disciple's true strength. At the critical moment of life and death, he won't hold anything back. This is a better way to judge a person's potential. The demon is most proficient in physical defense, and he likes close combat. There's going to be a good show to watch. The heavenly god realm elders were excited. Especially this time among the 53 personal disciples, there were some with outstanding talent, and their true strength could be seen. All of you can attack with your full strength. The heavenly god realm elder added. There's no need to worry about being killed. There are venerable lords here. They can control the great shadow hall to revive you. The personal disciples' eyes lit up. They were all 1st order heavenly god realm to 3rd order heavenly god realm. Each and every one of them was powerful. Even so, they could still feel the terrifying aura of danger coming from the Black Horn Demon. This was just a little demon from the devil country. If it was an 8th order heavenly god realm archdevil, then that would be the real terror. Who wants to go first? The heavenly god realm elder looked at the 53 personal disciples. The 53 personal disciples looked at each other, but no one dared to make the first move, especially those few who were looking at each other. Just a little demon, I'll go first. The hegemon laughed loudly, causing the void to tremble. He was about to step onto the battle stage. The Black Horn Demon is mine. Crash! The Elysian heavenly prince's holy light shone, blocking the hegemon's path. Scram! The hegemon took a step forward, his voice akin to thunder, shaking the holy light. After a few moments, the holy light shattered. Both of them were fighting to be the first to step onto the stage. There's no need to fight, this first one is mine. From Duguijian's bright eyes, 2 sword intents shot out, slashing at the Elysian Heavenly Prince and the Hegemon. The two sword intents forced the two disciples to retreat with solemn expressions. Chapter 2795. Duguijian calmly ascended the arena. The two strongest personal disciples, the Overlord and the Elysian Sun, had no choice but to make way for Duguijian. This is the supreme sword intent of the Swordplay Manual. It's a path of indestructible destruction. The scarlet-cloaked Zenith Supremacy laughed. His eyes brightened. I didn't waste my time coming here. The large-eyed Supremacy on the left was expressionless. He wore this expression every day, making him seem cold. Brother Zenith, you're going to accept Duguijian as your disciple. Congratulations. Zenith Supremacy had a great influence in the Dark Shadow Palace. He was a veteran among the Supremacies, and he could even survive a fight with a great Supremacy. Everyone respected him a lot. Congratulations, Brother Zenith. Duguijian has grasped the basics of the Swordplay Manual. As long as he has a powerful heavenly divine weapon, his strength will soar. I wanted to compete with him, but since Brother Zenith has spoken, let's forget about it. The five Supremacies laughed and chatted, giving up on the idea of accepting Duguijian as their personal disciple. Die, people of the Dark Shadow Palace. The Blackhorn Demon launched an attack as soon as Duguijian entered the arena. Thunder roared, and the whole arena was filled with terrifying ripples of energy. It was like a raging sea, and it surged forward wave after wave. If one couldn't hold on, one would be torn to shreds. This is the sound wave attack that the Blackhorn Demon specializes in. A close-range attack is coming. The Blackhorn Demon had rich combat experience. With a roar, the sound wave attack hit the vanguard. He split into 3 clones, which were distributed in 4 positions around Duguijian, and attacked together. Whoosh! Whoosh! A crescent moon-like blade aura slashed across the sky. When the sound wave attack came, Duguijian lightly stomped his feet. Sword energy formed a shield around his body. His expression was cold. Die! 2 sword lights, one black and one white, shot out from his eyes. They appeared one after the other. Yin-yang kill. The 2 sword lights formed a pattern and slashed at the Blackhorn Demon. This is the first killing move of the Swordplay Manual. Zenith Supremacy laughed. What a genius! When the other Supremacies saw this, they also admitted that Duguijian was powerful. He had grasped the first killing move of the Sword Mantra, the fusion of 2 types of energy. With the increase in power, dealing with a 5th order Heavenly God Realm Blackhorn Devil wasn't too difficult, especially since the Blackhorn Devil didn't have any protective treasures. The Tyrant King and the Elysian Sun looked solemn. The power of that sword strike surpassed the strength of a 5th order Heavenly God Realm. Even they wouldn't be able to block it easily. Duguijian came down from the arena and stood quietly on the side. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. In the arena, the Blackhorn Demon King's body was reconstructed once again. He still wore the expression of someone who had died. Blackhorn Demon, you are very disappointing. If you die a few more times, you will really be finished. A faint voice fell into the Blackhorn Demon Head's ears. The Blackhorn Demon Head's eyes turned red. This is unfair. I've lost my weapons and treasures, and I only have less than 50% of my usual fighting prowess. If you have the ability, return my weapons and treasures to me. Watch how I kill them. This is our rule. You should wait and see how to deal with the second one. Lin Fei recognized that sword strike. A killing move from the sword cannon. This person is really suitable to learn the sword. He was born to wield a sword. Even though the Blackhorn Demon King's strength was greatly reduced, he still managed to kill him with a single strike. He has a lot of potential. In 100,000 years, he might become a venerable lord. Lin Fei narrowed his eyes. This was a good opponent. As Duguijian descended, the Tyrant King, the Elysian Sun, and even the others dodged. The Tyrant King stepped up. Blackhorn Demon Head die. The Tyrant King was displeased that Duguijian had stolen his thunder. The Blackhorn Demon Head was unlucky. Boom! Boom! The roars became louder. War God Fist. A terrifying phantom appeared behind the Tyrant King, suppressing the Blackhorn Demon Head on the spot. The Tyrant King's speed and strength soared, and a punch landed on the Blackhorn Demon Head's body. The Blackhorn Demon Head was sent flying, and his body exploded in midair. What a good tyrant king. He condensed the war god's phantom so quickly and increased his strength. Heavenly Heart laughed. The third person to step up was the Elysian Sun. The Elysian Sun was even more straightforward. After stepping up, he summoned the Lord. One was a demon and the other was a Buddha. Naturally, the demon was unlucky. Under the illumination of the holy light, the black horn demon head's strength was suppressed to the lowest level, and he had almost no chance to retaliate. He was suppressed by the Elysian Sun all the way, and his body continuously emitted smoke. He was in a sorry state. Finally, the Elysian Sun used the holy light cross slash and killed the black horn demon head. The first 3 personal disciples all displayed impressive strength. They attacked ferociously the moment they stepped up, suppressing the black horn demon head all the way. The black horn demon head was extremely unlucky. After the 4th personal disciple stepped up, the black horn demon head wasn't so unlucky, and he was finally able to display his skills. He used a tyrannical saber technique and he used a tyrannical and vicious technique. The black horn demon head's powerful recovery ability also made the black horn demon head perform even more crazily and violently. The 4th personal disciple spent some time and barely managed to defeat the black horn demon head. To the heavenly god elders watching from the side, defeating the black horn demon head was already pretty good. After all, there was a certain gap between their strength. However, being able to fight someone with a higher cultivation level meant that the black horn demon head was very powerful. A pro-disciple like Duguijian would only appear a few times in 100 years. But this time a total of 3 had appeared, which could be considered as a very rare occurrence. Indeed, the next personal disciples were much weaker overall. Some of them were killed by the black horn demon head the moment they stepped up. They couldn't even block a single attack from the black horn demon head. Of the 53 personal disciples, other than the first few who performed amazingly, the rest were not worth mentioning. They also lasted for different amounts of time. In the end, they were all killed by the black horn demon head. This was also a kind of training for the personal disciples of the Dark Shadow Palace. The black horn demon head was just a small demon in the demon country. Not a big demon. If he encountered a demon venerable or a great demon venerable, that would be terrifying. If he couldn't even deal with a small demon, how could he fight a big demon or even a more powerful demon venerable? It's finally Lin Fei's turn. Elder Luo Xian said, but he still had a worried look on his face. His previous performances were too outstanding. Why is this guy the last to fight? Elder Yongzhan narrowed his eyes. You can't say that. This is also a kind of technique. Duguijian and the rest have performed outstandingly. If they had followed behind, they would have been overshadowed. But if they were the last to fight, it would be different. That's true. The Sky God Elders didn't pay much attention to Lin Fei's ascension to the arena. Of the dozens of personal disciples before him, only a few had performed outstandingly. This made the Sky God Elders shake their heads. They weren't too interested in Lin Fei, who was the last to fight. I heard that this is the physical realm master. Unfortunately, he is a body-tempering cultivator. This is much more difficult than the other path. Zenith Supremacy shook his head. Everyone knew that a body-tempering cultivator was a body-tempering cultivator, but this path was difficult to cultivate. He's making his move. The black horn demon head pounced forward, and 2 crescent blade auras slashed down. Lin Fei was very calm. He extended his right hand, and a faint bubble could be seen on his right hand. He struck down with his palm. Chapter 2796. When Lin Fei stepped onto the stage, none of the heavenly god elders felt that he would do better than the other direct disciples. The Black Horn Devil Lord was a little devil, merely a 5th-order heavenly god realm cultivator. However, in the Saint Spirit world, the Black Horn Devil Lord's influence was quite great. None of the heavenly god realm cultivators in the same realm could subdue him. The big and small demons from the demon nation were not to be trifled with. Even the previous direct disciples could not kill the Black Horn demon. This Lin Fei, whose background was not simple, would probably be the same. It would be difficult for him to last for too long. The Black Horn demon's speed is top-notch. It's a little too late for him to make a move when he's already closed in. A heavenly god elder shook his head. The big and small demons of the demon nation are most proficient in speed. When encountering a demon, One must defend against the other party's speed. This Lin Fei will probably only last for a few breaths. Lin Fei's reaction speed was much slower. However, as Lin Fei struck down with his palm, the 6 High Lords were shocked. The 6 Supreme Lords were moved, recognizing it. After Lin Fei struck, a huge bubble enveloped the black-horned demon. At the same time, the 2 crescent blade lights were sucked into it. The blade lights landed on the bubble, but it produced a huge elasticity and did not break. Die! Lin Fei shouted. The huge bubble exploded in front of everyone, and the black-horned demon inside was killed by the bubble's power. He actually killed the black-horned demon. What move was that just now? Why haven't I seen it before? The heavenly god elders looked at each other, dumbfounded. This was the first time they had seen Lin Fei's attack, and they had no impression of it. It was as if it had appeared out of thin air. Good lad, I didn't expect you to be hiding such a talent, Zenith High Lord said with a smile. What a good move. Sealing Soul Severing Palm. I haven't seen this 9th level Sacred Soul Secret Technique killer move in a long time. Only a few people in the entire Dark Shadow Palace know how to use it. Naturally, no one has any impression of it. This time Zenith Supremacy didn't muffle the sound and directly released it. This time the Divine Elder heard it clearly. Everyone had a blank look on their faces. After a brief moment of confusion, someone remembered. This is the Sealing Soul Severing Palm. I've heard that one needs a 3rd order Heavenly God Realm physique to learn it. A Heavenly God Realm Elder reacted, his eyes filled with disbelief. This is unbelievable. It's said that once you reach the 3rd stage of this Saint Soul Level 9 secret technique, its power will be extremely powerful. What an eye-opener. In front of that bubble, Elder Tianxian also felt a trace of pressure. If one could cultivate this Sacred Spirit 9th level secret art of the body transformation school to the large success stage, that would be extremely good. However, it was usually very difficult. One might be able to reach the entry stage, but reaching the large success stage was too difficult. All along, the number of heavenly god powerhouses in the Dark Shadow Palace who specialized in the body-tempering Sacred Spirit secret skill-killing move could be counted on one hand. It was too difficult. It would take a lot of time and resources. Forget it. This kid seems to be cultivating the Sacred Cloud Dragon physique. Judging from his aura, he should have cultivated it to the 3rd stage, which is a 3rd order Heavenly God Realm physique. The Heavenly God Realm Elder's eyes lit up. Being able to kill the Black-Horned Devil in one move, he could be ranked in the top 5 among the 53 personal disciples. The Sealing Soul Severing Palm can be cultivated to the entry stage at such a young age. If he does well, he might be able to cultivate it to the 2nd stage in the future. At that time, he will be able to make a name for himself. High Lord Zenith laughed. Lin Fei's performance only surprised them a little. Only someone who had reached the large success stage of the body tempering school was worthy of their attention. The current Lin Fei was still far from that level. Even though he had entered the entry stage, compared to Du Guijian, the Overlord, and the Elysian children, his potential wasn't that great. Du Guijian only glanced at Lin Fei, and didn't pay any more attention to him. There was a limit to the potential of a body-tempering school cultivator. Now they seemed to have boundless potential, and could kill a 5th-order Heavenly God Realm Black-Horned Devil. After 100,000 years, any one of them would be stronger than Lin Fei. It would be very, very difficult for Lin Fei to catch up to them. Soon their gazes landed on the High Lords. The most exciting moment had arrived. Among the 53 personal disciples, who would be lucky enough to enter the High Lord's tutelage? Everyone was waiting anxiously. However, there were also a few who were very calm. For example, Du Guijian, who had entered the High Lord Zenith realm with his sword technique. No matter which High Lord it was, they would be very pleased. Du Guijian, you can enter my tutelage. High Lord Zenith realm smiled at Du Guijian. As long as Du Guijian agreed, he would immediately become High Lord Zenith Realm Elder's personal disciple and truly have the backing of a High Lord or Heavenly God. I'm willing. Du Guijian actually wanted to enter the High Lord's tutelage. Unfortunately, the Dark Shadow Palace's High Lords had no interest in accepting disciples and rarely showed themselves. High Lord Zenith Realm Elder was a veteran Heavenly God in the Dark Shadow Palace. He had deep influence in the palace and was on good terms with several High Lords. There were even rumors that High Lord Zenith Realm Elder might advance to Great Lord within 1,000,000 years. Duguijian agreed. Ha ha ha. High Lord Zenith Realm Elder laughed. Let's go. With a wave of his hand, Duguijian was brought away. High Lord Skyheart looked at the Elysian Heavenly Son. Elysian Heavenly Son, are you willing to enter my tutelage? Yes. The Elysian Heavenly Son left with High Lord Skyheart. High Lord Giant Eyes chose the Hegemon. He had a deep understanding of energy, and was very suitable for the Hegemon to cultivate. It was also convenient to teach the Hegemon. The first 3 disciples were chosen. Many High Lords were envious, but they couldn't compete. A High Lord could choose a disciple, and a disciple could choose a personal disciple. The personal disciples were the clearest about what they were good at. Only 5 of the 6 High Lords chose a personal disciple. None of the remaining personal disciples chose a personal disciple, including Lin Fei, who had killed the Black Horn Demon with 1 palm strike. Lin Fei's potential was limited. Body tempering style cultivation was like a bottomless pit. Even they couldn't afford it. Naturally, none of the High Lords were willing to choose him. What's going on? None of the elders chose Lin Fei. Elder Luoxian had been worried about Lin Fei. Elder Luoxian couldn't help but feel happy for Lin Fei after he used the soul-severing sealing hand to kill the Black Horn Demon. He didn't expect that in the end, no High Lord would choose Lin Fei as a disciple. In the end, even the Heavenly God Realm Elder gave up on Lin Fei. Elder Yangzhan shook his head and said, Lin Fei's potential is not bad. Unfortunately, he is a body-tempering style cultivator. If he wants to cultivate, he will have to spend a lot of effort. Any personal disciple here will surpass Lin Fei in 100,000 years. No 30,000 to 40,000 years. They would rather choose another personal disciple. Doesn't that mean that Lin Fei will be left alone? Elder Luoxian had brought Lin Fei here. He naturally didn't want Lin Fei to fail. In the Dark Shadow Palace, he had brought Lin Fei with him. If Lin Fei performed outstandingly, he would also be proud. Very quickly, 52 of the 53 direct disciples were selected. Only Lin Fei was left. There were still Heavenly God Realm Elders, but none of them chose him. They couldn't afford it. Lin Fei was speechless. It turns out that the body tempering style isn't popular. Lin Fei was about to give up. Boom! Chapter 2797. Just when everyone thought they had given up on Lin Fei. Boom! A majestic aura descended from the sky, condensing into a black figure. The Heavenly God Realm Elders in the Dark Shadow Hall staggered under this aura. Great Sovereign! One of the Heavenly God Realm Elders exclaimed. Everyone was dumbfounded, staring at the black figure in the Dark Shadow Hall in a daze. The aura exuding from this figure was even stronger than a Great Sovereign. In the entire Dark Shadow Palace, only a Great Sovereign had such an aura. This scene was too sudden. A Great Sovereign had descended. No one thought that the Great Sovereign came for Lin Fei, perhaps he just came to take a look. Great Sovereign! All the Heavenly God Realm Elders respectfully greeted. When the figure completely condensed, it was a tall and sturdy man. Only then did everyone recognize the identity of this Great Sovereign Lord. That's Great Sovereign Han Tian. There were 5 Great Sovereigns in the Dark Shadow Palace. 4 of them cultivated the Emperor's heart force, while the last one walked the path of physique cultivation. Compared to the other 4 Great Sovereigns, Great Sovereign Han Tian rarely appeared in the Dark Shadow Palace. It was said that Great Sovereign Han Tian often went out to search for physique cultivation materials, rarely appearing in the Dark Shadow Palace. Great Sovereign! Lin Fei sensed the majestic aura coming from Great Sovereign Han Tian. This is a physique cultivation master. Lin Fei was most sensitive to this person's aura. This person's physique had reached 9th Order Heavenly God Realm. When everyone recognized Great Sovereign Han Tian, they became even more respectful. It was said that among the 5 Great Sovereigns, Great Sovereign Han Tian was ranked first, just a step away from becoming a hierarch. It was rare for Great Sovereign Han Tian to come here. It was said that this Great Sovereign Han Tian had no interest in accepting disciples. His disciples were few and far between, and even if there were any, their strength was mediocre. No matter how outstanding they were in the early stages, they were no match for those Heavenly God Realm Masters who cultivated the Emperor's heart force. Little guy, are you willing to enter this father's sect? The burly Grand Monarch Heaven Shaker, who exuded a fierce aura, swept his gaze across the crowd and said something that no one had expected. I'm willing. As for those heavenly god elders who cultivated the power of an emperor's heart, Lin Fei didn't have much interest in them. The only thing he didn't expect was that the last great sovereign would come, and it was even a peak great sovereign who cultivated the body transformation path. This backing was not bad. Where do we go? With a wave of his hand, Grand Monarch Heaven Shaker unleashed his power and took Lin Fei away. Everything happened too quickly. That brat Lin Fei is really lucky. Grand Monarch Heaven Shaker. He's the strongest of the 5 Grand Monarchs. This luck is really unparalleled. The heavenly god elders were all dumbfounded. In the shortest amount of time possible, they spread the news. Did my eyes deceive me just now? Elder Luo Xian's expression flickered. It seems that Grand Monarch Heaven Shaker took Lin Fei as his disciple. Elder Yongzhan also took a deep breath. You're right. Lin Fei really became Grand Monarch Heaven Shaker's personal disciple. This is really unexpected. Both of them sighed. A Grand Monarch. Even if Lin Fei's strength stagnated in the future, with Grand Monarch Heaven Shaker's support, no one in the entire Dark Shadow Palace would dare to find trouble with Lin Fei. This was like reaching the heavens in a single bound. Grand Monarch Heaven Shaker had accepted a disciple. The news spread in an instant. This Grand Monarch Heaven Shaker had not accepted a personal disciple for tens of thousands of years. Among the 5 Grand Monarchs, he was the strongest. However, the strength of his disciples was relatively average. As time passed, no disciple was willing to accept him. When the Dark Shadow Palace's High Lords heard the news, they were all shocked. What was going on? Grand Monarch Heaven Shaker had actually accepted a personal disciple. After a brief shock, the High Lords returned to normal. There was only one body-tempering school Grand Monarch in the Dark Shadow Palace. The proportion of body-tempering school Grand Monarchs in the Dark Shadow Palace was too low. Although Lin Fei's potential was not bad, with his third-order Heavenly God Realm physique and the sealing soul-severing palm, it would be as difficult as ascending to the heavens for him to master the second stage. When Zenith Venerable and the others heard the news, they smiled and did not pay too much attention to it. This Grand Monarch Heaven Shaker's personal disciple was not very capable. Most of his personal disciples were just coolies. At most, they would take on the identity of a Grand Monarch's personal disciple. Lin Fei was brought to a mountain peak by Grand Monarch Heaven Shaker. This mountain peak was shrouded in clouds and mist. Layers upon layers of array formations were set up. You're very good. At such a young age, you've already mastered the first stage of the sealing soul-severing palm, and the third stage of the Sacred Cloud Dragon physique. Among the Body Tempering School's experts, you're considered quite good. Grand Monarch Heaven Shaker brought Lin Fei to a palace. For us Body Tempering School experts, cultivation is more difficult than anyone else's. Since you've become my disciple, I hope you can work hard. This is my greeting gift to you. Grand Monarch Heaven Shaker waved his hand and threw out a storage ring. Inside is a set of materials for the 4th stage of the Sacred Cloud Dragon physique. Grand Monarch Heaven Shaker said. Grand Monarch Heaven Shaker said, if my disciples want to grow stronger, they'll have to rely on themselves. If you need anything, you can trade for it with me. Alright, I'll tell you about the rules of our sect later. Grand Monarch Heaven Shaker disappeared from Lin Fei's sight. Lin Fei was speechless. This is a Grand Monarch? The Grand Monarch who became his disciple seems a little too shameless. Lin Fei felt as if he had become the disciple of a fake master. Junior brother Lin Fei. I'm your eldest senior brother Zhongguang. After Grand Monarch Heaven Shaker left, a black-robed middle-aged man walked in from outside the palace. He looked quite old, and the first thing he did was introduce himself. Eldest senior brother. Lin Fei cupped his fists in greeting and secretly observed this eldest senior brother. A 7th-order Heavenly God Realm physical body. Other than Grand Monarch Heaven Shaker, this eldest senior brother was the only one Lin Fei had seen who had advanced further on the body-tempering path. His surging physical strength continuously stirred the surrounding void. Now that you've become Master's disciple, we're brothers. Chongyang laughed. It has been 10,000 years since Master has accepted a personal disciple. Heavenly God Chongyang was also shocked. He had been cultivating when he received an order from his master that there was a new personal disciple with a third-order heavenly god realm physical body cultivation. He was stunned for a long time. It can't be, right? Chongyang brought Lin Fei to meet Grand Monarch Heaven Shaker's other 3 personal disciples. This is your second senior apprentice brother, you sure? Third senior apprentice brother Tianing. And fourth senior apprentice brother Wenren Zhongang. Heavenly God Chongyang introduced. This is your fifth junior apprentice brother Lin Fei. Lin Fei saluted them one by one. Don't you find it strange why there are only 4 personal disciples under Master? Including you, there are only 5. Heavenly God Chongyang's Lil Dong said. Our Master has no interest in teaching disciples, and the body tempering path is even harder to cultivate. His personal disciples are also few and far between. The other 3 senior apprentice brothers smiled wryly. All 3 of them were at 6th order heavenly god realm, cultivating different physique cultivation techniques. Although there aren't many disciples under our Master, there is one thing that we can guarantee. No one dares to bully our Master. Second senior apprentice brother Yu Sure said straightforwardly. If anyone dares to bully us, just the few of us are enough to make them suffer. Chapter 2798. Lin Fei had become Grand Monarch Heaven Shaker's disciple. From that moment on, Lin Fei officially became a true direct disciple, the only one among the 53 direct disciples to become a disciple of a great senior. It was unknown how many personal disciples sighed. What a lucky bastard. Although they were envious, they quickly returned to normal. Although Great Venerable Han Tian's disciples were amazing, compared to them in the future they were far too lacking. Everyone knew that the body tempering path was the most difficult to cultivate. Among Great Venerable Han Tian's disciples, other than a Great Venerable, there had never been a Venerable Lord. Currently, the strongest disciple was merely a 7th order heavenly god realm, heavenly god Chongyang. It was one thing to look down on him, but no one would say it to his face. Everyone knew that Grand Monarch Heaven Shaker was the most protective. Whether it was the exalted monarch or the other 4 Grand Monarchs, none of them dared to offend Grand Monarch Heaven Shaker. They were all a bunch of martial arts maniacs. Junior brother Lin Fei, this is where you cultivate. Time can be accelerated. Heavenly God Chongyang brought Lin Fei to a mountain peak. Every disciple of our great monarch is responsible for managing a nation. Heavenly God Chongyang pointed at the country below. Don't worry. Master gave me 10,000 years to prepare. In the next 10,000 years you can cultivate in peace. You don't need to be responsible. Lin Fei really didn't expect Great Senior's disciple to have such a request. Deep in his heart he really liked it. Freedom. This was purely a free-range state. Also, since you've broken through once, you can go to the sect to receive the reward left behind by Master. Heavenly God Chongyang continued. Your kingdom is now adjacent to the Massacre God Court. They are a bunch of lunatics, so you have to be careful. Heavenly God Chongyang's eldest brother was very meticulous. After making arrangements for Lin Fei, Huang Xiaolong reminded Lin Fei of a few things and left him a communication bracelet. If anything were to happen, Huang Xiaolong would rush over immediately. Although Huang Xiaolong was only a 7th order heavenly god realm cultivator, his battle prowess was comparable to an 8th order heavenly god realm. As long as he didn't run into a powerful venerable lord, Huang Xiaolong could do whatever he wanted. This master of mine is purely herding sheep. Every one of them counts. After heavenly god Chongyang left, Lin Fei couldn't help but smile wryly. Fortunately, I don't have to cultivate in the City of Shadows. I can save myself a lot of trouble. Lin Fei quickly returned to normal. 10,000 years of cultivation, coupled with time acceleration, can be done step by step. Fortunately, Lin Fei's physical body had some achievements. Otherwise, it would be as difficult as ascending to the heavens if he wanted to cultivate his physique cultivation technique alone. And so Lin Fei settled down in the Cloud Kingdom. The Cloud Sea country's ruler was a 7th order heavenly god realm master. Relying on the divine weapon given by the Dark Shadow Palace, as well as a 9th level Saint Soul secret art, he was the Cloud Sea country's #1 expert. After Lin Fei arrived, the king of Yunhai personally came to pay him a visit. A personal disciple of a great sovereign master had a much higher status than a country king. Who knew if a personal disciple would interfere? Naturally, the Yunhai country king had to be careful. Lin Fei was very polite and did not mention anything about interfering in the Cloud Sea country's affairs. This made the king of Yunhai country heave a sigh of relief. It was good that Lin Fei did not interfere. If he really did, there was nothing he could do. In the next 10,000 years, Lin Fei would not interfere in the Cloud Sea country's affairs. Not interested. Lin Fei decided to cultivate diligently. With the items provided by Grand Monarch Han Tian, to avoid suspicion, Lin Fei decided to cultivate in seclusion. He simulated the sacred cloud dragon traversing physique to 4th order heavenly god realm. Raising my physical body to 5th order heavenly god realm in 10,000 years isn't too much. Lin Fei planned to follow the rules and not arouse any suspicion. Under the time acceleration, Lin Fei began his long cultivation journey. In other people's eyes, Lin Fei used several hundred years to raise his physical body to 4th order heavenly god realm. After that, he began to temper himself in the Dark Shadow Palace's territory. According to Heavenly God Chongyang's eldest senior apprentice brother, if a body-tempering cultivator wanted to grow stronger, the key was to improve their physical body. The higher they climbed, the stronger they would become. If they wanted to grow stronger, they would have to go out and explore to obtain the necessary materials. Body-tempering cultivators had to spend a large amount of resources to reach their current level. There were no shortcuts. This was also the reason why Huang Xiaolong's master had yet to produce a High Lord. Looking at the disciples of the other Grand Monarchs, they all had High Lords. Even though eldest senior apprentice brother Chongyang was no weaker than a High Lord, there was still a gap between them that could not be made up for. Lin Fei decided to travel around the Saint Spirit world to experience the local customs. Time passed. 3,000 years ago, Duguijian, a disciple of Dark Shadow Palace's High Lord Zenith God Realm, saw his strength soar by leaps and bounds. At 5th order Heavenly God Realm, he could kill an average 7th order Heavenly God Realm enemy. Attracting the attention of many, the Elysian Son of Heaven, who became High Lord Zenith God Realm's disciple, cultivated the Virokana move, causing his strength to soar, defeating the Devil Lord. His famed sword, catching up to Duguijian in the Dark Shadow Palace. The other direct disciples displayed their strength one after another. Lin Fei, who was the center of attention a few moments ago, had disappeared without a trace. It was harder than ascending to the heavens for a body-tempering cultivator to improve their strength. 8,000 years ago, Duguijian's sword technique reached a high level. A single sword strike from him could shake the world, reaching 6th order Heavenly God Realm. 10,000 years ago, Duguijian's cultivation reached 7th order Heavenly God Realm. Such a rapid cultivation speed made many Dark Shadow Palace's geniuses shake their heads, exclaiming that he was too monstrous. Duguijian also became the most dazzling existence. At the very least, in these 10,000 years no one could compare to Duguijian. There was even a High Lord who admitted that within 500,000 years, Duguijian would definitely become a High Lord, becoming the pride of the Dark Shadow Palace. To become a High Lord, one's cultivation in the 8 worlds Heavenly God Realm was a must. Other than that, one also needed to master a Saint Spirit Realm 10th layer secret technique. This was not an easy task. While the Dark Shadow Palace's personal disciples were showing off their might, Lin Fei spent 10,000 years eating, drinking, and playing. Lin Fei didn't care much about the personal disciples who entered the Dark Shadow Palace at the same time. 7th order Heavenly God Realm? Becoming a High Lord in 500,000 years? Lin Fei didn't have anything to be envious of. As amazing as a 7th order Heavenly God Realm was, it was just that, unless one mastered a Saint Spirit Realm 10th layer secret technique, they would be able to suppress all cultivators below the High Lord realm. In these 10,000 years, Lin Fei didn't slack off either. At the end of the 1,000 years, Lin Fei returned to the Dark Shadow Palace and received a reward from his master. From now on, he would have to rely on himself. At the end of the 8,000 years, Lin Fei's physical body broke through to 5th order Heavenly God Realm. This period of time wasn't considered long nor slow, it was just right. In general, a 5th order Heavenly God Realm needed 20 to 30,000 years to advance to 6th order Heavenly God Realm. Lin Fei decided to use 25,000 years to break through. He didn't want to reveal the secret of his proud Heaven 12th layer superbody to others. At the end of the 800 years, Lin Fei obtained an even more perfect version of his proud Heaven 12th layer superbody. Chapter 2799. Cloud Kingdom. Hoo. On a mountain peak surrounded by a sea of clouds, a thunderous sound exploded over and over again. The huge mountain was shaking as if it was going to collapse at any moment. On the peak of the mountain, a black figure sat cross-legged. A huge whirlpool appeared above his head and endless heaven and earth energy flowed into the black figure's body. Around the black figure, the void kept collapsing and healing. It didn't stop for even a moment. Hoo. The black figure suddenly opened his eyes. Two cold lights shot out from his deep eyes and tore open the void. Formless energy shrouded the void around the black hole, causing the void to be unable to recover. The recultivated proud Heaven 12 levels tyrant body is indeed awesome. It's even stronger than before. He used a few hundred years to create a more perfect proud Heaven 12 levels tyrant body. Lin Fei had been recultivating proud Heaven 12 levels tyrant body for the past 10,000 years. Every time he cultivated, he could feel how strong the new proud Heaven tyrant body was. With my current physical strength, I can easily blast open the void of Saint Spirit World and maintain it for a certain period of time. I couldn't do it before. Lin Fei reached out and tore the void. Rip. The void was torn open with his bare hands. Now Lin Fei's bare hands could shake the void, and he could maintain that for a long time. This wasn't enough for Lin Fei. This kid is really leisurely. Wenren came to Cloud Kingdom in white. That's right. He is the most low-key protodisciple this time around, and has almost been forgotten by the other protodisciples. Sky Shadow said with a smile, "Our little junior brother is different from ordinary people." The two senior brothers came. Lin Fei came out from his cultivation to welcome them personally. "Senior brothers, what brings you here?" Lin Fei asked with a smile on his face. "We're going to do something, so we came to see you, the most low-profile direct disciple." Wenren laughed. "Junior brother seems to be in good condition." Lin Fei smiled and invited the two senior brothers to sit inside. During these 10,000 years, Lin Fei basically did not leave his house. The first 5,000 years were more frequent, and the last 5,000 years were spent cultivating. He did not pay much attention to the outside world. "Brother, it's been 10,000 years. When do you plan to challenge the Holy Spirit Palace?" This was the second time Wenren saw Lin Fei, and he could feel that his brother's aura had grown stronger. This was the rhythm of a great increase in strength. "I heard that there is no time limit for challenging the Holy Spirit Palace," Lin Fei said. "I remember that you can go within 1,000,000 years at the latest." Empyrean God Sky Shadow didn't know whether to laugh or to cry. "You really do have 1,000,000 years of time. Are you trying to break through to the 8th floor of the Holy Spirit Palace in one go? Good preparation is the key to success." Lin Fei was in no hurry to challenge the Holy Spirit Palace. Every force had a Holy Spirit Palace. Only by passing the assessment of the Holy Spirit Palace would one's strength be truly recognized. The combat strength of the Holy Spirit Palace was very balanced and accurate. After passing the assessment of the Holy Spirit Palace, there was no doubt about one's strength. This had become the most important thing to everyone. "Senior brothers, where are you going? My Cloudsea Nation is rather remote. Could it be that you are going to the other continents?" Lin Fei asked curiously. The Holy Spirit world had 5 continents, and each of them was very large. Other than the 5 continents, there were also some smaller continents, but compared to the 5 continents, they were insignificant. "We accepted the Dark Shadow Palace's mission to kill a 7th Order Heavenly God Realm demon. The reward is 200,000 contribution points," Wenren said with a smile. "For personal disciples like us to improve our strength, we have to complete all kinds of missions. Killing demons is undoubtedly the best choice. The contribution points are high, and the difficulty is not that high," Empyrean God Sky Shadow said with a smile. Lin Fei thought about it and felt that it made sense. For cultivators of the body refinement path, demons from the Devil Nation were indeed much easier to deal with. "Congratulations on your successful return, senior brothers." The two of them nodded with a smile. "Junior brother, your Cloudsea Nation is next to the Massacre God Court. You will be managing the Cloudsea Nation soon, so you must be careful of those madmen from the Massacre God Court." Don't be fooled by our three top forces' peaceful appearance. In fact, we are constantly fighting each other in private. It's just that we don't want to attract their attention. Wenren Zhengong reminded Huang Xiaolong. The conflicts between our three top forces are very cruel. Our masters usually won't interfere unless it's a critical moment. You must be careful, don't fall into other people's schemes. This is especially true for your Cloud Sea mountain range, where the fighting never stops. Lin Fei nodded. I understand. Huang Xiaolong watched as his two senior brothers left. Lin Fei still attached great importance to the words of his two senior brothers. It was inevitable that the top forces would fight fiercely. The higher-ups wouldn't pay too much attention to the deaths of their disciples. In their eyes, this was also a kind of experience. Personal disciples were slightly better off, as their masters would intervene at the critical moment. As for inner disciples and the like, they were a far cry from that. A moment of carelessness could lead to their deaths. Once the 10,000 years were up, Lin Fei started to be in charge of the Cloud Sea country. According to his senior brothers, the most important thing in managing a country was to manage the various special materials in the country. As for the rest, there was no need to care. If there were experts who caused trouble, they would just kill them. If they couldn't win, the Divine Realm Elders would naturally intervene. Lin Fei focused on this area. In the entire Cloud Sea country, the area that the higher-ups paid the most attention to was a mine with special materials. The Dark Shadow Palace had arranged for many experts to guard the mine. This was what Lin Fei was most concerned about. Time flew by. Lin Fei quickly spent 30,000 years in the Cloud Sea country. After 30,000 years, Lin Fei had completely recultivated the unyielding Sky 12 levels overlord physique. His foundation was very solid, and the flow of his qi and blood could easily blast open the void. During these 30,000 years, the Cloud Sea country was very peaceful. Lin Fei almost never made a move. Occasionally, there would be a few outsiders who acted recklessly, but before Lin Fei could do anything, they were killed by the experts of the Cloud Sea country. On the Dark Shadow Palace's side, people from the Sacred Spirit Palace continuously succeeded in their challenges. The most powerful ones were Duguijian, Elysian Sun, Overlord, etc. They were the first to pass the 7th level of the Sacred Spirit Palace. Their true strength was at the 7th level of the Sacred Spirit Palace. This was the most outstanding batch of disciples. After they passed the Sacred Spirit Palace, their status in the Dark Shadow Palace rose to the sky. If it wasn't for the time being, they could even fight for the position of Elder. Chapter 2800. Dark Shadow Palace, Cloud Sea Country. 60,000 years had passed since Lin Fei started guarding the Cloud Sea country. 4 people at their level of cultivation, 60,000 years passed in the blink of an eye. In these 60,000 years, Lin Fei had cultivated the sacred cloud dragon traversing physique to the 7th stage. His Heaven 12-layer super physique was still at the 7th stage, and the improvement was not very fast. Lin Fei was not in a hurry. After recultivating his Heaven 12-layer super physique, even if it was only at the 7th stage, he was confident that he could fight against an 8th-order heavenly god realm reverend. In these 60,000 years, Lin Fei had not been idle. Many of the books that the system had copied described the Saint Spirit World's secrets. When he had nothing to do, Lin Fei would flip through these books. The Dark Shadow Palace had collected quite a number of records regarding the battles between heavenly gods. Lin Fei had a very deep understanding of the battles between heavenly gods. After recultivating his Heaven 12-layer super physique, Lin Fei's strength continued to rise. In these 60,000 years, Lin Fei had not made a move. He kept a low profile and maintained a mysterious aura. The Cloud Sea mountain range. This huge mountain range lay between the Cloud Sea country and the Blood Fiend country. The issue of ownership had always been a problem. The Cloud Sea mountain range produced all kinds of resources. Hence, there had always been battles between the two sides. It was either you attacking my mining area or I attacking yours. These 30,000 years had been extremely peaceful. There were also fewer battles. However, everyone knew that there would always be battles in the Cloud Sea mountain range, unless one day someone could control the mountain range. Currently, no one could control the Cloud Sea mountain range. Be it the Dark Shadow Palace or the Massacre Court, they would not agree to it. Offending these two giants would only result in death. That's the Cloud Sea country's icy stone mine. It was a dark and windy night. Several figures quietly descended on a mountain peak. Hundreds of millions of li away there was a huge mining area. There were many mining soldiers inside and outside, and the entire mining area was heavily guarded. In the dark of the night, ripples appeared above the mining area. It's been 40,000 years. The Cloud Sea mountain range has been peaceful for too long. A middle-aged man in a scarlet cloak stood on the peak of the mountain. I heard that Cloud Sea country no longer has a powerful master. This time we can defeat Cloud Sea country and publicize the power of our evil blood sect. The last expert of Cloud Sea Nation has been transferred back. Our men in the Cloud Sea Nation said that the newcomer is called Lin Fei, and he's the direct disciple of Grand Monarch Shaker. He's been in secluded cultivation. Unfortunately, he's a body-tempering cultivator, so he's not a threat. Although Grand Monarch Heaven Shaker and the others were afraid of him, there was nothing to worry about since he was just a legacy disciple of their sect. As long as they didn't kill Grand Monarch Heaven Shaker's disciples, and didn't provoke Grand Monarch Heaven Shaker, then there was nothing to be afraid of. Everyone knew that Grand Monarch Heaven Shaker was the most protective of his people. As long as they didn't go too far, he wouldn't make a move. Gather the disciples of the evil blood sect. In 3 days we will attack this mine in the Cloud Sea Nation. It's time for a change of master. I believe the Lord will be very happy. Little did Lin Fei know that he had become an easy target to bully. In these 60,000 years, it was as if Lin Fei had become an invisible person. Other than the ruler of the Cloud Sea Nation, no one else knew about him. At this time Lin Fei was thinking about how to gather enough godly essence sand for Proud Heaven's breakthrough. Every time he advanced to the next realm, he needed a certain amount of godly essence sand. This divine essence sand wasn't something common, but something that originated from a unique world. In order to extract it, one needed a 9th order heavenly god realm physical body or the strength of a great venerable lord, as well as a peak divine weapon. None of these were things that the current Lin Fei couldn't achieve. Proud Heaven's 12th stage tyrant physique was stuck at the 7th stage. Although he hadn't reached the peak of the 7th stage, it was time to make preparations. Where should I go to get it? What a headache! Lin Fei shook his head, feeling a headache coming on. I can't use Proud Heaven to trade for it, at least not now. In the past 60,000 years, Lin Fei didn't need to worry about this, but now that he had completed his cultivation, he needed to think about his next step. The ruler of the Cloud Sea Nation was uneasy at the start, afraid that Lin Fei would interfere. The other party's background was too big. He couldn't afford to offend Grand Venerable Han Tian's personal disciple. Fortunately, the thing that worried him the most didn't happen. Ever since Lin Fei arrived in the Cloud Sea Nation, he didn't interfere with the Cloud Sea Nation's affairs. This made the ruler heave a sigh of relief. In the past 60,000 years, the ruler had given Lin Fei the respect he deserved. At the same time, he followed Lin Fei's instructions. As long as it wasn't something important, there was no need to disturb him. The ruler of the Cloud Sea Nation was happy to do so. Ruler of the Cloud Sea Nation, bad news. Our Ice Sea Stone mine has been occupied by the Blood Fiend sect. The ruler of the Cloud Sea Nation, who was accompanying his consorts, was caught off guard by this news. The Blood Fiend sect has come out again. The ruler of the Cloud Sea Nation could no longer remain calm. Outrageous, they dare to occupy the Ice Sea Stone mine? Men, gather all the experts in the country, we're going to kill them. The trusted aide beside him reminded him. Your Majesty, should we inform Lord Lin Fei about this? There's no need for that now. The ruler shook his head. The Blood Fiend sect's luck suffered greatly after that battle. They don't have many experts left. If this ruler goes there personally, I can annihilate them. As a 7th order heavenly god realm master, the ruler of the Cloud Sea Nation was very confident. There was no need to inform Lin Fei about such a small matter. The ruler of the Cloud Sea Nation is here. Cloud Sea Mountain Range, Ice Sea Stone Mine. The large mining area was filled with rivers of blood, and corpses were strewn everywhere. Your Blood Fiend sect has some guts, actually daring to attack the Ice Sea Stone Mine. The ruler of the Cloud Sea Nation stepped into the air, appearing above the mining area. His sharp gaze swept over the area below. Ruler of the Cloud Sea Nation, long time no see. Your temper is still as bad as ever. Below the mining area, a black-clothed figure flew up, standing in the air with a smile on his face. "You're actually still alive." The ruler's eyes narrowed. The remnants of the Blood Fiend sect deserve to be punished by everyone. "Ruler of the Cloud Sea Nation, you've made a mistake. Tonight is the day you die." The black-clothed figure clapped his hands. "Of course I'm not your opponent. But this time, I've invited an expert to deal with you." After the loud noise, in the void a silhouette rushed out. He had a head of white hair and carried a long sword on his back. The sharp sword will rushed up to the sky, tearing the void apart. Behind him, a broken void would appear at any moment. One Sword Venerable's personal disciple Lu Sha. The white-haired heavenly god stated indifferently. The ruler's face sank. He was in big trouble. Chapter 2801. Yun High Ruler was thoroughly defeated. Heavenly god Quicksand, who was under Paragon One Sword's tutelage, struck out 3 times in total. The first strike caused Sea Cloud Monarch to panic. The second strike broke through Sea Cloud Monarch's heavenly deity artifact armor. And the third strike killed him. At the 7th Order Heavenly God realm, most heavenly gods would send their avatars out. This was what heavenly gods liked to do the most. If they weren't confident, they would rarely take action with their true body. Everyone treasured their lives. Yun High Ruler was the same. He sent his avatar to the mine, but it was killed by heavenly god Quicksand in 3 strikes. The other party's sword Dao was terrifying, and there was a terrifying slicing aspect to it. Yun High Ruler couldn't block it. What a pity it was only his avatar that died. The black-clothed man shook his head in disappointment. It would be great if he could kill his true body. The white-haired heavenly god Quicksand said indifferently. He's quite lucky to have sent his avatar. The next time will be when his true body dies. Heavenly god Quicksand wasn't interested in killing a small ruler from the Dark Shadow Palace. He had killed countless rulers like this. "I've helped you settle this matter. You can deal with the rest yourself. If there's nothing important, don't bother me." Leaving those words behind, heavenly god Quicksand tore space apart and disappeared from the mine. The black-clothed man respectfully sent him off. With Yun High Ruler's avatar dead, it's time to occupy the Cloud Sea Mountain Ranges mines one by one. After Yun High Ruler's avatar was killed, the Blood Fiend sect began to attack the Cloud Sea Mountain Ranges mines. In 10 years they occupied 2/3 of the mines, controlling almost the entire Cloud Sea Mountain range. The Blood Fiend sect's arrogance reached its peak. Countless bandits and madmen joined the Blood Fiend sect and continuously wreaked havoc. At the same time, they started to invade some of the larger cities in the Cloud Kingdom and spread the Blood Fiend sect's teachings. The Cloud Sea countryside suffered defeat after defeat. Very few of the experts they sent out returned. All of them died in their hands. The Blood Fiend sect suppressed the Cloud Sea countryside, not daring to move. Many of the Cloud Sea country's forces were enticed to join the Blood Fiend sect. The Cloud Sea country's guards were suppressed, not daring to raise their heads. This was also because the Blood Fiend sect was smart. Behind them was the Massacre Court's Blood Evil Kingdom. The 2 countries had always been enemies. If the higher-ups were to invade, it would definitely incur the displeasure of the Dark Shadow Palace. Right now it was just a battle between 2 small countries. No one would care about it. "Your Majesty, if this goes on, our Cloud Sea Kingdom will be finished." In the imperial capital of the Cloud Nation, the higher-ups of the Cloud Sea Kingdom were all dejected. In these 10 years, the Blood Fiend sect had developed too quickly. They were starting to put pressure on Yun High Country. At the same time, there were experts of Yun High Country being killed by the Blood Fiend sect. There were not many experts left in Cloud Sea Kingdom. Back when Sovereign Lord One Sword's disciple had killed his clone, Sovereign Lord Yun High still had a lingering fear in his heart. He didn't dare to act with his main body. His main body and clone strength were about the same, and if he went, he would only be sending himself to his death. During these 10 years, King Yun High had been living in fear and he had lost a lot of face. The Blood Fiend sect had spread the word that as long as Country King Yun High came out, they would kill him. After losing his clone, Country King Yun High cultivated a new clone, but it was not as strong as before. Naturally, he didn't dare to send it out. Recently, the Blood Fiend sect had been provoking him non-stop. Country King Yun High. Your Majesty, I think we have to ask that Lin Fei to come out. Lin Fei is the personal disciple of great paragon Han Tian. He might be able to suppress the Blood Fiend sect. Even if the experts of the Blood Fiend sect were to injure Lin Fei, great paragon Han Tian's senior brother would also come to help. Country King Yun Hai hadn't gone because he couldn't afford to lose face. Other than that, he also didn't have much confidence in Lin Fei. Country King Yun Hai knew a little about the situation in the Dark Shadow Palace through his friends. Although Lin Fei had become the personal disciple of great paragon Han Tian, compared to those who had become the disciples of great paragon Han Tian, Lin Fei's potential was the worst. This was the reason why Country King Yun Hai didn't go. Given the current situation, Country King Yun Hai had to make a decision. Sai, looks like I can only ask for Lin Fei's help. Whether it succeeds or not will depend on luck. Country King Yun Hai came to visit. Lin Fei was very surprised. Ever since he expressed his attitude towards Country King Yun Hai, Lin Fei rarely interfered with the affairs of Country King Yun. He was happy to be free and do whatever he wanted. There's trouble. Lin Fei could see the fatigue between Country King Yun Hai's eyebrows. This kind of fatigue didn't form in a short period of time. It must have lasted for a long time. Little devil. Find out what happened in Country King Yun recently. Get it for Master immediately. Even though Lin Fei didn't pay attention to Country King Yun Hai, Little Devil was monitoring it. What happened in Country King Yun Hai was actually related to him. This was what every personal disciple had to do. If he didn't know anything, it would be hard for him to explain. This was something that Lin Fei understood. Oh, so that's how it is. After receiving the message from the little demon, Lin Fei understood what had happened. It turned out that Yun Hai Kingdom was no longer peaceful. Some disciples of the evil blood sect were running amok. Now the entire Yun Hai Kingdom was in chaos. Master, Country King Yun Hai can't take it anymore. One of his avatars was killed. He's scared out of his wits. Little Devil said disdainfully. He wants Master's senior brother to come and help. How shameless. Little Devil's analysis ability was top-notch. She didn't go back on her words. Lin Fei was very unhappy. It's been 10 years and you only came to tell me now. You really don't take me seriously. Lord Lin Fei. I'm here to ask for help. The Blood Fiend sect has appeared in Country King Yun. They are spreading evil and massacring people. This has seriously affected Country King Yun. My abilities are limited and I deserve to die. Country King Yun said humbly. A mere Blood Fiend sect is nothing. Country King Yun can naturally deal with it. I think it's better for you to do it yourself. Although I have some abilities, I'm still far from being able to compete with Country King Yun. Lin Fei said humbly with a smile. Country King Yun's heart sank. This was a rejection. However, Country King Yun didn't have anything to explain about Lin Fei's words. Alright, I'm going to cultivate. Lin Fei was about to send him off. I hope you can destroy the Blood Fiend sect. Country King Yun's first invitation failed. Lin Fei finally understood what senior brother said the last time he came. The conflict between Dark Shadow Palace and Massacre Court was not small. A mere Blood Fiend country's disciple was showing off in Country King Yun, forcing Country King Yun to ask for help. It was clear that Country King Yun was scared out of his wits. One Sword Lord's disciple, it's really fate. Lin Fei flipped through the information in his mind. I remember Nangong Feishua was one Sword Lord's disciple. His sword Dao is very powerful. Being able to kill Country King Yun means that he's at least a 7th order heavenly god realm. Lin Fei didn't know if it was a coincidence, or if he didn't get along with one Sword Lord. Country King Yun, I'll give him the cold shoulder for now. I'll let him know that I'm not that easy to fool. Lin Fei wouldn't make a move casually. Now was not the time. Chapter 2802. This was the first time King Yun Hai returned empty-handed. He knew that this Lord Lin Fei was giving him a hard time. The Blood Fiend sect had caused such a huge ruckus, but he didn't report it immediately. He had waited for 10 years. Anyone would be in a bad mood. This was disrespectful. After King Yun Hai returned, he organized a few counterattacks and tried to encircle and annihilate the Blood Fiend sect. However, he failed every time and suffered great losses. His clone was almost killed again. This time King Yun Hai had no other choice. He went to ask for help again. The door was shut the second time. He couldn't see anyone. The servants on the mountain passed the message that their master was in seclusion. They didn't know when he would come out. It would take at least a few years. King Yunhai didn't have any temper. Should he report it directly? He didn't need to be the king anymore. The Dark Shadow Palace was like a pyramid. There were many levels and it was very strict. If Country King Yunhai reported to someone above his level, he would definitely be in trouble. He had to ask Lin Fei for help. Only if he lost would he be able to report to his superiors. King Yunhai went back helplessly. In the following period of time, the Blood Fiend sect became more and more arrogant. They would go to the capital of Yunhai country to mock them. The experts of the capital couldn't stand it anymore. Every time they went out they would be killed. As time went on, no one dared to go. This went on for 5 years. King Yunhai came a few times during this period. He returned disappointed every time. He knew that Lord Lin Fei was unhappy with his actions. On his 8th visit, King Yunhai finally saw Lin Fei. "Lord Lin Fei, I was wrong." King Yunhai lowered his head. "Please do something." After not seeing King Yunhai for 5 years, Lin Fei wanted to teach him a lesson. No matter how arrogant the Blood Fiend sect was, they wouldn't dare to attack the capital. That was another matter. The Blood Fiend sect knew this bottom line. Now that King Yunhai knew he was wrong, Lin Fei was prepared to do something. After all, it wasn't a good thing to drag things out. He would suffer too. "Since I'm in charge of the Cloud Nation and a member of the Dark Shadow Palace, I will naturally spare no effort in this matter," Lin Fei said seriously. King Yun heaved a sigh of relief. The Blood Demon sect had set up countless branches in Cloud Sea country, and had bewitched and won over a large number of families and forces. At the same time, countless experts had come because of the Blood Demon sect's reputation. Now the Blood Demon sect was a great force in Cloud Sea country. Most importantly, the Blood Evil sect had the support of the Blood Evil Nation. Even a clone of the King of Yunhai was killed in the Yunhai mountain range. What other experts could the Yunhai country have? The upper echelons of the Dark Shadow Palace never cared about such small squabbles. It was hard to attract attention unless it was a fight between supremacies. That was the situation in Yunhai Kingdom. Lin Fei and Yunhai Kingdom returned to the imperial capital of Yunhai. The higher-ups of Yunhai all came to welcome him. Now they were pinning their hopes on Lin Fei. For more than a decade, they had been suppressed by the Blood Fiend sect. Actually, it wasn't easy for them either. Should they go out and fight? Most likely the outcome would be death. Who would dare to go? The cultivation of an avatar also required a huge price. "Lord Lin Fei, people from the Blood Fiend sect come to provoke us at noon every day." The ruler of Yunhai accompanied Lin Fei. Their leader is a 6th Order Heavenly God Realm Master. Lin Fei frowned. "You guys can't even deal with a 6th Order Heavenly God Realm Master." The higher-ups of Yunhai Kingdom lowered their heads. The ruler of Yunhai's face was flushed red. "Lord, that 6th Order Heavenly God Realm Master is not an ordinary master. He is an inner disciple under Venerable One's sword. Their lineage's strongest point is their sword skills. They are incomparably domineering. An ordinary 6th Order Heavenly God Realm Master can suppress a 7th Order Heavenly God Realm Master. Many of our Yunhai Kingdom's experts have died at his hands." "Oh," Lin Fei replied indifferently. Outside the Yunhai capital, it was noon. A group of more than 100 people appeared on the horizon. All of them were Heavenly God Realm Masters, and there were more than 10 7th Order Heavenly God Realm Masters. However, they were escorting a 6th Order Heavenly God Realm middle-aged man respectfully. "Lord, the person being escorted is Venerable One Sword's inner disciple, Xue Luo." The ruler of Yunhai Kingdom glared angrily at the approaching figure. Lin Fei looked over. That heavenly god Xue Luo was like a sharp long sword, exuding a domineering sword intent, as if he could be unsheathed at any moment. Interesting, ah. With a single glance, Lin Fei could feel the other party's strength. Just a casual glance at the other party's sword intent caused his eyes to hurt. "Ruler of Yunhai Kingdom, are you not going to be a coward, ah?" A heavenly god standing beside heavenly god Xue Luo snickered. "Are you ready to come out and fight to the death with us?" "I don't have the guts. My clone was almost killed the last time. If I come out again and leave my clone behind, it would be a huge loss." "Ha ha ha ha." The heavenly gods behind heavenly god Shueluo roared with laughter. The Cloud Sea Kingdom's upper echelons glared at heavenly god Shueluo. Being humiliated like this, as long as one was human, they would not be able to endure it. Unfortunately, the other party was too strong. A single inner disciple was enough to render them helpless, forcing them to hole up in the Cloud Sea capital. Lord, please seek justice for us. Heavenly god Shueluo lowered his head, unable to conceal the killing intent in his eyes. This was a direct slap to his face, the greatest humiliation of his life, Heavenly god Shueluo had no interest in the Cloud Sea Kingdom. He was even less of a match for heavenly god Shueluo. As for heavenly god Shueluo, he didn't put Lin Fei in his eyes. If Lin Fei dared to come out, he wouldn't mind killing him with his own hands. Lord, please sit. Someone behind heavenly god Shueluo brought out a throne and sat on it. There were heavenly gods who went out to challenge heavenly god Shueluo, but no one dared to step out. The Cloud Sea Kingdom is really useless, a bunch of cowards, The one who went out to challenge heavenly god Shueluo was a 6th order heavenly god realm master, heavenly god Shueluo. Lin Fei shook his head inwardly. Over 100 heavenly god realm masters actually forced the Cloud Sea Kingdom's experts to cower in fear. This was truly a disgrace. Enough, stop glaring at me. The Cloud Sea Kingdom belongs to the Dark Shadow Palace. It's not the place for a small sect to bully us. Lin Fei shook his head, taking a step forward, passing through the void and arriving outside the formation. Heavenly god Shueluo, you're finally showing some courage, There's actually someone who dares to challenge us. Heavenly god Shueluo swept a glance over the newcomer, noticing that the newcomer was young and didn't exude any aura fluctuations. I wonder how many times he can withstand my attacks. Heavenly god Shueluo was a physique cultivator. With his 6th order heavenly god realm physique, he was quite famous in the Saint Spirit world. Howl! Heavenly god Shueluo roared with laughter, his figure flashing like a streak of light. What he loved the most was using his fists to smash people into a bloody pulp. Extremely violent and cruel. Insolent. Lin Fei stood with his hands clasped behind his back, bellowing. Hua hua hua. Terrifying energy rushed out like a raging flood, slamming into heavenly god Shueluo's body, causing him to vomit mouthfuls of blood. Shock filled his face involuntarily. Not good. Heavenly god Shueluo vomited blood, turning around to flee. The energy he used was too powerful, passing through his defenses and slamming into his flesh. Poo pu pu. Just as he turned around, energy rushed out endlessly. Chapter 2803. One move. The 8-tiger heavenly deity was smashed into pieces by the boundless energy. The 8 tiger deities were dead. The eyes of the higher-ups of the Cloud Sea Kingdom lit up. What a domineering attack! Separated by the Cloud Sea formation, the heavenly gods in the upper echelons of the Cloud Sea could still see Lin Fei's vigorous usage of energy. The energy surged over like a tidal wave. Unless one's physical body was extremely strong, they could only use treasures to deal with it. They had all somewhat underestimated Lin Fei. Being able to become Grand Monarch Heaven Shaker's personal disciple, he really wasn't simple. King Yunhai was actually very worried. The 8th order Heavenly God Realm 8 Tigers Heavenly God Realm had killed more than a dozen Heavenly God Realm masters in the Cloud Sea country. The Cloud Sea ruler had long wanted to kill the 8th order 8 Tigers Heavenly God Realm. Unfortunately, his opponent's physical body was incredibly powerful, and with the protection of the Heavenly Deity battle armor, it was very difficult to kill him. This was the hardest aspect of a Heavenly Deity body tempering school powerhouse to deal with, unless you had absolute power to crush them. Good kill. Heavenly Deity Shueluo frowned slightly. The other party's attack was very domineering. King Yunhai, I didn't expect you to invite such an expert. Heavenly Deity Shueluo did not seem to care. No wonder he dared to show up today. Turns out that he has the confidence. You two go down and test his strength. Alright. The 2 heavenly gods behind Heavenly Deity Shueluo obeyed the order and left. Both of them were peak 6th order Heavenly God Realm masters, exuding an aura of Emperor's will. Even though the death of one of the 8 tiger Heavenly gods did not have much of an impact, Heavenly God Shueluo still felt a little embarrassed. The Yunhai monarch, whom they had mocked and insulted all this time, had actually dared to send someone to kill him? He had completely disregarded them. Kill. They had to be ruthlessly killed. He could kill until the Yunhai monarch was afraid and hide in the Yunhai imperial capital. What Lin Fei used just now was the first move of Proud Heaven 12th layer Tyrant Body Space Oscillation. Now that Huang Xiaolong was using it, the force behind it was even more ferocious, able to cause space to vibrate with his bare hands, creating a powerful attack. A mere 6th order Heavenly God Realm physique cultivator was nothing in his eyes. Since he was here today, Lin Fei would definitely deal a heavy blow to the Blood Fiend sect to prevent them from bringing more trouble to the Cloud Sea Nation. Brat die. 2 heavenly deity powerhouses charged over from the left and right. The one on the left took out a spear as a weapon. With a shake of the spear, it pierced forward like a dragon. A huge black vortex formed on the tip of the spear. Wherever the vortex passed, the void was torn apart, and traces of the black vortex could be seen everywhere. The heavenly deity powerhouse on the right turned into a black fog, covering the sky and covering the sun. The entire world seemed to darken, emitting an oppressive aura. As soon as the two of them made their moves, the higher-ups of the Cloud Sea Kingdom felt pressured. Looking at the two incoming cultivators, Lin Fei shook his head in disappointment. With a gentle wave of his hand, boundless power surged forth. Bang bang bang. The 2 6th order Heavenly God Realm Masters were reduced to dust by the shockwave. You guys are useless. You're the only one here with strength. I'm interested. Lin Fei acted as if he had done something insignificant as he looked at Heavenly Bloodnet Goddess. Your Majesty, isn't Lord Lin Fei a little too powerful? He killed 2 peak 6th order Heavenly God Realm Masters with just a wave of his hand. This is a little scary, ah. Could it be that Lord Lin Fei has already reached 7th order Heavenly God Realm? The Cloud Sea Kingdom's higher-ups were excited. At the beginning, they had no choice but to invite Lin Fei out, hoping that his senior brother would be able to force the Blood Fiend cult's people to retreat. But now, it seemed like Lin Fei was stronger than they had imagined, ah. At the very least, he's a 6th order Heavenly God Realm. The Cloud Sea Kingdom's ruler said in a low voice. The attack he used is a little overbearing, ah. This ruler actually has no impression of it. This was something the system had deduced, so naturally, no one could tell what it was. They could only tell from the energy fluctuations that this was a powerful killing move of a body-tempering cultivator. Little brother, you're quite skilled, ah. Heavenblood Goddess stood up. Don't you think your words are a little too arrogant? Being able to use your strength to such a degree, you're definitely not a nobody. Tell me your name. Heavenblood Goddess had underestimated the other party. This person used his physical body to shake space and form a killing move. It was indeed a little terrifying and flawless. When faced with such a move, there were only 2 choices. One was to take it head-on and the other was to retreat. There was no other way. Seeing the Cloud Sea Kingdom's ruler invite such an expert, Heavenblood Goddess's interest was piqued. Heavenblood Goddess had no interest in killing ordinary heavenly gods, but this kind of person with potential was a different story. Losing one of them was enough to make the other party's heart ache for a long time. Heavenblood Goddess listened carefully. This is Lord Lin Fei, Lord Hantian's personal disciple. The Cloud Sea Kingdom's ruler said excitedly. Quickly surrender, otherwise in front of Lord Hantian, all of you will die without a doubt. It was rare for the Cloud Sea Kingdom's ruler to be this happy. Heavenblood Goddess's eyes narrowed, scrutinizing the young man in front of him. So you're Grand Venerable Hantian's personal disciple Lin Fei. This is really unexpected, ah. I also think we're fated, Lin Fei said with a smile. I've experienced your sect's Nangong Feishue, but I wonder how you fare as an inner disciple. Heavenblood Goddess had heard of Lin Fei in the sect. Nangong Feishue was an inner disciple with good potential. However, in the Great Thousand World he was killed by a native kid. No wonder your name sounds so familiar. Heavenblood Goddess's eyes turned cold. Nangong Feishue is my good friend, and you actually killed his doppelganger. Today I'll kill your main body. Rip. In the void a flying sword flew out. The sword came from the west, streaking across the bright sun as it pierced towards Lin Fei's forehead. Lord, be careful. This is Heavenblood Goddess's void-hidden sword. The Cloud Sea Kingdom's ruler quickly warned. This was a powerful Holy Spirit killer move. No one knew where the other party had hidden this sword. It was extremely strange. Void-hidden sword? Lin Fei chuckled as he reached out with 2 fingers. Although there seemed to be a great distance between them, he easily caught Heaven God Bloodnet's void concealment sword, causing the entire sword to vibrate non-stop. Gotcha! Lin Fei casually pulled and the sword broke. Heaven Blood Goddess took a step back, revealing a grave expression. Your performance has disappointed me. Lin Fei shook his head. Go back and tell your senior brother Lu Sha that I'll come and meet him soon. In the Cloud Sea Kingdom, it's not a place for him to act presumptuously. Crash! Lin Fei stretched out his hand and grabbed. His palm expanded infinitely, forming a spatial world within it. Sealing Soul-Breaking Palm, second layer. The heavenly gods brought by Heaven Blood Goddess did not have time to struggle. The space was sealed and they could not break out. They were all trapped in the palm world. Lin Fei gently closed his hand, and the palm world collapsed. Chapter 2804. The Sealing Soul-Severing Palm was a powerful killing move of the Physique Cultivator, and its power was extraordinary. If an ordinary heavenly god used it, its power would be greatly limited, but it was different for Lin Fei. The Sacred Cloud Dragon Traversing Physique was an imitation of the Heavenly 12 Layers Tyrannical Physique. After recultivating it, the Heavenly God's Physique would become a top-grade Heavenly God's Physique. The stronger one's physique was, the more power they could display. Heavenly God Shui Luo and the others might not be weak, but in front of the second layer of the Sealing Soul-Severing Palm, they were nothing. The ruler and the higher-ups of the Yunhai country were dumbfounded. Was this still the low-profile Lord Lin Fei they knew? He was at least a 6th-order Heavenly God realm. Lord Lin Fei was a 7th-order Heavenly God realm cultivator, and he was also a physique cultivator. The power of his killing move was terrifying. This was something they didn't dare to imagine before. They had witnessed Heavenly God Shui Luo's strength, but in front of Lin Fei, Heavenly God Shui Luo was killed without a chance to struggle. In that instant they felt old. This was the world of the younger generation. In the future, if anyone dared to say that Lin Fei was a good-for-nothing, they would definitely scold that person. Cultivating to the 6th-order Heavenly God realm in 60,000 years, and a physique cultivator at that, how many people could do that? From this moment onwards they were completely convinced. With such a lord in the Yunhai country, their hearts were at ease. Lord Lin Fei is mighty. Lord Lin Fei is mighty. Everyone praised Huang Xiaolong from the bottom of their hearts. The days of the Yunhai country being suppressed by the Blood Fiend sect were gone. The news of Lin Fei killing Heavenly God Shui Luo and hundreds of heavenly gods outside the Yunhai capital spread like wildfire in the Yunhai country. Cities big and small were in an uproar, followed by excited cheers. After dealing with those who provoked him, Lin Fei didn't stay idle. The Blood Fiend sect had established many churches in the Yunhai country, and they had almost become a malignant tumor. Lin Fei had to get rid of this tumor once and for all. In the sky above a city, a black-robed figure came out of the void and stood in the air. His sharp eyes swept across the place and he brazenly attacked one of the halls in the city. After a loud rumble, the Blood Fiend sect's branches were uprooted one by one. Sovereign Yunhai, you will be in charge of cleaning up the mess. Kill all the remaining members of the Blood Fiend sect. King Yunhai was truly impressed by Lin Fei. Don't worry, sir. I will take care of the remaining matters. I will not let the remnants of the Blood Evil sect escape. Country King Yunhai brought his elites and began to encircle them. All right. Lin Fei tore open the void and left. Within a day, Lin Fei's figure appeared in the sky above all the major cities. Every time it was a single move. It was a violent and brutal attack. The higher-ups of the Blood Fiend sect suffered heavy casualties. The elites of the Yun Kingdom followed up again to clean up the remaining survivors. Lin Fei's prestige spread throughout the entire Cloud Kingdom in a single day. By the time they reached the last few cities, the Blood Fiend sect had retreated. The Blood Fiend cult's higher echelon dared not face Grand Monarch Hantian's personal disciple head-on. They had received news that the moment Grand Monarch Hantian arrived, he struck out with his palm without saying a word. The Blood Fiend cult's upper echelon suffered heavy casualties, and only a few survived. Even a 7th-order Heavenly God Realm Master was killed by that palm strike. The Blood Fiend sect had no choice but to retreat. The branches that the Blood Fiend sect had spent more than a decade building were reduced to nothing in a single day. The Cloud Kingdom erupted in cheers. They could finally hold their heads high. However, there was another group of people who weren't in a good mood. The Blood Fiend sect's chief, Shui was the one who had launched the attack on the Cloud Sea mountain range and invited Venerable One Sword's personal disciple to kill one of Country King Yunhai's avatars. How the hell did you gather information? Blood One's face was gloomy. The atmosphere in the Great Hall was stifling. More than a dozen higher-ups were pale and dejected. Even they didn't understand how the forces they had spent so much effort to build up had been destroyed in a single day. The Blood Fiend sect had suffered heavy losses. Chief, we don't know either. Although Lin Fei is Grand Monarch Hantian's personal disciple, he hasn't made any movements among the Dark Shadow Palace's disciples. Moreover, he cultivates the body tempering path, so his cultivation speed is extremely slow. Who would have thought that he would master the soul-severing sealing palm and reach the second stage? Even a 7th-order Heavenly God Realm cultivator would have to avoid him. That's right, Lin Fei's palm strike contained boundless power. None of us could block it. The higher-ups of the Blood Fiend sect were crying and complaining. Some of them had barely escaped with their lives. They would never forget the power of that palm strike for a very long time. Blood One was infuriated. He had been so careful, but now it was all gone. His efforts had all gone to waste. Chief, we underestimated that Lin Fei. We thought that he would bury himself in cultivation and ignore this matter. Now, all our efforts in the Cloud Sea country have gone to waste. The only thing we still control is the Cloud Sea mountain range's mining area. I'm guessing that Lin Fei will personally go to the Cloud Sea mountain range to take back the mining area. Blood One was furious, but he knew that he had to solve this problem as soon as possible. The Cloud Sea mountain range's mining area, especially the important ones, could not be taken back by Lin Fei. Since he came to the Cloud Sea mountain range, let's give him a big gift. Blood One said. Although we can't kill him directly, injuring him shouldn't be a problem. Even if Grand Monarch Hantian finds out, he won't be able to do anything about it. He's a big shot, he won't bully the weak. Lin Fei was a body-tempering cultivator, and Blood One was a 7th-order Heavenly God Realm Master. He might not be afraid of Lin Fei. For safety's sake, he decided to pay a visit to that personal disciple. On the other side, in a quiet courtyard, the sharp sword intent wreaked havoc, cutting the surrounding void into pieces. A white-haired middle-aged man sat at the center of the courtyard. The sharp sword intent around him was like a gentle breeze, gentle and soft. Senior brother, you must avenge me, ah. Blood overarching Heavenly God said coldly. The Cloud Sea country ruler is treacherous and cunning. He purposely sent that punk Lin Fei here. I was caught off guard by him, how hateful, ah. Having lost a clone, Blood overarching Heavenly God had to cultivate from the beginning. Regardless of which aspect it was a huge drain. Blood overarching Heavenly God couldn't swallow this humiliation. The Blood Fiend cult has also suffered heavy losses. All the branches they occupied have been uprooted. I think Lin Fei will be heading to the Cloud Sea mountain range in a few days. That guy even boasted that he wants to challenge senior brother. White-haired Quicksand Heavenly God's gaze was calm, as if he was listening to a trivial matter. Chapter 2805. After Lin Fei removed all the entrances to the Blood Fiend Church, the Blood Fiend Church's forces retreated from the Cloud Sea Kingdom. King Yunhai took advantage of the situation and led his men to annihilate the remaining forces of Blood Fiend sect. Blood Fiend sect's influence was at its lowest. Everyone knew that Yunhai country now had a powerful expert. That person was none other than Lin Fei, Grand Monarch Heavenshaker's legacy disciple, who had a lofty status. The Cloud Sea mountain range. A group of people arrived in the sky above the Cloud Sea mountain range. A group of people clustered around a black-clothed young man, but the young man's expression was indifferent. This group of people were the Yunhai Kingdom's upper echelons, Lin Fei, and the Yunhai King. The forces of the evil blood sect in the Cloud Sea country had been wiped out, but the Cloud Sea mountain range was still in their hands. They had to take it back and wipe out the forces of the evil blood sect. Lord, according to the information we received, the Blood Fiend cult's remaining forces are concentrated in the Cloud Sea mountain range. The spy I placed in the Blood Fiend Kingdom reported that the ruler has sent several experts over, All of them are 7th Order Heavenly God Realm Masters. The Cloud Sea ruler reported from the side. Lin Fei said with a smile, "It's best to gather them together. Saves us a lot of trouble. Once I get rid of the Blood Fiend sect, I can continue to cultivate and avoid the trouble of coming and going. The remnants of the Blood Fiend sect have disturbed Master's cultivation. What a bunch of bastards." King Yunhai and the higher-ups behind him all chimed in. They all knew that their superior had cultivated in the Cloud Sea Nation for more than 60,000 years. He was a standard cultivator, and it would not be an exaggeration to call him a martial arts fanatic. They quickly discovered the members of Blood Fiend sect. They controlled a mining area below. Do it. Lin Fei could not be bothered to deal with these ant-like Blood Fiend sect disciples. With a single command, the experts that the Yunhai monarch had brought were all heavenly gods. They were equipped with a series of equipment, and their battle prowess was quite strong. This time everyone was full of confidence. With Lin Fei in command, he had killed more than 100 heaven gods with a wave of his hand. Everyone remembered this clearly. It was all thanks to this direct disciple of the Dark Shadow Palace that they were able to chase the Blood Evil cult out of the Cloud Kingdom so quickly. Kill. The battle had begun. The Cloud Sea mountain range was huge. They were rich in all kinds of resources. Therefore, this place became the most competitive place between the Cloud Kingdom and the Blood Kingdom. The mines in the mountains kept changing owners. As soon as the Cloud Sea Nation's heavenly god arrived, a huge battle broke out between the two sides. Intense energy fluctuations enveloped the entire mining area. Lin Fei looked on coldly. In less than 2 hours, the battle was over. The Cloud Sea Kingdom managed to retake the first mine. Next, the morale of the Cloud Sea Nation was unstoppable as they pushed forward. The people of the Blood Fiend sect were forced to retreat again and again. Seeing that they could not hold on any longer, they immediately gave up on the mining area. Lin Fei had not made a single move since the beginning. It was really meaningless. A small fry from the Blood Fiend cult, even if a 6th Order, or even a 7th Order Heavenly God Realm Master made a move, the Sea of Cloud's higher echelons could easily deal with them. If they didn't have this much strength, they didn't deserve to be in the Sea of Cloud's higher echelons. On the other hand, Blood Fiend sect's sect master Blood One stood behind a white-haired middle-aged man. They're almost here. The mines guarded by the Blood Fiend sect were destroyed one by one. Looking at the time, they should be here soon. A middle-aged man standing next to sect master Blood One said coldly, "I really want to meet that Lin Fei. He cultivated the sacred cloud dragon traversing body to the 2nd level in 60,000 years. He's not simple." This middle-aged man was a 7th Order Heavenly God Realm Master from the Blood Fiend country. This time they were here to ambush the Cloud Sea ruler. It would be best if they could injure the Cloud Sea ruler heavily. At the same time, they also wanted to see this Lin Fei. They're here. Lin Fei led the Cloud Sea ruler's group to the most important mining area. The Ice Sea Stone mining area. This mining area produced precious ice sea stones that were used to forge weapons. The most intense competition between the Cloud Sea Nation and the Blood Fiend country was this mining area. In the past 10,000 years, this mining area had changed owners several times. As time passed, this mining area was littered with bones. Until now there was no clear winner. Lord, that is the white-haired middle-aged man. He is Venerable One Sword's personal disciple, Heavenly God Quicksand. Hatred shone in the Cloud Sea ruler's eyes. His avatar was killed by this white-haired man. The one behind him is the Blood Fiend sect's Master Blood One. His position in the Blood Fiend country isn't low. Lin Fei's gaze fell on Heavenly God Quicksand. At this time, Heavenly God Quicksand also looked over. Crash. Their gazes collided in midair, and the surrounding space collapsed, revealing a black hole. Cloud Sea Ruler, you're dead for sure this time. Heavenly God Quicksand's hatred swept over Huang Xiaolong. My senior brother will definitely kill all of you. The Ice Sea mining area will be the place where your sect falls. Ha ha ha, Heavenly God Quicksand, don't think too highly of yourself. If things go wrong, this place will be your burial ground. The Cloud Sea Ruler snorted. You have your senior brother while we have Lord Lin Fei. Who's afraid of who? The Cloud Sea Ruler had a belly full of anger. As the saying goes, when enemies meet, their eyes turn red. Lin Fei's gaze was fixed on Heavenly God Quicksand. This Heavenly God was much stronger than Heavenly God Quicksand. He had perfectly concealed his terrifying sword will, truly able to move at will. It was more like an unsheathed long sword. In terms of aura control, Heavenly God Quicksand was not as good as Heavenly God Quicksand. This is an interesting opponent, Lin Fei thought to himself. I heard that the disciples of Paragon One Sword all cultivate the unparalleled sword Tao. They walk the Tao of slicing. Slicing the heavens, slicing the earth, slicing everything. They are indeed very powerful. On the surface, Lin Fei was cultivating the sacred cloud dragons traversing body 6th tier. But in reality, it was not. If he cultivated it to the 7th tier, it would be too abrupt. Let's do it, Lin Fei said to the Cloud Sea ruler. Both sides were ready. The heavenly gods of the Cloud Sea country were in high morale. It was just the right time to decide the victor. Kill. Other than the Cloud Sea ruler and some of the higher echelons, all the Cloud Sea country's experts appeared. This time, the Cloud Sea ruler had mobilized an army of 50,000 heavenly gods. All of them were elites. Heavenly God Quicksand ordered indifferently. Do it, destroy all the elites the Cloud Sea ruler brought. This time I'll make sure his true body falls here. Yes. Blood One accepted the order and left. Kill. Under the lead of the Heavenly God, the Blood Fiend cult's disciples charged out from the mining area. You want to use a formation? In front of a 7th order Heavenly God Realm Master, a formation was useless. Unless it was a top-grade formation, no one was willing to use a single mining area. The price of fighting over it was too high. Chapter 2806. The Empyrean God armies on both sides numbered about 100,000. Both sides fought fiercely, creating powerful shockwaves. King of Yun Country, do you dare to fight me? Sect leader Blood One rushed out, and his gaze landed on Yun High Country King. His hatred was not small. All right. Yun High Country King roared and rushed out, clashing with sect leader Blood One. The two of them were old rivals and they were at the same realm. It would be very difficult for them to kill each other. The higher-ups behind Lin Fei also found their opponents. The same was true for Blood Fiend sect. Soon only Lin Fei was left in the air. Blood Fiend sect only had Empyrean God Bloodnet and Empyrean God Quicksand. Empyrean God was afraid of Lin Fei and knew how powerful the sealing soul-severing hand was. He didn't dare to attack recklessly. He had no chance of winning. Junior brother, go help them, Empyrean God Quicksand said. Empyrean God Bloodnet's hidden sword technique was very powerful. As soon as his senior brother spoke, he immediately went to help deal with the higher-ups of Yun Country. Lin Fei, Empyrean God's personal disciple, you killed my junior brother. Let me see how strong you are. Empyrean God Quicksand grinned. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. A soundless aura of danger. It descended without any warning. 4 black flying swords appeared in front of Lin Fei. Each flying sword slashed through the air. The 4 swords merged into one, forming a huge sword technique. Its power suddenly increased. This was a terrifying technique that was an extension of the hidden sword technique. When used by Empyrean God Quicksand, its power was limitless. This was the biggest difference between personal disciples and inner disciples. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. As soon as the sword formation appeared, endless slicing Emperor intent attacked. Empyrean God Bloodnet, who was fighting with someone else, had been paying attention. When he saw his senior brother use this technique, he grinned. No matter how powerful a body refiner is, he will definitely die in front of my senior brother's endless slicing. Once a technique of this level was cultivated to the peak, its power would be very terrifying. Empyrean God Bloodnet only knew the first part of the attack, the Void Sword Concealment. As for the second part of the attack, he was temporarily unable to master it. His power had not yet reached that level. Sharp blades swept past Lin Fei's body like the wind. And this was only the external power of the sword array. They kept shattering the layers of light protecting Lin Fei's body. What a powerful Holy Spirit sword art killer move. The ancient records say that after the Emperor's heart is formed, the power of the Emperor's will produce all kinds of branches. Among them, the sword Dao's slicing can be considered to be in the top 10. Just the slicing released by this sword formation is enough to affect my holy cloud dragon's traversing, and this is just the power of the outer layer. In an instant Lin Fei's mind was filled with thoughts. Truly worthy of the name. Lin Fei seemed to have fallen into a sword furnace. After the 4 flying swords slashed out, it turned into a sword array attack. The moment the array changed, a small area of the void was sealed. This is the second level of Emperor's will added into the slicing intent. It is indeed a powerful Holy Spirit killer move. It is impossible to defend against. This was the first time Lin Fei had seen such an expert. If one was weak and encountered such a killer move, there would only be one outcome: to be easily killed by the opponent. Anyone who could become a Supremacy's personal disciple was not simple. And Supremacy 1 sword strength was not at the bottom among the Supremacies. He belonged to the middle tier and was not far from the peak of the Supremacy. Empyrean God Quicksand did not approach Lin Fei. It was not a good thing for a body-tempering cultivator to get close to him, especially one who cultivated Emperor's will. Their physical bodies were not very strong. Most of them used the Sky Deity battle armor to increase their defense, not their physical strength. Although they had the Sky Deity body, it was not very strong. Lin Fei, as a body-tempering cultivator, you should not exchange blows with a Sword Dao expert. In the Holy Spirit world, the Sword Dao path is one of the top 10 sects. Empyrean God Quicksand said indifferently. Trying to show off your strength in front of me? You are still lacking. That may not be true. Lin Fei laughed. Don't forget, the body-tempering cultivator is also one of the top 10 sects. 2 people, 1 person answered and 1 person answered. Time passed quickly. The sword array arrived. The void was completely sealed. Lin Fei did not fully unleash the sacred cloud dragon traversing physique, maintaining it at the 6th order heavenly god realm. It was neither too high nor too low, but it was still very impressive. It had only been 60,000 years. Swish swish swish. With a thought, Lin Fei executed space oscillation. As terrifying as the sealing power was, it was not enough to suppress Lin Fei. A huge force surged out like a tidal wave, crashing into the void, shattering most of the sealing power. Then it slammed into the sword array, causing it to pause for a moment. At the same time, a portion of the sealing power was blocked. Open. The surrounding space sealing power was swept away, and Huang Xiaolong regained his freedom. Lin Fei punched out. The strength of his 6th order heavenly god realm physique burst forth, landing on the weakest point of the sword array, breaking through Quicksand's attack. Quicksand heavenly god didn't think he could kill Huang Xiaolong in one move. He only wanted to injure him. Chapter 2807. Cloudsea Mountain Range above the Ice Sea Stone mining area. Heavenly God Quicksand realized that Lin Fei was more difficult to deal with than he had imagined. From the start of the battle, Heavenly God Quicksand had used a powerful Sword Dao killing move, coupled with his slicing sword intent, which had killed many body-tempering cultivators. Sword Dao was one of the 10 great sections. There were countless branches in the Sword Dao, big and small, depending on the individual's mastery of them. Among them, the slicing Emperor intent was the most terrifying. With a slash, the endless slicing power could easily kill an opponent. Heavenly God Quicksand had always been disdainful of body-tempering cultivators. The Sword Dao had always been the nemesis of body-tempering cultivators. At the same cultivation realm, the Sword Dao would always suppress the opponent. But this time Heavenly God Quicksand failed to suppress Lin Fei. For the first time his Sword Dao killing move failed. The opponent was like a slippery eel, slippery and slippery. He must be cultivating some kind of special body-tempering secret technique. Heavenly God Quicksand thought to himself. Only this explanation could explain why his attack failed to harm Lin Fei. Sealing soul-severing palm. Lin Fei bellowed, his palm striking out. Sealing space. Heavenly God Quicksand knew the power of this kind of secret technique, not daring to underestimate it. This was a killing move that could make a 7th order Heavenly God Realm Master feel threatened, especially at the 2nd layer. The surrounding void froze in an instant. You're finally willing to use a killing move, ah! Heavenly God Quicksand had been waiting for this move. Only this move could make him feel pressured. Slash! Heavenly God Quicksand's sword slashed out, covering more than 100 swords. The sealed space loosened in an instant, and a giant hand descended from the sky. Void sword array appear. The sword array appeared above Quicksand's head. This move could not only attack but it could also block. Its power was extraordinary, and no one dared to underestimate it. A powerful force surged out. The sword formation blocked this secret method killer move. Your sealing soul-severing hand is indeed worthy of being a secret technique of the body transformation school. If you want to deal with my sword array, it's still a bit lacking. My endless cutting power is scattered around, completely blocking your attack. You will be disappointed. Quicksand Heavenly God Realm was a 7th Order Heavenly God Realm Master, especially one who cultivated the sword path. His battle experience was extremely rich, thus he had already come up with a countermeasure to deal with this move. If it was the 3rd level, the full power of the 9th level of the Saint Spirit Realm, Heavenly God Quicksand would have left without saying a word instead of staying here. Is that so? Lin Fei burst into laughter and shot over. Bang bang bang. The boundless slicing power in his wake was completely pulverized by Lin Fei. Heavenly God Quicksand unleashed one sword strike after another, but he was unable to stop Lin Fei from closing in on him. Lin Fei stretched out his hand and attacked. A beam of light shot out. Heavenly God Quicksand realized that he was in trouble. That beam of light made him feel immense pressure and danger. The beam of light only left behind an afterimage when it met Heavenly God Quicksand's attack. Heavenly God Quicksand reacted quickly and raised his sword in front of him to block the attack. Clang! The beam of light turned into a terrifying force, causing Heavenly God Quicksand's body to sway. Cracks appeared on the Heavenly Deity battle armor on his body, and the blood in his body churned. Saint Spirit Realm 9th Level Body Transformation Secret Technique. Heavenly God Quicksand was shocked. In the Saint Spirit world, the Body Transformation School was one of the top 10 sections. Naturally, they had their own strong points. The most powerful one was their secret techniques, which were all based on strength. Fortunately, there were not many of these techniques. Mastering 1 or 2 of them was already not bad. Lin Fei used 2 techniques in a row, and their power was evenly matched. Heavenly God Quicksand felt a headache coming on. This is my self-created Holy Spirit Body Refinement Killer move, 1 finger piercing. I wonder how many times you can block my attacks. Lin Fei smiled as he attacked again, shooting out streams of light. This time more than 10 attacks were unleashed. Heavenly God Quicksand's expression changed completely. How can his body be so strong? He can actually use such a powerful secret technique 10 times in one go. This was the true terror of body transformation style powerhouses. If their body was not heavily injured, they could attack endlessly with almost no side effects, unless their body could not withstand the attacks. However, it was different for them. If they used up all their energy, they would be inferior to their opponent. Heavenly God Quicksand's expression was grave as he slashed with his sword. Sword Screen. Saint Spirit Realm 9th Level Sword Dao Technique. A sword screen blocked in front of him. This was a defensive technique of the Sword Dao sect. Heavenly God Quicksand had to block Lin Fei's attack. Once the sword screen appeared, more than 10 beams of light attacked, causing the sword screen to tremble. 6 of the beams of light pierced through the sword screen and reached Heavenly God Quicksand. Heavenly God Quicksand had just slashed with his sword in an attempt to divert some of the force when his body suddenly shook. His body was struck by 6 beams of light, and 6 bloody holes appeared on his body. Blood flowed freely. The sword screen instantly collapsed. What a powerful finger attack. Heavenly God Quicksand was bleeding. I still underestimated you. Swish. 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 Cracks appeared on the body of the 6-colored Heavenly God, and it collapsed. Countless fragments flew everywhere. Lord Lin Fei is mighty. Monarch Yun laughed excitedly. Ha ha ha. Heavenly God Quicksand is dead. We won. Sect Leader Blood One and Heavenly God Shueluo were all dumbfounded. Heavenly God Quicksand, his personal disciple, was killed by Lin Fei? Boundless fear rose in their hearts. Retreat. Sect Leader Blood One and the other Heavenly Gods felt as if a bucket of cold water had been poured on them when they saw Heavenly God Quicksand's death. They made a feint and tried to escape. If they did not escape now, they would really die. Where do you think you are going? Monarch Yun chased after them. The others also made a ruckus. How could they let their enemies escape? Sect Leader Blood One, your helper is dead. You can follow him now. Sect leader Blood One could not believe that heavenly god Quicksand was killed by Lin Fei. A voice suddenly came from the sky. It was Lin Fei, who was not far away. His eyes were cold and his body trembled. He saw a big hand coming down from the sky. Seal the soul-severing hand. Sect leader Blood One screamed as he was crushed by Lin Fei. Lin Fei crushed sect leader Blood One with one hand. He looked at heavenly god Shui Luo coldly. You died last time. I don't know if you will be so lucky this time. Another palm shot through the air. My life is over. Heavenly god Shui Luo's face turned pale. He was killed on the spot. This time he was really dead. Lin Fei attacked 2 or 3 times in a row. He killed the experts of the Blood Fiend sect and the experts sent by them in a domineering manner. Monarch Yun and the other upper echelons finally saw the strength of a body-tempering expert. This Holy Spirit secret skill was used again and again without any restrictions. It was impossible to block it. This Lord Lin Fei was more terrifying than they had imagined. Chapter 2808. The Cloud Sea country's troubles were more or less settled. The happiest person after killing Blood One was the ruler of the Cloud Sea country. At the very least, for the next 100 years, the majority of the Cloud Sea mountain range's mines would fall into his hands. His biggest worry was finally solved. In the next 100 years, Blood One dared not have any other thoughts. Unless he could defeat Lin Fei. That was impossible. Even though Blood One was also a 7th Order Heavenly God Realm Master, he couldn't even last one move against Lin Fei. This was the gap between them. The Cloud Sea country's ruler brought his people to reclaim the Cloud Sea mountain range's mines. The Cloud Sea country erupted in cheers. Lin Fei's name gradually spread throughout the Cloud Sea country and the surrounding countries. When the Blood Fiend country's ruler heard about it, he flew into a rage, smashing many things on the ground. Of course, this was a story for another time. By this time, Lin Fei had returned to the Cloud Sea country on his mountain peak. After recultivating my heaven-defying 12-layer super physique, its power has increased by a large margin. Especially my body-tempering killing moves. Each move has its own unique characteristics, reaching a perfect level. After dismissing the servant, Lin Fei sat in the yard, thinking about the battle. Sword Dao is one of the top 10 schools, and there are indeed people who have excelled in it. For example, the slicing power incomparably sharp. An average 6th Order Heavenly God Realm's physique wouldn't be able to block it. It's not an exaggeration to say that it's the bane of body tempering. Lin Fei was very clear that he had the upper hand in the battle. When the power of slicing met with his powerful defense, it was futile. What made Lin Fei the happiest was that his body-tempering killing moves had increased in power, becoming more perfect. Heavenly God Quicksand was at a disadvantage facing this kind of attack for the first time. Body-tempering power can be invisible and colorless, catching him off guard. His physique isn't strong. Naturally, he couldn't block the impact of pure power, so it's normal for him to die. Lin Fei's attack this time was purely to test his strength. If Heavenly God Quicksand knew about this, he would be depressed. He had actually become a lab rat, his reputation would be ruined. After this battle, I believe the people of the bloody evil kingdom won't dare to act recklessly for a while. Lin Fei narrowed his eyes. Unless they can find someone to suppress me. As for killing me, they won't dare to do it openly. This was also the benefit of having a good master. You assassinated my disciple. I want you to die. This was the role of a master, especially when they had a very protective master. Moreover, the master was a great supremacy. Even if they were given 100 guts, they still wouldn't dare to offend him. The competition between the Cloud Sea Nation and the Blood Fiend Nation was not widely publicized. For tens of thousands of years, it wasn't you who suppressed me. It's just that I'm suppressing you. Everyone is used to it. What attracted the most attention was the Cloud Sea country's Lin Fei, a 6th Order Heavenly God Realm Body Tempering School cultivator. Being able to kill a 7th Order Heavenly God Realm Quicksand Heavenly God from one of the 10 great sects, the Sword Dao faction, was something to marvel at. Was there going to be another powerful supremacy of the Body Tempering School? Compared to becoming a supremacy through the Emperor Will path, becoming a supremacy of the Body Tempering School was more than 100 times more difficult. Any supremacy of the Body Tempering School was highly sought after. One of them could threaten 2 or even 3 supremacies. Blood Fiend Nation. The Blood Fiend ruler personally came to a mountain peak. The mountain peak was quiet and tranquil, and the scenery was pleasant. Lord Quicksand, this time, it was our Blood Fiend nation's fault for not investigating Lin Fei's strength in time. We are willing to accept punishment. The Blood Fiend ruler was a middle-aged man with a mustache, exuding a sinister aura. Quicksand Heavenly God waved his hand dismissively. This matter cannot be blamed on you. The Dark Shadow Palace probably didn't know that Lin Fei was so strong. I suspect that he has cultivated at least 3 body tempering school killing moves. Quicksand Heavenly God's expression was calm. At his level, even if he was angry, he would not show it. This time he had been too arrogant. He did not expect that Lin Fei would be different from what he had heard. He was caught off guard by the other party. The other party's strength was also particularly domineering. For example, the last move. He had been trying to figure out what move to use to block it, but until now he had no clue. That was a move based on strength and it ignored all defenses. If he wanted to block that move, he would either have to wear a more advanced heavenly deity armor or use a move that was good at defense. Apart from that, there was no other way. The other party's strength was domineering and ferocious, like a flood or a fierce beast. Quicksand Heavenly God did not expect this. Lin Fei was proficient in calculation. He first numbed himself and then burst out with a real attack. It was impossible to guard against. Quicksand Heavenly God was naturally full of hatred for Lin Fei. The Blood Fiend ruler was also worried. 3 body tempering school killing moves, and the other party was the Great Supremacy's personal disciple. It was really difficult to deal with. Don't look for trouble with Lin Fei in the next 1,000 years. Ruler, you are not his match. Quicksand Heavenly God said to the Blood Fiend ruler. And then he let the Blood Fiend ruler leave. I don't believe it. Wait for my sword Dao killing move to the next level and I have a breakthrough, then I will fight you again. Quicksand Heavenly God was not a reckless person. If he lost, then he lost. As long as his main body was still here, it did not matter. Quicksand Heavenly God really did not care about the long years. His heart ached for those few flying swords. Dark Shadow Palace. Great Venerable Han Tian also received the news from his eldest disciple, Heavenly God Chongyang. This kid is really a genius. At such a young age, he created a body tempering killing move. His strength is fierce and terrifying. Anyone who becomes his enemy will be unlucky. Heavenly God Chongyang had been paying attention to this low-key junior brother. He did not expect that this junior brother would bring him a big surprise. More than 60,000 years could make a person dispensable. Compared to Du Guijian and the others, Lin Fei was the most low-key one. Of course, this was normal. After all, body tempering experts were notoriously difficult to cultivate. Great Venerable Han Tian had left one of his avatars outside, and this personal disciple was in a free-range state. Hearing that Lin Fei had cultivated the sacred cloud dragon traversing body to the 6th level, and mastered the 2nd level of the sealing soul severing palm, this great venerable laughed. Good job. Your potential is unlimited. It had taken great venerable Han Tian hundreds of thousands of years to advance from the 3rd order heavenly god realm to the 6th order heavenly god realm. Although the sacred cloud dragon traversing body was not a top body tempering technique, the fact that he could cultivate it to this level showed that his potential was unlimited. Go tell Lin Fei to cultivate hard. Great Venerable Han Tian said. It doesn't matter if Venerable One Sword's disciple dies, they won't dare to do anything. They deserve it for being weaker. Heavenly God Chongyang nodded. He was happy for Lin Fei. If a Great Venerable's personal disciple did not have a promising future, it would be a disgrace to their master. They were worried that their master did not care much about this. Chapter 2809. Ever since Yunhai country's troubles were resolved, Lin Fei entered into cultivation mode once more. He left a message for Yunhai country's ruler, telling him not to disturb his cultivation unless absolutely necessary. Yunhai country's ruler nodded repeatedly. At this point, Yunhai country's ruler only had respect for Lin Fei. One of Blood One's avatars was killed, and Heavenly God Quicksand's avatar was also killed. Yunhai country's ruler was extremely respectful towards Lin Fei. There was no longer any disrespect. In the Saint Spirit world, the strong ruled supreme. Since Lin Fei did not display his strength at the start, Yunhai country's ruler naturally looked down on him. Even though there was a respectful expression on his face, it was only to show respect for Lin Fei's identity as his personal disciple. After the battle at the Cloud Sea mountain range, Yunhai country's ruler was completely convinced that Huang Xiaolong was a body-tempering cultivator. After all, among the 10 great sects, the body-tempering cultivator was one of the more difficult to deal with. This cultivation session took a total of 15,000 years, and this was under the condition of time acceleration. In the outside world it looked like 5,000 years. My sacred cloud dragon physique has reached the 7th stage. Although it's a little fast, it shouldn't affect me too much. I really have to thank Blood Fiend ruler for starting a small-scale war. Lin Fei's aura had become stronger. Previously, he had been suppressing it, but now that he could release the 7th stage's strength, even though it was still sealed, it was no longer as uncomfortable as before. Advancing from 7th Order Heavenly God Realm to 8th Order Heavenly God Realm, becoming a High Lord might be difficult for others, but it's not that difficult for me. The first step is to obtain enough Divine Essence Sand to temper my physique. After that, my goal is to focus on the Divine Essence Sand. Lin Fei sat in the secret chamber, breathing continuously. This was the sound of his blood essence flowing, akin to the surging waves of the sea. Ordinary heavenly gods wouldn't be able to withstand the impact of his blood essence. Lin Fei's current cultivation was at Proud Heaven's 7th stage, which was enough for him to compete with a body-tempering cultivator. However, he had yet to reach the perfection stage. Once he reached the perfection stage and used the Divine Essence Sand to temper his physique, he would immediately become a High Lord. Even in the Saint Spirit realm, the Origin Energy God Sand was something that was rare. Previously, he had obtained it from the Dark Shadow Palace. Lin Fei's first thought was to earn contribution points to exchange for the Essence Force God Sand. This idea was quickly rejected. Last time it was 100 Gene. If he were to exchange it again, Lin Fei was worried that others would notice something was off. Divine Elemental Energy Sand was mostly used to refine Heavenly God Realm divine weapons. Thus, this kind of Heavenly God Realm divine weapon had another name: Divine Elemental Energy Weapon. Lin Fei wasn't some master refiner, so he naturally couldn't use the God Origin Energy Sand. 100 kilograms was a lot, and it hadn't even been 70,000 years, yet he wanted the God Origin Energy Sand again. Everyone knew that there was something fishy going on. This was a risk that could not be taken. Lin Fei knew better than anyone that his heaven-defying 12 layers tyrant physique had become extremely perfect after several hundred years of recreation. Especially in terms of the use of strength, it was a combination of hardness and softness. It could become a top-notch physique cultivation technique. What I need to do now is to plunder a large amount of life energy and push my physique to the 7th layer of perfection. Then, I'll go get the God Origin Energy Sand. The best place to plunder a large amount of life energy was to kill some of the Saint Spirit world's most notorious heavenly god experts. The Dark Shadow Palace was in charge of this area. Lin Fei decided to start from there. Dark Shadow Palace Union, Yunhai Branch. The Dark Shadow Palace controlled thousands of countries. They had established the Dark Shadow Palace Union, which was feared by everyone in the Saint Spirit world. There were branches in every country. In the Dark Shadow Palace Union, as long as one could afford it, the Union would issue a commission and offer a bounty to kill the other party. As the Union maintained absolute confidentiality and fairness, the Dark Shadow Palace Union quickly became the Saint Spirit world's #1 assassination organization. Regardless of whether it was a personal grudge or something else, one could issue a commission here. As long as one paid a certain amount of money, someone would come to accept the mission. The Dark Shadow Palace Union also became a place for many heavenly god experts to train. Here, not only could one earn money, but they could also train themselves and be liked by heavenly god experts. Apart from assassinations, there were also all sorts of commission missions here. Some were from exploration organizations and some were from others. There were all kinds of commissions and they covered a very large area. This was Lin Fei's first time entering the Dark Shadow Palace Union. In the huge hall, people came and went. They were all heavenly gods, and they were all in groups of 3 to 5. There were all kinds of people here. This is Heavenly God Mullah's head and identification. Check it yourself. A burly man threw out a head and a weapon. He stood to the side and watched as the supervisor brought people to check the head's identification. Lin Fei looked around and saw quite a few such scenes. The supervisor in the hall was already used to this. After checking one's identity and registering, everything was done in an orderly manner. "This senior, are you here to register as a member of the Dark Shadow Palace Union?" Lin Fei looked left and right. Soon, an Emperor Realm middle-aged man walked up to him and asked politely. On his way here, Lin Fei had already understood the basic situation. Lin Fei harumphed softly. This time Lin Fei's aura was maintained at 7th Order Heavenly God Realm. "Senior, this way please. Our people will help you register immediately." One had to register before accepting a mission in the Dark Shadow Palace Union. After registering, a newcomer would be a 1-star shadowed being. Shadowed being was just a name given to the Dark Shadow Palace Union. Every time a mission was completed, the Dark Shadow Palace would reward a member with a certain amount of points. The Dark Shadow Palace was divided into 10 stars. The lowest rank was a 1-star shadowed being, which was the status of a newcomer. The highest was a 10-star shadowed being. Anyone who became a shadowed being could obtain certain benefits from the Dark Shadow Palace Union, based on their star rank. This was also the reason why everyone was willing to register. The Dark Shadow Palace Union being able to develop to its current level was closely related to these benefits. The Saint Spirit World Saint Spirit secret arts, killing moves, 10 great sects, and other cultivation techniques were kept in the Dark Shadow Palace Union. As long as one became a star-ranked shadowed being, they could obtain these things after paying a certain price. Even divine weapons, armors and so on were not a problem, since they were willing to join the Dark Shadow Palace Union, and there were no restrictions. Everyone naturally agreed. "Let's call him out Yen." Lin Fei casually picked a name. There was no need to drip a drop of blood on it, and a special token was made. It was said that this token was 1 in a million, and no outsider could replicate it. Chapter 28:10. Lin Fei was not in a hurry to look for quests. There were all sorts of missions in the Shadow Palace. Completing each mission would earn him points, so it wasn't difficult for Lin Fei to level up. Up until now, most of the shadow men in the Dark Shadow Palace were stuck at 4 or 5 stars. 6 or 7 stars were considered very powerful. As for the 8 or 9 star shadow men, there were only a handful of them. 6 or 7 star dark shadows were basically all rank 7 heavenly gods. Most of the shadowy figures on the 8-9 star were great supremacies or great supremacies. The Dark Shadow Palace had resources. Those missions on the Great 8 great planets were basically reserved by some powerful supremacies. The identity of every Great 8 great planet Umbra was top secret. No one knew, and no one dared to ask the Dark Shadow Palace, unless they wanted to offend a top powerhouse like Hierarch Umbra. "I want a 6 or 7 star mission." When Lin Fei came over with the aura of a rank 7 heavenly god, someone immediately came over with 6 and 7 star missions. "Sir, this is the mission you wanted." After handing over the mission, he took the initiative to stand to the side. Any 7th Order Heavenly God Realm Master wasn't someone they could afford to offend. No one knew when that person had advanced to 8th Order Heavenly God Realm. They couldn't afford to offend him. Lin Fei began to look through the missions. Lin Fei didn't care much about the Shadow Man's level. However, for him, who was preparing to plunder a large amount of life essence, using another identity could save him a lot of trouble. When he arrived, Lin Fei had simulated a completely new aura, and his face had also changed. He was a complete stranger. Even those who were familiar with him would not be able to tell who Lin Fei was. According to the little devil, this method was very safe. Even a great sovereign wouldn't be able to see through it. Relieved, Lin Fei assumed the identity of Proud Heaven. 6-star Shadow Mission. Kill the Monarch of Wind Moon Nation. Reward: 1 million Saint Spirit Crystals and 500 points. 6-star Shadow Mission. Kill the Demon for June. Reward: 1,300,000 Saint Spirit Crystals and 700 points. Lin Fei looked at them one by one. They were all about killing famous heaven gods in the Saint Spirit domain. One could tell the difficulty from the mission itself. Similarly, it was a 6-star shadow mission. One could also tell from the rewards. The Saint Spirit Crystal was naturally the currency of the Saint Spirit domain. It was very precious. This won't do. It's too far away. The one from the Temporal Temple seems to be fine. Those from the Massacre God Court are fine too. He read through the missions one by one. Lin Fei decided to start with the 6 to 7-star missions. There weren't too many dangers, so he decided to use them as practice. After all, the targets of these missions were 6th Order and 7th Order Heavenly God Realm cultivators. Some of them were quite powerful. Thus, Lin Fei accepted 10 missions in one go. In the Dark Shadow Palace, there were no restrictions on missions. The same mission could be accepted by countless people, and no one could complete it. The reward belonged to whoever. It was very fair. Lin Fei accepted 10 missions as a 1-star Shadow Man and quietly left the Shadow Palace Guild. The most recent mission is for a 7th Order Heavenly God Realm Master from the Blood Fiend country, Cult Leader Blood One. What a coincidence! Lin Fei smiled. Last time I killed one of his avatars. This time I'll deal with him at the same time. Massacre God Court Blood Fiend country. Clad in a black robe, Lin Fei snuck into the Blood Fiend country to search for Cult Leader Blood One. According to the mission announcement, this Cult Leader Blood One was one of the Blood Fiend ruler's trusted aides. The Blood Fiend sect was established under the Blood Fiend ruler's orders, and it had quite a bit of influence in the surrounding countries. After I killed Cult Leader Blood One, he must have become more cautious. There's a high chance he's hiding in a secret place. People who entered the Dark Shadow Palace Guild's name list were extremely cautious. Lin Fei could only resort to the stupidest method, searching one by one. As long as he found Cult Leader Blood One, he would die without a doubt. This time, with the identity of Proud Heaven, Lin Fei did not need to hold back. Going all out, Cult Leader Blood One would die in a single move. Lin Fei's Proud Heaven's 7th realm allowed his physical body to easily erupt with the strength of an 8th Order Heavenly God realm, which was equivalent to a High Lord. Moreover, it was a mid-upper High Lord. This was the reason why Lin Fei wanted to become a Shadow expert. Lin Fei began to move about. The Blood Fiend country controlled 38 big cities and several dozen smaller cities. Lin Fei started with the smaller cities, searching them one by one, but he did not find any trace of Cult Leader Blood One. He had killed a branch elder of the Blood Fiend sect, but the only news he got was that Cult Leader Blood One had gone into seclusion. This was good news. But as for where exactly, no one knew. Lin Fei searched through more than a dozen smaller cities, but there was no news. It was as if Cult Leader Blood One had vanished into thin air. The little devil did not find anything. This is the last city. I wonder if he's hiding here. Lin Fei snuck into the last city. The system's powerful searching ability covered the entire city, silently searching without anyone noticing. These cities did not have a High Lord overseeing them, so there was no need to worry about being discovered. Master, that guy is hiding in a secret chamber of the Blood Fiend sect branch. The little devil found something, sending an image to Huang Xiaolong. Inside a dark secret chamber, Cult Leader Blood One was really cultivating, and there was a clone sitting beside him. My luck is really not bad. Both my main body and clone are here. It's just nice to get rid of them together. Without Cult Leader Blood One, the Blood Fiend sect is going to be lively. Lin Fei's eyes narrowed. This person was the Cult Leader Blood One he was looking for. Ever since Cult Leader Blood One's clone was killed, he had been hiding in the Blood Fiend sect. The Dark Shadow Palace had put a bounty on his head. He was afraid that the Shadow experts would come to kill him. Among the Shadow Palace branches, Shadow experts were High Lords, who knew if they would come to kill him. In these several thousand years, Cult Leader Blood One had been extremely careful. Cult Leader Blood One die. Cult Leader Blood One was comprehending a secret killer move, when there was a sudden fluctuation in the void. His heart skipped a beat, and he turned pale with fright. In the void, a person rushed out. Oh no! Sect Leader Blood One's scalp went numb. Only supremacies could tear through the void and come here. How could a supremacy come here to kill him? The best proof of a High Lord was that they could travel through the void in the Saint Spirit domain, and they were not afraid of the power of space. A High Lord like Cult Leader Blood One was a little lacking, and he had to rely on the power of a treasure. Cult Leader Blood One turned and ran. The other's aura was too dangerous. Chapter 28:11. It was useless even if Sect Leader Blood One asked for help. Boundless and terrifying energy rippled out in the secret chamber, and Sect Leader Blood One was instantly turned into dust. His life force was also instantly plundered. Lin Fei turned around and tore the void apart, escaping far away. Not long after, a figure appeared in the sky above the Blood Fiend sect. His sharp gaze covered the entire sect, and with a flash, he appeared in the secret chamber where sect leader Blood One cultivated. What a powerful shockwave! This is definitely the attack of a physique cultivator. Sect leader Blood One couldn't even withstand my arrival and was killed. The person who came was the Blood Fiend ruler. His entire body was covered in black baleful chi, and only his sharp eyes could be seen. The Blood Fiend ruler did not find any clues left behind by the enemy. A one-hit kill. Could it be the work of the Yun Hai ruler? The Blood Fiend ruler thought to himself. It can't be the work of the Yun Hai ruler. With such a powerful energy, it must be at least a rank 7 heavenly god physique cultivator. To be able to render sect leader Blood One helpless in such a short time, his strength far surpasses mine. The Blood Fiend ruler did not care much about the death of sect leader Blood One. A sect leader could be easily groomed, and the other party could kill him in a short time. Such a mysterious enemy would give anyone a headache. After Lin Fei killed sect leader Blood One, he immediately left and erased all traces. The next one is also from the Massacre God Court, a ruler with a notorious reputation. Lin Fei used his full strength, and his body ignored the powerful tearing force of the void as he continuously traversed the void. This was the biggest difference between a supremacy and an ordinary heavenly god. Killing a rank 7 heavenly god did not surprise Lin Fei. In his heart, he had a new impression of the power of the physique cultivator. It was indeed worthy of being one of the hardest to deal with among the 10 great sections. Massacre God Court Splitting Ox Ruler. This Splitting Ox ruler was a ferocious general at the great circle of the 7th order heavenly god realm. He loved to start wars, and countless heavenly gods had died at his hands. But on this day, in his own imperial capital, the Splitting Bull ruler encountered a mysterious black-robed man. The moment that mysterious black-robed man appeared, he slapped down with his palm, causing the Splitting Bull ruler's subordinates to suffer heavy casualties. Even the Splitting Bull ruler himself was severely injured. The mysterious black-robed man ignored everyone's attacks and arrived before the Splitting Bull ruler. With a single punch, he smashed the Splitting Bull ruler into pieces before leaving calmly. The entire Splitting Bull country was in an uproar. From start to finish, no one could stop the other party. Even now, everyone was horrified by the surging power. This was a body refinement heavenly deity expert, his power ferocious and domineering. A month later, in a country under the jurisdiction of the Massacre God Court, an old heavenly god with a fearsome reputation was attacked by a mysterious black-robed man. In front of everyone, the black-robed man killed him with 3 punches, leaving not even his corpse behind. Everyone was in an uproar again. The Massacre God Court had always been extremely domineering, and there were very few people who dared to openly kill their way in. This mysterious black-robed man was undoubtedly challenging the laws of the Massacre God Court. This caused many people to feel displeased. Since when did the usually domineering Massacre God Court allow anyone to make a move, much less in front of the court? Some heavenly god experts began to search for this mysterious black-robed man. Did you hear? That mysterious black-robed man attacked again. It can't be, right? He's so daring. Who did he kill this time? A direct descendant of a family with a bad reputation encountered the mysterious black-robed man, and he killed him with a single punch. He couldn't even block the attack. He's too arrogant. This is the Massacre God Court. He's seeking his own death. In the span of 10 years, a mysterious black-robed man appeared in the Massacre God Court. He was extremely powerful, and even rank 7 heavenly gods were no match for him. At most he could kill his opponent with 3 punches. Later on, people deduced that this mysterious black-robed man was a body refinement expert, at least a rank 7 heavenly god. He could travel through the void, and he was infinitely close to the supremacy realm. In a short span of 10 years, a total of 23 heavenly gods were killed in the Massacre God Court. Among them were monarchs, family disciples, and overlords. In a restaurant, the black-robed Lin Fei sat against the wall, quietly drinking wine. In the span of 10 years, Lin Fei completed a total of 23 missions. Among them, there were 7-star missions and 6-star missions, and the majority of them were within the Massacre God Court's territory. Lin Fei naturally did not stand on ceremony. He completed 9 missions in one go, and after completing a dozen or so missions, the heavenly gods of the Massacre God Court began to act cautiously. In the span of 10 years, Lin Fei spent almost all his time searching for people. He hid from one place to another, spending a lot of time. Among these heavenly gods, there were some who excelled in concealment, and they were indeed not easy to find. It was easy to kill them, but it was difficult to find them, especially when both the main body and the clone had to be killed at the same time. Anyone at the level of a monarch was qualified to learn the cloning technique. By cultivating a clone, killing them would take some time. Today was Lin Fei's last mission. It was a 7-star mission, and it was also the most difficult 7-star mission. This time you won't be able to escape. I just don't know if those people will catch up. I'm not fighting back. Do you really think I'm a sick cat? I just can't be bothered to deal with you. In the span of 10 years, some of the tracking experts of the Massacre God Court had been tracking him. Lin Fei had little fiend, and he had been perfectly concealing his tracks. In the span of 10 years, there were more than 100 heavenly gods looking for him. Master, are you going to kill them later? That's an extremely famous heavenly god, and he has the backing of single sword supremacy. Lin Fei drank a mouthful of wine, looking at the crowd outside. So what if he's single sword supremacy's disciple? In any case, I've already offended him. I'm not afraid of offending another one. Moreover, I've changed everything. They will only know me as Proud Heaven, the Shadowman of the Dark Shadow Palace, and nothing else. After completing this mission, I should be able to advance to a 6-star Shadowman. After 23 missions, Lin Fei had plundered a lot of life force, and his physique had improved significantly. This efficiency was incomparable to ordinary people. Master, he's here. Lin Fei casually looked at the sky. A majestic group of people appeared. This was the mission Lin Fei had to complete. He had to snatch a treasure from this group, and the treasure was on the body of a 7th-order heavenly god realm master. Nangong Lihua. Lin Fei narrowed his eyes. He was a disciple of the Massacre God Court's Nangong family, and was a personal disciple of single sword supremacy. His reputation was not small. Master, it seems like there are also people eyeing the Grade 8 glazed golden lotus. Looks like you have a few more opponents. Little Fiend teased. Lin Fei didn't mind at all, pouring himself a cup of wine. Chapter 28:12. Within the territory controlled by the Massacre God Court, heavenly god Nangong Lihua was not worried. He only needed to guard against outsiders. Furthermore, they were fully prepared this time. If the people hiding in the dark dared to make a move, today would be their doomsday. I wonder if that mysterious black-robed man will make a move. Heavenly god Nangong Lihua thought to himself. Master, an 8th-grade glazed golden lotus is an extremely precious treasure. Why must he give it away? This was something he could not figure out. In the Saint Spirit realm, rare treasures were usually divided into grades. 1st grade was the lowest, 9th grade was the highest, and there were also extremely special 10th grade treasures. So far, only 3 10th grade rare treasures had appeared in the entire Saint Spirit realm. Those were the true top grade treasures that could allow a person's strength to advance by leaps and bounds. An 8th grade rare treasure became extremely expensive, especially when 9th grade and 10th grade treasures rarely appeared. Heavenly god Nangong Lihua was extremely nervous and fearful in the face of such a treasure. After this big city, we'll be close to Heavenly Heart Island. Heavenly god Nangong Lihua was very reassured along the way. If there was any movement, he could send a signal to the big city. Only this place, which was close to the border, was the most dangerous. Everyone, stay alert and guard the good stuff. In the big city below, in a courtyard, a few people sat and watched the image brought by the heavenly mirror. This was a kind of treasure in the Saint Spirit realm. It was a treasure that could be used to watch battles silently. Supreme Lord Onesword is really willing to let Nangong Lihua escort the treasure to Heavenly Heart Island. Fortunately, he didn't come. Otherwise, we wouldn't have a chance to make a move. Heavenly God Yangfeng smiled. After this deal, we can live freely for a long time. Third brother, did you see clearly? Are there any hidden experts among them? These people were from the Saint Spirit realm. They would do anything. Usually they would take on missions from the Shadow Palace. These kinds of adventurer teams were all ruthless people. There were many of them in the Saint Spirit realm. They were cruel and very few people dared to offend them. Heavenly God Yangfeng was the leader of this team. He even gave them a team name. Heartless. Big brother. Only Nangong Lihua's aura is the strongest. The others are all very ordinary. A midget dwarf sitting in the distance says, "It's rumored that Paragon One Sword was heavily injured when he was fighting for the Grade 8 Glazed Golden Lotus. That's why he had Nangong Lihua escort him." Yang Feng trusted OL3's words. He wasn't very strong, but he had a special ability that allowed him to sense danger. Anyone could sense danger with just a glance. Relying on this special ability, their heartless adventurer team had avoided danger time and time again. When they leave the big city and reach the border, we'll make our move. We can't let anyone beat us to it. The boundaries of the territory controlled by the God of Massacre. This place wasn't close to the Dark Shadow Palace, nor was it close to the Temporal Temple. On this side there were many kingdoms. These kingdoms were scattered, and none of them were easy to deal with. Some were even established by exalted lords. The surrounding kingdoms formed a powerful faction. Among them, Heavenly Heart Island was a special place. Heavenly Heart Island was located in an uninhabited area. That place was known as a dead end, and there was a terrifying illusion array of the Saint Spirit world. Anyone who entered that place would be trapped by the illusion array. Even exalted lords had to be careful. Illusion arrays were one of the most terrifying of the 10 great sects. Illusion arrays could create a world that was both real and fake. Once trapped, no matter how strong one was, they wouldn't be able to display their full strength. Heavenly Heart Sovereign of Heavenly Heart Island was an expert of the illusion array. He was very famous, and although he didn't join the top 3 factions, he was still a very impressive exalted lord in the eyes of the top 3 factions. Heavenly God Nangong Lihua led his people out of the God of Massacre's border. At this time they needed to be careful. No one dared to attack a team in the God of Massacre's territory, let alone a disciple of an exalted lord. Attack. 5 days after leaving the God of Massacre's territory, Heavenly Deity Yangfeng led his people into action. As soon as they arrived, they immediately set up a Void Grand Array, which sealed this part of the world. Such a Void Grand Array would cost at least tens of millions of Saint Spirit crystals. Such a huge space was sealed, but the people inside could still move around. After sealing the space, Heavenly God Yangfeng took out a bottle and poured it into the array. A green mist appeared, filled with a dangerous aura, and it spread out majestically. After the green mist dispersed, it formed a terrifying attack. The Heavenly God at the very front screamed in pain when he was touched by the green mist, and he was corroded into nothingness in less than a few breaths of time. Netherworld Ghost Poison. Heavenly God Nangong Lihua's expression changed. "You're the damned heartless adventurer team. Nangong Lihua, you really have a good eye." Heavenly God Yangfeng laughed. "It's us. We'll slowly enjoy this kind of good stuff. In order to capture you all in one fell swoop, I spent 2/3 of my wealth." The Saint Spirit world had a huge amount of resources that other worlds couldn't compare to. Heavenly God Yangfeng was a 7th-order Heavenly God realm cultivator. The reason he was able to make a name for himself was because he was good at using his brain. Against experts, he liked to use treasures and poison. For example, the Netherworld Ghost Poison in front of him was an extremely tyrannical poison. Once it was used, unless an 8th-order Heavenly God realm cultivator had a treasure, they would die without a doubt. This kind of poison was extremely precious. Heavenly God Yangfeng had paid a huge price to obtain a small amount, but it was more than enough to deal with Nangong Lihua's group. Lin Fei had been following them in the void. The tearing force enveloped his body, but it didn't have any effect on him. What a powerful method, using treasures to deal with the enemy. No wonder they dared to make a move with just 5 people. Lin Fei admired it with interest. Netherworld Ghost Poison. What a tyrannical poison. It specifically targets the physical body. No wonder they're so confident. Lin Fei wasn't in a hurry. Since Venerable One Sword was escorted by his personal disciples, he definitely had a trump card. It was just a matter of who was more unlucky. Despicable. Despite Heavenly God Nangong Lihua's anger, he immediately called back his disciples. With a wave of his sword he formed a defensive barrier. blocking the netherworld ghost poison outside. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. When the green mist landed on the barrier, it emitted an ear-piercing sound, continuously corroding the barrier. It was extremely tyrannical. How did he get this kind of thing? Wasn't it said to be lost? Chapter 28:13. Empyrean God Yangfeng was the first to attack with the members of the ruthless adventurer group. Compared to besieging them, this method was much more vicious. The first thing they did was an imprisonment formation, and the use of an evil poison like netherworld ghost poison. This method was naturally very powerful. Ordinary people really didn't have the ability to kill people by relying on treasures without making a move. Heavenly God Yangfeng didn't seem to feel any pressure, but he was actually worried. The imprisonment formation he set up was not stable. It had a certain time limit and was a one-time consumable. That was the key. Once the time limit was up, the one-time imprisonment formation would disappear. If tens of millions of Saint Spirit crystals could really buy this kind of permanent treasure, who knew how many people would give up their entire fortune to buy it and use it as a treasure in their hands? Tens of millions of Saint Spirit crystals to be able to use the confinement formation once was definitely worth it. We must kill them. Heavenly God Yangfeng didn't dare to go in front of that kind of poison. Even he couldn't block even a wisp of it. Right now, he could only hope that the poison could kill them. After all, the personal disciples of Supremacy One Sword were the #1 Sword Dao sect. None of them were easy to deal with. The Sword Dao sects of the 10 great sects were not only good at offense but also good at defense. Although the nether ghost poison was powerful, it encountered the strongest Sword Dao defense in front of Nangong Lihua. Every time he executed a move, his sword intent sliced at the nether ghost poison, causing its might to constantly decrease. After a short moment of chaos, the disciples of Venerable Lord One Sword immediately returned to normal. A few of them executed their sword arts together and suppressed the invasion of the poison. Time passed by minute. Apart from the casualties at the beginning, no one else suffered any casualties. Heavenly God Nangong Lihua controlled the rhythm and suppressed the poison to the point where it couldn't float over. Even if some of it escaped, its power was suppressed to the minimum. Empyrean God Yangfeng, are you disappointed that your poison didn't work? It looks like your sealing formation is about to reach its end. Nangong Lihua smiled. Without the imprisonment formation, what else do you have other than vicious methods? After stabilizing the situation, Heavenly God Nangong Lihua had nothing to worry about. Heavenly God Yangfeng's expression was very ugly. It said that the Sword Dao School is not only known for its powerful combat strength, but also for its impenetrable defense. What a miscalculation. My efforts are going to be wasted. Looking at the situation in the formation, Heavenly God Yangfeng knew that he was going to fail today. No matter how many calculations he had made, this was the only thing he had not taken into account. It should be said that he had overlooked something. If it was an expert from another school, he would have died without a doubt. Only the sword school could easily weaken the power of the poison. Retreat. Empyrean deity Yangfeng had always been cautious. Seeing that his plan had failed, he immediately decided to retreat. Once the people inside came out, he would definitely not be a match for them. Sooner or later he would be killed and his entire team would be annihilated. Even though he was extremely unwilling, he knew that if he didn't leave now, there wouldn't be many chances left. Once the restraining power of the formation was lost, he wouldn't be able to leave even if he wanted to. Who allowed you to leave? At the instant when Yangfeng retreated, a cold voice rang out. A sword light suddenly appeared in the air, slashing onto Yangfeng's body. Yangfeng's heavenly deity was cut into two. The sword light didn't stop there. It slashed through the bodies of the others one by one. All of them were cut into two and fell from the sky. Not good, I fell into a trap. Yangfeng recovered his physical body. He felt a chill all over his body. He turned and ran, but another sword slashed over from behind, slashing his body. This time he didn't recover. To Empyrean experts, being killed once wouldn't kill them. As long as they had vitality they could recover. But if they encountered a powerful expert, they would consume a large amount of vitality. 1 or 2 slashes would be enough to kill them. In the air outside, a black-robed old man appeared, emitting an ice-cold sword intent. And all of you die together. The black-robed old man's gaze was ice-cold. With a swoosh he entered the air. Quickly leave. This is the personal disciple of Paragon One Sword. Retreat. Hurried voices rang out in the surroundings. The black-robed old man was extremely powerful. With the clear wind sword in his hand, heads fell to the ground. No one could block the might of his two swords, and all of them turned into corpses. Reckless fools. The trapping formation also disappeared. Nangong Lihua and his group also regained their freedom. The might of the netherworld ghost poison was weakened to the limit. Thank you, senior brother, for killing these people. Nangong Lihua sneered. The black-robed old man was Nangong Lihua's senior brother, Empyrean god Cold Blood. They even dared to touch Master's things. I thought some powerful people would make a move, but in the end it's just a bunch of ants. The black-robed old man was quite disappointed. None of these people could block the might of his two swords. They were too weak. With this kind of strength they dared to make a move. This time they brought Master's things over. In fact, one was in the dark and one was in the light. They wanted to lure those people into a trap and catch them all in one fell swoop. They didn't expect that they would be some small fish. Killing them was quite boring. Apart from a few sects that could block the attacks of the Sword Dao sect, these people were naturally very boring. The trouble is solved. Let's hurry to Heavenly Heart Island. Nangong Lihua said. Empyrean god Cold Blood nodded. There was no one hiding in the surroundings. The moment they relaxed, a hand reached out from the void. This hand was very ordinary and ordinary. It grabbed at them and space was sealed. Not good. Nangong Lihua and the heavenly blood-kill god quivered. There was actually someone hiding in the dark, able to hide from them. The Sword Dao sect was one of the top 10 sects, and they were the most sensitive to killing intent. To be able to hide from them, this person was at least a 7th-order heavenly god realm master, perhaps an expert proficient in concealment. But when the other party made his move, the two of them paled, feeling the danger coming from the palm. This was definitely not a threat from a 7th-order heavenly god realm master. A terrifying thought rose in their minds. A High Lord. Despite being mentally prepared, the two of them were still shaken. Suppressing the uneasiness in their hearts, they executed the Sword Dao sect's killing move. Sword Chi crisscrossed the space in the palm, eclipsing the sun and moon. The giant palm slowly closed. The Sword Dao attack did not stop the palm from closing. Terrifying energy rippled out from the space in the palm. The two of them fell into despair. This was the attack of a High Lord. Moreover, it was a physical body High Lord master of the body tempering school. This was akin to taking their lives. Our master is the solitary sword High Lord. The heavenly blood-kill god shouted. After a loud bang, the giant palm closed, erasing all life. Chapter 28:14. Nangong Lihua was escorting the Grade 8 treasure to Heavenly Heart Island. Although it was a secret, it wasn't completely sealed. In any case, the news had already leaked. The Grade 8 glazed golden lotus was useless to ordinary people, but to experts of the illusion path, it was a good thing. It could refine treasures that could assist in the illusion path. In the Saint Spirit world, there were many experts of this path. Naturally, some people had their own ideas. Single sword supremacy was famous for being domineering. Moreover, he was from the Massacre God Court. No one dared to snatch it from him. It didn't mean that they didn't have any ideas. They could issue missions. While they were escorting the treasure, someone secretly followed them. After Empyrean deity Yangfeng and the others made their move, many people began to observe. If Empyrean deity Yangfeng obtained it, they wouldn't mind taking advantage of him. Nangong Lihua was stronger than they had imagined, and he even had a personal disciple. He killed those who tried to attack him, allowing them to witness the power of the Sword Dao school. But they didn't expect that someone would secretly attack and kill them in one move. No matter how they counterattacked, they couldn't escape. Under a single palm, they were turned into ashes. This caused everyone to be shocked. Just which expert was it that had made the move? Maybe it's a Supreme Lord powerhouse. Someone exclaimed. Between the Sword Dao school and the Chain Body school, one claimed to have the strongest offense, while the other claimed to have the strongest defense. They had always been at loggerheads, and only a body tempering supremacy could ignore an attack from a Sword Dao killer move. Once this guess was made, everyone couldn't remain calm. A miraculous 8th-grade treasure had attracted a body-tempering supremacy powerhouse. This was a sensational event. The person who secretly attacked was naturally Lin Fei. 2 personal disciples, one in the open and one in the dark, were indeed good methods. But in front of Lin Fei they weren't enough. Empyrean deity Yangfeng's methods also broadened Lin Fei's horizons. If one's martial strength wasn't enough, they could attack from another place. Unfortunately, they encountered a Sword Dao School expert. Not only were their attacks tyrannical, but their defenses were also very impressive. They blocked Empyrean deity Yangfeng's methods and eventually died in the hands of a Sword Dao School expert. This wasn't an injustice at all. To Lin Fei, there was not much of a difference between 1 and 2 personal disciples. Lin Fei attacked in a domineering manner. With a single move, plucked the stars and seized the moon. He violently and domineeringly killed the 2 personal disciples and successfully obtained the treasure. No matter how they hid it, from the first glance he knew where it was. With the item in hand, Lin Fei immediately retreated and traversed through the void. As for how those people would guess, Lin Fei couldn't be bothered to care. The mission was completed. In the same place, the experts of Heavenly Heart Island had arrived. He was a 7th-order Heavenly God Realm Master, a middle-aged man dressed like a scholar, exuding a scholarly air. It was hard to associate him with a 7th-order Heavenly God Realm. What an overbearing power! Although they couldn't see anything from the scene, with just a glance this person revealed a grave expression. The domineering energy ripples were the most obvious. Since when did the Saint Spirit domain have another supremacy of the body-tempering school? The middle-aged scholar frowned. This is going to be difficult. Other than a supremacy, no one else would be able to use the energy ripples left behind at the scene. Could it be a rogue cultivator? I'll have to have a good talk with them. On a majestic mountain peak, clouds and mist shrouded it. Nangong Lihua and Heavenly Blood Kill God were respectfully standing in front of a young man. This young man had a fair complexion and was extremely handsome. It was hard to associate him with a supremacy. This young man was Single Sword Supremacy, who had a very high status in the Massacre God Court. Master, that person was too strong. Our Sword Dao killing moves couldn't do anything to him at all. We were killed in a single exchange. Nangong Lihua lowered his head and said. Both of them were helpless. Such an expert had appeared and killed them with a single killing move of the body-tempering school. This loss was too unreconciled. You don't need to blame yourselves. Single Sword Supremacy said indifferently. It's normal that you couldn't stop a supremacy of the body-tempering school. Single Sword Supremacy didn't care much about a Tier 8 mystical treasure. You can leave now. Arrange for someone to investigate the whereabouts of this mystical treasure. A body-tempering school supremacy wouldn't be able to use this item. He would definitely take it out for a trade. Single Sword Supremacy slowly poured himself a cup of fragrant tea. I originally wanted to build a relationship with the Skyheart Island Lord. Now you can just wait to be hated by the Skyheart Island Lord. That's perfect. Those people won't have any excuses anymore. Dark Shadow Palace. In a Dark Shadow Palace Union, a black-clothed Lin Fei walked into the union. He came to a window and threw out his identification. I'm here to submit a mission. This kind of situation was repeated every day in the Dark Shadow Palace Union. No one would pay attention to it. I wonder which mission you've completed. Lin Fei waved his hand. A bloody aura enveloped the hall. These are the missions I've completed. You can arrange for someone to check them. There's also this. Lin Fei threw out the last item. It was a sealed glazed golden lotus. Immediately, someone's eyes lit up as he recognized a corpse. Isn't that the crushing Ox Country Lord of the Massacre Court? Yes, it's really him. Also, that seems to be the identification of sect leader Blood One. Heavens, who is this guy? That's a 6-star mission. Look at the top. That seems to be an 8th grade glazed golden lotus. It's an extremely difficult 7-star mission. The heavenly gods in the hall all sucked in a breath of cold air. Recently, an expert had appeared in the Massacre Court and killed several country lords. Every time, he killed them in a domineering manner. After the news spread, many people knew about it. This was especially true for those who were preparing to kill their targets, only to discover that their targets had been killed. One was dumbfounded, while the other was carrying out a mission. Who wouldn't be cautious? However, it was extremely rare for someone to be so straightforward. 6-star mission. Kill sect leader Blood 1 completed. The person checking was very meticulous. Every time he confirmed a mission, he would swipe his identification. It can't be, right? This person is even a 1-star shadow man. Someone exclaimed. This was too unbelievable. This was a complete newcomer. Everyone was dumbfounded. The person checking also sucked in a breath of cold air. Where did this expert come from? He actually completed so many missions in one go. A 7-star mission, a 6-star mission, and a 7-star mission. The number of missions also increased from 4 to 5 to 12. The level of the Shadow Man also increased. 1-star Shadow Man, 2-star Shadow Man, 3-star Shadow Man, 4-star Shadow Man. His level rose too quickly. Lin Fei's understanding of the Shadow Man level had also reached 6-star. 23 missions. Very soon someone calculated the missions. Chapter 28:15. The Dark Shadow Palace Association had always accepted all kinds of missions and sold all kinds of information at the same time, forming a unique existence. Although some people also took this path, it was far from the Dark Shadow Palace Association in terms of scale. In addition, the Dark Shadow Palace Association was fair and gave all kinds of benefits. Countless heavenly god experts came to the Dark Shadow Palace Association to accept missions. Every time the Shadowed Ones came back to submit their missions, they would all be in the Dark Shadow Palace Hall. In the countries controlled by the Dark Shadow Palace, no one dared to do anything, and no one dared to behave atrociously in the Dark Shadow Palace Association. That was purely courting death. When the missions were submitted, it became a time for everyone to watch the show. At this time, they had the opportunity to broaden their horizons. Today, a super newcomer came to the Dark Shadow Palace Association, blinding many people. Until the last item was submitted, the entire hall was in an uproar. Could he be the mysterious black-robed man who appeared and disappeared in the massacre court? Hiss! Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. This was really a mysterious expert. To be able to kill experts like the Lord of Massacre in the massacre court, he was really a first-class expert. The news that a fierce person had appeared in the Dark Shadow Palace Association quickly spread among the Shadowed Ones. The other party had completed 20 missions in a single breath, and they were all either 6-star or 7-star missions. Especially the last mission, he had taken advantage of Paragon 1 sword and snatched an 8th-grade glazed golden lotus. This had caused an uproar. This was definitely a fierce person. Some busybodies secretly remembered this name. Aotian. A very domineering name, just as domineering as his name. Moreover, this was a body refinement expert. No one knew where he had come from. There were too few body refinement experts. Those who could cultivate to a certain level were almost all famous in the Saint Spirit domain. But this person, besides his name, there was no other useful information. What shocked the Shadowed Ones the most was that after this newcomer completed the mission, he accepted 30 more missions on the spot, and then left. This caused quite a commotion in the circle. A Shadowed One newcomer from the Dark Shadow Palace Association. Other than being noticed at the beginning, as time passed, he was quickly replaced by other Shadowed Ones. There were countless Shadowed Ones in the Dark Shadow Palace Association. It was normal for a powerful person to emerge from a branch. Especially after the news about the 8th-grade glazed golden lotus spread, everyone realized that the Saint Spirit domain had one more powerful body-tempering martial artist. There were even rumors that this proud sky god might be a martial artist at the supremacy level. This news was definitely sensational. Many people didn't believe it. It wasn't easy to see a body-tempering supremacy powerhouse, so they didn't believe it. Heavenly God Aotian's name quickly spread throughout the Saint Spirit realm. His name was also remembered by everyone. This heavenly deity Aotian, every time he attacked, he was ferocious and tyrannical. His close-range attacks were practically invincible. Heavenly deities of the same level couldn't even capture him. They could only watch helplessly as he left. As time went on, Empyrean God Proud Heaven's name began to spread. In particular, on a certain mission, the target was a powerhouse of a sovereign nation. That sovereign nation powerhouse invited a group of good friends to help him, and there were even powerhouses of the body transformation path among them. Their lineup was huge. But they were unable to stop the other party. They killed their way out of the army, killed the sovereign nation powerhouse, and defeated the heavenly deity powerhouse. If that was all, everyone would only think that he was brave and not take him seriously. After the exalted Lord had intervened, proud heaven had been able to easily block the exalted Lord's attack. His status had skyrocketed, and in the end, the exalted Lord had no choice but to let him go. This venerable Lord's potential wasn't very high. Being able to block his attack was already a feat. Everyone knew that 8th Order Heavenly God Realm body-tempering cultivators were not to be trifled with. At this point, Heavenly Deity Aotion's name had spread far and wide. Those Heavenly Deity powerhouses who knew that they had been targeted by a supremacy powerhouse all hid here and there, being extremely careful. But in the end they were still killed. In the span of 1,000 years, Proud Heavenly Deity's name became a name that caused people to tremble with fear upon hearing it. In the short span of 1,000 years, this Proud Heavenly Deity had been completing all kinds of missions, killing Saint Spirit World's heavenly gods. Especially after he had the strength to contend against a supremacy powerhouse, everyone was afraid of him. Those heavenly gods who had a mission in the Dark Shadow Palace Union prayed time and time again that they wouldn't be chosen. They really couldn't stop such a fierce person. Even the supremacies laughed when they found out about this. It wasn't rare for them to take on missions in the Shadow Palace. Many of them would change their appearance to take on missions and use it to gain experience and so on. Especially when this person was a body-tempering cultivator, no one was willing to offend him. Everyone knew that a body-tempering cultivator with the strength to contend against a supremacy powerhouse was hard to deal with. Even if he wasn't a supremacy powerhouse, he was infinitely close to it. Unless you could kill him in one go, if he escaped, you could only wait for your bad luck. This Proud Heavenly Deity was very law-abiding, never interfering in other people's matters. Other than completing missions, he followed the rules, so naturally no one would say anything. Revenge was naturally another matter. On the Dark Shadow Palace Union's side, Proud Heavenly Deity's level had also risen from the initial 1-star Shadowman to the current 7-star Shadowman. He wasn't far from becoming an 8-star Shadowman. In more than 1,000 years, going from a 1-star to a 7-star Shadowman was definitely as fast as flying. Although there was a difference of 1 word between a 6-star and a 7-star mission, the difficulty was very high. Sometimes a mission would take more than 10 years and this was considered short. For those that were longer, it was very normal for a mission to take 100 years. There might not be many people like Proud Heavenly Deity in the entire Dark Shadow Palace Union. Proud Heavenly Deity is here again. Amazing, it seems like the last time he came to submit a mission was less than 100 years ago. You're behind the times. What 100 years? This time it's 65 years. This person is really full of missions. I reckon he'll become an 8-star Shadowman soon. Maybe he can reach that level by submitting a mission this time. Don't forget, I heard that there's an 8-star mission in this time's mission, and Proud Heavenly Deity completed it alone. When Lin Fei, dressed in black, walked into a branch, he was immediately recognized. 1,000 years was enough for everyone to know what Proud Heavenly Deity looked like. It was hard not to know this crazy person who did missions. There had never been a mission that Proud Heavenly Deity couldn't complete. Even if he was surrounded and attacked, he would kill a few times and blood would flow like a river. It was hard not to know him. I'm here to submit a mission and find someone to check it myself. Chapter 28:16. The appearance of these corpses caused quite a commotion again. Although everyone had heard that Heavenly God Aoyan was very powerful, but every time he came to complete a mission, he would not be in the same place. No one had ever seen someone submit 20 to 30 missions in one go. This time it was really an eye-opener for everyone. The young Shadowman was full of admiration for Heavenly God Aoyan. What a badass! Only an amazing person could do this. TSK amazing. He submitted 45 7-star missions in one go. Everyone's eyes were wide open. There were also some 7-star Shadowmen in the hall who could not help but gasp. Especially when they heard that it took a total of more than 60 years, they could not remain calm. This was too crazy. No wonder he could make a name for himself in 1,000 years. It was really not easy. An 8-star Shadowman. Someone exclaimed, his eyes wide open. After every mission was checked, the points would be redeemed immediately. When the last mission was completed, the color of the Shadow Man's identity card changed. It was no longer black, but purple gold, very conspicuous and noble. This was the identity card of an 8-star Shadow Man. My goodness, an 8-star Shadow Man. This is the first time I've seen one. What an eye-opener. So this is the identity card of an 8-star Shadow Man. It is indeed different. I can't believe I'm lucky enough to see an 8-star Shadow Man appear. An 8-star Shadow Man's identity is very noble. It is said that they can become the Shadow Palace Union's worshippers and get a lot of benefits and certain privileges. Any one of the 8-star Shadow Warriors was the cream of the crop. Almost everyone had never seen them, and most they had heard of their names. It was the first time they had seen it with their own eyes. Such an opportunity might only come once because no one knew when the next time would come. Congratulations to Lord Outyan for becoming an 8-star Shadow Man. The middle-aged man in charge of the inspection said respectfully, returning the purple gold identity card with both hands to Heavenly God Outyan. The president of our union branch will be here soon. Please wait for a moment, Lord. For the Shadow Palace Union, the appearance of any 8-star Shadow Man was a very important matter. Actually, when he came in, someone immediately recognized him. They immediately went to inform him. This was a stock with great potential. The only unexpected thing was that the other party came a little too quickly. 65 years to complete all the missions, it was too crazy, there was almost no rest. The guild leader is here. The Dark Shadow Palace's branch chief had always been a peak 7th order, Heavenly God Realm Heavenly God. The branch leader, Heavenly God Tongshan, arrived with a group of people. It was the first time for many of them to meet this branch president. Normally, they wouldn't have the chance to do so. I was wondering why there were magpies chirping at the entrance today. So it's because Brother Proud Heaven has become an 8-star shadow being. Heavenly God Tongshan was very enthusiastic, and his eyes were about to light up. Naturally, Heaven God Proud Heaven was none other than Lin Fei, and he nodded indifferently. Heavenly God Tongshan didn't mind in the slightest. It had been a very, very long time since an 8-star dark shadow being had appeared in their branch. It was a great thing to see one appear in their own branch. In the past few hundred years, many people had been saying that Proud Heaven God was a Supreme Lord powerhouse. Although Proud Heaven God didn't say anything, there was one thing that everyone believed. This was a powerhouse that had the strength to fight against a supremacy. A body refinement cultivator indeed had the ability to do so. Brother Proud Heaven, it is a good thing for our branch that you have become an 8-star dark shadow being. Please do us the honor and come inside. Heavenly God Tongshan invited. Sure. Lin Fei replied indifferently. Once a Shadow Palace's dark shadow being became an 8-star dark shadow being, it was equivalent to having special authority. As for what that authority was, no one knew. Lin Fei naturally wanted to see it for himself. After 1,000 years of completing missions and finally becoming an 8-star dark shadow being, it was time for him to take a break. Heavenly God Tongshan was holding a potential list in his hand. On this list were some dark shadow beings with relatively high potential. After reaching a certain level, one could try to recruit them. Proud Heaven God's ranking was very high. Every branch would try to recruit him for the Dark Shadow Palace. However, this Heavenly God Proud Heaven God came and then left. There was almost no trace of him. When they heard that he had completed a certain star-ranked mission, Heavenly God Tongshan did not expect to encounter such a good thing. According to the huge intelligence agency of the Dark Shadow Palace, even now they still did not know who this Heavenly God Proud Heaven was. His techniques and attacks were all very unfamiliar, but they were also very powerful. In the Saint Spirit realm, powerful body refinement techniques such as the Heavenly God Physique were all very well known. One could recognize them with just a few glances. However, this Heavenly God Proud Heaven was very unfamiliar. There was no record of him. It was as if he had appeared out of nowhere. Even though he was very unfamiliar and mysterious, the people of the Dark Shadow Palace discussed it. They were determined to recruit this Heavenly God Proud Heaven and make him a worshipped member of the Dark Shadow Palace. Even if they did not have the opportunity, they still had to establish a good relationship with him. An 8-star dark shadow being was very important, especially this one who was a body refinement cultivator. Heavenly God Tongshan asked someone to bring some good food to entertain him. Then he ordered someone to bring the food over. Brother Proud Heaven, You have just become an 8-star dark shadow being. You probably don't know some secrets, right? Heavenly God Tongshan smiled. Seeing that Jiang Chun did not object, his smile became even more radiant. I really don't. Lin Fei pretended to be at a loss. In reality, Lin Fei really didn't know the secrets behind this. There was no news about it, so no one knew. The Dark Shadow Palace places great importance on every 8-star dark shadow being. For example, 8-star dark shadows will receive better benefits in the Dark Shadow Palace, and they will receive a certain amount of salary. Apart from that, they can also purchase any information. Heavenly God Tongshan got to the main point. That's not the most important thing. The most important thing is that 8-star dark shadows can participate in some special missions. These missions cannot be accepted in the main hall, and the rewards are also very generous. Heavenly God Tongshan had been paying attention to the changes in his opponent. His opponent was very calm, and Heavenly God Tongshan could not figure out what he was thinking. Special missions? I wonder what the rewards are, Lin Fei said indifferently. He was a little interested in special missions, especially the rewards. The Dark Shadow Palace was behind the Dark Shadow Palace. Lin Fei had an idea. Chapter 28:17. The identity of an 8-star dark shadow was very popular in the Shadow Palace Guild. Actually, Lin Fei already knew what the benefits were before he arrived. He wasn't too sure. There wasn't much news about it. As President Tongshan accepted the benefits in detail, Lin Fei had a rough idea of the benefits. After becoming an 8-star Shadow Man, he could purchase any information from the Shadow Palace Union without any restrictions. The price was also discounted and his authority was also liberalized. The Dark Shadow One could get information from the Shadow Palace Union. There were different levels of information. Not everyone could get their hands on high-level secrets. An 8-star Dark Shadow did not have this restriction. In addition, they could participate in secret and special missions with the Shadow Palace. The rewards they received could also be converted into contribution points and exchanged for items at the Shadow Palace. Only an 8-star Shadow Man could participate in such a good thing. During this period, Lin Fei tactfully rejected the other party's attempts to rope him in. He expressed that he was used to being alone and didn't want to get involved in too many things for the time being. Spread the news of Proud Sky God becoming an 8-star Shadow One immediately. After sending off Proud Heaven, Heavenly God Clear Mountain immediately sent a message to the higher-ups. The appearance of an 8-star dark shadow would attract a lot of attention. Should we send someone to follow him? No need. Heavenly God Tongshan shook his head. This person is a lone wolf, and he's able to battle normal supremacies. It's not a good idea to offend him, but if we can't recruit him, then we'll work together. Our Dark Shadow Palace is backed by the Dark Shadow Palace, so we have all the resources we need. He'll definitely cooperate with us. The Shadow Palace needed this kind of body-tempering expert. The news about the Shadow Palace having an 8-star shadow user spread like wildfire. When everyone learned that it was Heaven God Proud Heaven, they didn't react much. After all, there were rumors that he was crazy about missions, and perhaps he was aiming to become an 8-star Shadow One. Now that it had risen, it couldn't be more normal. Some of the rulers under the jurisdiction of the Dark Shadow Palace were tempted to try to recruit him and make him one of their worshippers. In addition to the rulers, some of the independent factions were also trying to get in touch with Proud Heaven. After Ao Tianshan left the city, he disappeared without a trace. Everyone could only watch helplessly. This person really concealed himself deeply. The void-traversing ability of a celestial deity powerhouse was used in a very realistic manner. There was basically no one who could catch up to him. Cloud Sea Nation. Lin Fei quietly returned to the Cloud Kingdom. In the past 1,000 years he had been doing missions. Lin Fei's heaven-defying 12th layer tyrant body had a certain improvement. The past 1,000 years were not in vain. Xiao Qin's grasp of all sorts of secret techniques and killer moves had reached the point of perfection. He could use them as he pleased. The Cloud Sea Kingdom had been very peaceful for 1,000 years. After Blood Evil Kingdom's sect Master Blood One had been killed by him, the Blood Evil sect had been in chaos for a while. In addition, he had killed 7 to 8 great monarchs in the massacre court, which had disrupted everyone's thoughts. Empyrean God Quicksand disappeared without a trace. If my 7-fold proud heavenly body goes all out, The attack of an ordinary High Lord powerhouse won't be able to do anything to me. But if I were to encounter a High Lord from one of the 10 great sects, I would still feel some pressure. Lin Fei still remembered the few times he had encountered a High Lord's clone. That kind of continuous attack was indeed powerful and terrifying. Only a body-tempering cultivator like him could withstand it. After doing missions for 1,000 years, it's not like I haven't gained anything. I've learned a lot about the Essence Force God Sand. Now is the time to get my hands on it. Don't be fooled by the fact that the past 1,000 years were crazy. Lin Fei's goal had been achieved. Lin Fei had quietly learned about the Essence Force God Sand through various channels. The Shadow Palace Union was one. There was Essence Force God Sand in it. Lin Fei had created an identity of proud heavenly. Now that he was qualified to obtain it, he wouldn't arouse too much suspicion. This was also the reason why he desperately wanted to level up and become an 8-star Shadow Warrior. I have to participate in the Shadow Palace Union's special mission. I have to go to another place too. The Essence Force God Sand belonged to an alternate dimension. Lin Fei didn't know the specific location. It was rumored that only the great supremacies knew about it. Generally, they didn't excavate it. In the entire Saint Spirit Realm, other than the top forces, only the Saint Spirit Realm's Sky River Nation had this thing. The Sky River Nation was an independent world. The Sky River Nation was at the border of the Saint Spirit Realm. It was next to the mysterious Black Domain. Sometimes, Essence Force quicksand would appear. All of it floated out from the Black Domain. Lin Fei's goal was the Sky River Nation. Over the years, he had grasped the basic information of the Sky River Nation. It was a very chaotic place. It was known as the paradise of the wicked. Killing and robbing were commonplace there. There it was the power of one's fist. Whoever's fist was bigger would have the most power. The High Lords had never been able to do anything about that place. Several High Lords had gathered there, and no one knew where they had obtained a secret art that allowed them to use the power of the Black Domain. They had refined a secret weapon called the Black Domain Cannon, and it had the power to kill High Lords. It had also become a great killing weapon. The 3 top forces didn't care about it. The other supremacies didn't have the leisure to do so. They arranged their own people, forming a chaotic place. He came back to rest for 10 years. In the blink of an eye, Lin Fei decided to go to the Sky River Nation first to try his luck and see if he could get his hands on Essence Force quicksand. If he was lucky, that would be the best. If he couldn't, he could only think of another way. He had to get his hands on Essence Force quicksand. Lin Fei went to the Sky River Nation. It took him a year to travel from the Cloud Nation to the Sky River Nation. This was the speed of travel. It showed how big the Saint Spirit Realm was. Black Domain. Just as he came out of the void, the distant sky was black. It was like a huge curtain, revealing a terrifying aura that made people tremble in fear. Lin Fei stood in midair and frowned. This is really a dangerous place. The whole world was black. It was so dark that it was terrifying. The Sky River Nation was just outside the Black Domain. That should be the Sky River. The Sky River Nation was named the Sky River Nation because of the Sky River in the sky. Lin Fei first saw the Black Domain. Then he saw a wide sky river with surging waves. It was mighty and domineering. Under the Sky River there was a big country called the Sky River Nation. What a special place. The Sky River came out of the Black Domain, but it can still bring out things. It's really rare. No wonder all the major forces placed their people here and divided everything that the Sky River brought out, forming a situation where the 8 major forces dominated. Basic information about the Sky River Nation appeared in Lin Fei's mind. Chapter 28:18. The distance from the Heavenly River Country to the center of the Heavenly River Country took 4 to 5 days. Lin Fei wasn't in a hurry along the way. When he arrived at the periphery of the Heavenly River Country, he noticed something. Those who could come here were basically in groups of 3 to 5 people. It was rare to see someone coming alone like him. At most they would come in a large group. These groups looked like caravans numbering in the hundreds. Each of them had a solemn expression on their faces as they stood on guard. When they saw Lin Fei walking alone, many of the caravans laughed. That's an ignorant one. How can he travel alone in the Heavenly River Country? Although the Heavenly River Country was ruled by the 8 families, it was still very chaotic. In this periphery there were all kinds of cruel and merciless people. Those who came to the Heavenly River country alone basically didn't have a good ending. This had become the consensus of everyone. If Lin Fei was alone, it would be easy for others to attack him. Sure enough, on the second day, Lin Fei encountered 3 Heavenly God Realm cultivators. The moment they arrived, they threatened him. "Are you going to surrender? Or are the 3 of us going to cripple you?" All 3 of them were 4th or 5th order Heavenly God Realm cultivators. Facing Lin Fei at this time, they were full of confidence. If they captured him and sold him as a slave, then sent him to a dangerous place to do hard labor, no one would know. Lin Fei knew that some chaotic places in the Saint Spirit world liked to use all kinds of slaves. There were also slave auctions, all of which were captured Heavenly God Realm cultivators. From the moment Lin Fei entered the periphery of the Heavenly River country, he was already targeted. A Heavenly God Realm cultivator was easy to sell. No matter where he went, he didn't need to worry about any trouble, especially when he was alone. Lin Fei chuckled. This guy was treating him as someone easy to deal with. Lin Fei knew about the slave auctions in the Heavenly River country, but he didn't expect himself to become their target. What a joke. Humph! Lin Fei snorted coldly. With a shake of his body, the 3 of them were crushed into dust. This was the first wave. Along the way, Lin Fei encountered a total of 3 groups of people. Each group came to capture him, and the outcome was the same. All of them were shaken into powder, and could not be more dead. This also made Lin Fei realize that the Tianhe Kingdom was completely different from other countries. It was really a place where the fist was the biggest. If one didn't have the strength, they would be eaten clean, and they might even have to work hard for the rest of their lives. There was no shortage of such people in the mining area. Lin Fei leisurely headed to the Tianhe Kingdom. When the merchants saw that Lin Fei was alive and kicking, they were also dumbfounded. Even their merchant caravans had to be very careful. Yet, the other party was able to travel unhurriedly by himself. This was definitely a display of strength. After all, it was impossible to travel alone without strength. 5 days later, Lin Fei arrived at the Sky River Kingdom. At the same time, he felt a dangerous aura coming from the Black Domain. He tried to use his divine sense to check it out, but it was blocked by the Black Domain. His divine sense could not penetrate it. It was the same for Little Devil. She couldn't see through the Black Domain. The Sky River Kingdom was a huge city, very large. There were no guards at the city gate, which was completely different from other places. Kill them. Don't run. Lin Fei just came in from the outside and saw the Heavenly God and Great Emperor Masters chasing after a few people. The surrounding people looked indifferent, as if they were used to it. It's the Heavenly Wolf Gang again. Who told their big brother to rely on the Zhao family of the 8 great families? They must perform well. People around whispered. Lin Fei observed for a while and really noticed that they all had tattoos on their arms. All of them were wolf heads. The few people were quickly killed by the Heavenly God Masters of the Heavenly Wolf Gang, leaving their corpses on the ground. After they left, someone immediately came out to clean up the corpses. After a while, the street was restored to its usual appearance. If he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, he wouldn't have known that the Sky River Kingdom was in such a mess. Killing people on the street, this was impossible in the territory controlled by the 3 ultimate gods. Lin Fei found a seemingly large inn and booked a courtyard. The price was not cheap, but it was quiet and no one would come to disturb him. In the courtyard, as long as one looked up, one could see the Heavenly River. It was because of this Heavenly River that the Sky River Kingdom had today's status and became an independent world. Lin Fei stayed in the inn of the Sky River Kingdom. He was not in a hurry. He paid some Saint Spirit crystals and inquired about the situation of the Sky River Kingdom. After half a month, he had a more specific understanding of the Sky River Kingdom. The Sky River Kingdom was divided into a total of 8 regions. Each region was controlled by one of the 8 great families. Everyone minded their own business and lived in harmony. Each family had a large number of bandits and murderers under their command. They controlled the matters in their regions, as if they had built a small kingdom. Lin Fei's priority was to inquire about the godly Yuanli sand. After inquiring, he really found some clues. It turned out that the Heavenly River of the Sky River Kingdom was connected to the Black Domain. It was not that no one wanted to enter from the Heavenly River. Every expert who entered the heavenly river would eventually die inside and come out as a corpse. After a long time, no one had this idea anymore. The 8 great families arranged for the Sky River Guards to guard the entrance of the heavenly river and collect the things that came out of the heavenly river. Among them, the godly Yuanli sand was considered relatively precious. It appeared once in 100 years, and the amount of godly Yuanli sand varied each time. Last time, a total of godly Yuanli sand appeared, which was the least in history. It was rumored that in this 100 years, godly Yuanli sand would appear in large quantities. This news was good for Lin Fei. There were still 37 years until the 100 years time limit, so it could be considered timely. As for buying it from the auction house, this news had not spread yet. 37 years Lin Fei could afford to wait. Lin Fei spent most of his time in the yard, rarely going out. The workers outside would take the initiative to report to him if they had any news. Encountering such a generous person, the workers didn't mind profiting a bit. You guys can't go in. Lin Fei waited patiently, but there really was something that came his way. The Heavenly Wolf Gang is handling matters. All unrelated people scrammed to the side. A fifth-order Heavenly God Realm leader led more than 20 Emperor Realm Masters, surrounding the yard. When the workers heard that it was the Heavenly Wolf Gang, they immediately retreated, not daring to approach. Captain, the people inside are not giving our Heavenly Wolf Gang any face. Capture them and send them to do hard labor. A shifty-eyed fellow beside Huang Xiaolong said. The Heavenly Wolf Gang had established their own rules in this area. Any outsider who entered would have to pay protection fees. 100 Saint Spirit crystals a day was equivalent to 30,000 Saint Spirit crystals a month. This was not a small sum. Relying on this, the Heavenly Wolf Gang made a lot of money. But now, someone actually disobeyed the rules. A captain of the Heavenly Wolf Gang had brought his men over.